Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, folks, wherever you might be. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is episode 53 of the podcast. I'm your co-host, M2 Dave. As always, with my two other co-hosts, MK Rio and MK Tom Brady. Say hi, folks.
What's up,
What's up,
everyone?
everybody?
So, folks, we want to kind of refocus the conversation that we never finished. We kind of want to focus on Mortal Kombat 2, its background, its scene, and of course the game itself. Um, just to kind of continue on
Why are we
the
skipping one? I thought we were doing all of them.
Oh, I
Oh,
said before we should skip one. Just saying.
Oh, yeah, okay, I got you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
up
we can
okay,
talk
wait. So if you guys want to only focus on the popular arcade games, you can. But if you do want to touch on others, it's up to you guys.
Well, let me start with this question because I think this is something interesting. It was kind of the pre-discussion of before we started recording, and I'm curious what both our guests we have, James MK back as well as Summoning. So again, welcome back, boys.
Thanks,
It's
guys. Thanks.
yeah,
Thanks for redoing this one. That's some people actually want to hear about some more arcade stuff, so that's great.
we'll get it into it for sure. I do want to know something a lot of people are wondering about is like why is Ultimate so much more famous in the modern era than Mortal Kombat 2? Let's go with James.
I think it picked up more on the home versions with the release for the Xbox. It really took off. The arcade era of it did not do as well as the first two. The reason being is a lot of people did think it was rushed. The meta evolved for the game later than the other games previously. In fact, to be honest, now if you look at the first two, the meta for those has now evolved because people that were playing UMK have now gone back to those games and try to incorporate the meta from UMK into 1 and 2 now. So they've actually picked up steam. But typically it didn't do as well in the arcade as people thought. It really, like I said, it really didn't pick up until it got to the home version for Xbox. But you would, from the amount of people that follow it currently this day and age, you would think that the game, had this long cult following early on, and it really didn't. It was pretty much the beginning of the downslide for the arcade games, between that to 4 to eventually, obviously, no more arcade games.
Summoning, where do you stand on this? Again, the difference as to why, at least by modern standards, Ultimate tends to be more popular, more relevant, more prevalent than Mortal Kombat 2.
Ultimate was more available in like the later stages. You could, more people were playing it easier to get. They would just figure out ways to play, and 2 got lost in the 2 got lost in the dust. And 3 was just, it was all over the place. You could get it on MAME, whatever. If you're talking about the later UMK3, this was the game to play like after the arcades. So 2 was amazing in the arcades. It was the best arcade presence time that I had with all the people that we played with. 3 was not as good in the arcade, and 4 obviously that's when the arcades kind of died. But like afterwards, like you're saying, 3 was the game, and then 2 was not remembered, and that's pretty much it.
Can I ask you a question regarding why was MK2 so much more popular than UMK3 in the arcade? Because when you look at UMK3, and from my perspective, I had MK2, MK3, all these games for the Super Nintendo. When I used to play with my friends, we used to always play MK3 over MK2 because when we looked at it, the game has more characters, there's combos, there's all this stuff you can do. So why is it in the arcade MK2 is so much bigger? Because when you look at it as someone that doesn't understand the game competitively, like it's just looking at MK2 and UMK3, UMK3 has basically everything MK2 has but more, like with the characters, combos, things you can do. So was it just because in the arcade era MK2 was out when the arcade era was a lot bigger, or is it to do with people like MK2 more as the game?
It's all Jimmy. It's actually, this is where Jimmy really, people don't realize how big of a role he played. when MK2 came out, it came MK1 came out October of 92, MK2 June of 93. But Mortal Monday happened September of 93. There was not the attention in general, be it 1 or 2, on Mortal Kombat yet. And then with the Mortal Monday, and I want Jimmy to elaborate on this because he did it. It was his idea, and it's his story to tell. But when kids started going to the arcade, because then, like the Senator Lieberman trials were going on, and it's like Mortal Kombat's so bloody. So, of course, it's all over the news. Kids were going to the arcade, and MK2 was out. And this is where Jimmy really needs to take it away, because this is all him. It's such a major part of history.
I mean, what it comes down to is I've always felt controversy sells. Obviously, with Mortal Kombat, its most controversial thing is the blood, guts, and gore. People didn't pick it up for the amazing fight mechanics of the game. They didn't pick it up because of the great storyline. They picked it up because they wanted to see if they could rip somebody's head and spine out or heart out. We saw that at Acclaim as an opportunity. Obviously, we had a deal with Midway at the time, which was no matter what arcade game they make, we had dibs on it first before anybody else. If we turned it down, they could go to somebody else. When we saw the Mortal Kombat IP obviously come our way, the first thing we said to ourselves is, yeah, this is a guarantee. And when it came at that era, the console versions were still very much behind the arcade. So obviously, between 1 and 2 and the pump of the home versions and the arcade holding on, it was easy for MK1 and 2 to generate money. When MK3 came out in Ultimate MK, the Lieberman trials were over with. I mean, it was basically just a show trial showcasing how video games make people violent, and it faded into obscurity. Then we came up with they came up with the rating system, which was supposed to be the Band-Aid that fixes it all. And I think because of that, and as the arcades slowly started to fade, what you wind up getting is games like Time Killers, for some old school people out there, Time Killers, Bloodstorm, even Primal Rage. I know my boy down in Venezuela loves it, but they didn't take off like Mortal Kombat did because they didn't have that pop that they needed. So MK1 and 2 popped, but by the time MK3 dropped, everything kind of normalized. Systems started to catch up. You started to see systems like PlayStation come out, which, to be honest, were pretty much equivalent to the arcade cabinet hardware at this point, as far as processor-wise, memory. Its biggest flaw at that time was load disks. I don't know if guys remember, 1x, 2x read-write drives, where, if you looked at like Shang Tsung's Morph, in the trilogy version, it took like 12 minutes to morph.
Yeah, that was terrible
but
on PlayStation.
But that again, that's limitations that were on the systems. But as the systems evolved, when you saw Xbox come out, or even like with the legacy games, that had just dropped, all of those games rolled up into one don't even equal a gig. Versus, Mortal Kombat 1 2025 is 101 gig. So as the eras have gone on and things became more accessible, a lot of the arcade games faded out. But Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 happened to be at that prime spot. And the fact that they back almost 6 months, basically, kept it while it was still hot on the presses. By the time, I don't remember the date, Bill probably does, when UMK dropped. Well, should I say MK3?
April
when that dropped,
95 and then November of 95, respectively. April 95 and then November 95.
So you got that space, that cool-off time. And by that time, yes, Mortal Kombat as a whole had become a household. But with that space and the combination of arcade slowly dying and everything, it just never got the pop. Now, the people that currently are playing this game religiously that never left it, those are actually just your hardcore fans. And there are a lot. There definitely are a lot. I mean, you've seen it grow, whether it's people playing in Russia or down in South America or in the States. And it's just a matter of people good at something, they don't like to let it go. If they enjoy it, they don't let it go. People don't stop playing baseball, if they were good at baseball just because, well, it's gotten older. You stop one or two reasons. You physically can't do it no more, or you get bored of it. And when it comes to things like baseball or UMK, if a person has the passion of the game, like you could see Drew over in Ohio with CKK and all the Ohio guys, they love this game. They talk about this game as if the game came out yesterday. Not realizing it's a 30-year-old game, but they're so passionate about it that they're good at it. And that's really what it comes down to is they didn't evolve. They've played, like I said, I've played everything from 1-1, and everything in between. I played the 3D era stuff. Did it grab me? No. Did I play it as a loyal customer and enjoy them? Yes. But like for me personally, 1 and 2 is what grabbed me overall, and it's kind of that meta of that game that kept me going. I wasn't crazy about, like Summoning said, we weren't crazy about UMK3.
No.
We
UMK3
weren't
was dead by the time we were so into 2. We did so much stuff with 2. We met so many people through 2. 3 just didn't have the magic. It just didn't have that what we needed. We didn't like the dial-up combos. We didn't like any of that stuff. It just was different.
Well, I would say that this is what I want to follow up with. And I'll ask the question about the Rio wants to ask about the big names because I have to preface that with something. I want the audience to understand something. But I think, kind of thinking about it and having all the conversations with Tom and Rio over the years, I think Crimson Shadow, who is the administrator tester, might does have one point. I think has always had one point that I completely missed, and that's the fact that it's really all about the community, right? It almost doesn't matter what necessarily people think about the games, right? Because I mean, Marvel versus Capcom 2, right? That's essentially a game. It's incredibly broken. It's incredibly glitchy, right? It has so many issues. But essentially, because I don't know, 5 people played it who are the legends, like among them obviously Justin Wong and Yipes, who have always advocated for the game, that to this day really still holds, right? To this freaking day, that structure that was built many, many years ago, even upon which I think Tom says Evil was founded upon, right? I feel like MK has always lacked that. We've never had those kind of leaders to push for these games. Not necessarily because they hated them, maybe just, for multiple reasons, right? What do you stand on this? Like, do you think that the MK community has never had those type of people to promote our games so we can get to the next level, like a Street Fighter, like a Marvel, and to a lesser extent, like a King of Fighters? Go ahead.
No, Mortal Kombat struggled to transition into the tournament era, whereas games like Marvel and Capcom's days did. See, what happened is those games actually had consistent console ports, be it good, bad, or indifferent, but they were much better than Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat, you had the Super Nintendo versions and Genesis / Mega Drive versions, or 32X of MK2 and MK1, maybe Sega CD. The Saturn version of MK2 was tough to find and it was a little buggy. So really, it was just like MK3. You had like the PlayStation version and you had Trilogy and things like that. But really, MK didn't transition to the next era. And because of that, a lot of the legends and MK was so different also. The Versus games all shared a fun factor that they're different, but they're similar in some ways. You could give Marvel 1 to Marvel 2 is different, but it's still like the Marvel series, right? MK1, 2, and 3 are kind of like its own thing, and they're all very different within each other. Then there's 4, which is like, what the fuck is this? Which is what a lot of people thought. It's kind of like its own thing. And then there was really nothing from like 97 until DA came out in late 2002. It had a long break. They're all so different. These Capcom games, be it Street Fighter, from one version of 2 to the next, one version of 3 to the next, and then Street Fighter has always had at least some similarities. Mortal Kombat has been so drastically different, and then, it didn't really do well after the arcade era, where other games were still being pumped out. That's kind of the problem. It lost a lot of its player base and kind of had to rebuild, from scratch. Whereas Street Fighter and they kept their own legacy. They kept going. Whereas Mortal Kombat kind of had a long drop off.
Well, let me just briefly challenge you on that. I'll bring on the guests. But like, aren't Super Turbo and Third Strike as different from each other, I would say, as any MK game? That's why those two games are not dominated by the same people, right? Or even played by the same people. Then
But
you have
Super Turbo was able to be played up, through different eras. Mortal Kombat, if you did not walk around with an arcade cabinet strapped to your back, you really didn't have an accurate way to play the game, and that's the difference.
But you don't think it's also
wait, Dave, you also don't realize that Third Strike has had rollback since like 2000s, dude. They didn't just start playing it late. Like a lot of people on Fightcade started playing UMK3 with rollback in like after COVID. They've been playing rollback, Third Strike, and all this stuff for decades, so they've been able to build up longer. And also, like with how it was back then, like how they transitioned from Street Fighter 4, which was, again, it came out in the 2000s, right? They already had tournament stuff. This at Capcom. NRS didn't start doing this until later, like in 2011 with MK9. Before that, the communities were very different. Like you were playing in the arcade area, and it was about basically who were the people that were streaking, people that were winning in the arcade, this and that. You would hear about their name. And then 3D MK comes out, and it's not even about that anymore. Now it's about, okay, who are the people winning the first to 10s and 20s, and who's winning the clan wars. Then after that comes out, and then you get to MK9, and now we're actually branching into the tournament scene. So I think Capcom...
Also a big factor, Mortal Kombat wasn't ingratiated into the current powers that be, which is a big thing. The current powers that be, crowned Capcom the King of Kings, and that was it. It was the West Coast crowd that started the major tournament era with B3, B4, B5, Evolution, and every tournament kind of followed suit. And it was the Street Fighter players that founded the Capcom community that founded the modern tournament era, and that's pretty much what happened in Mortal Kombat. They just didn't have any one that did that. Mortal Kombat was kind of the odd man out.
James, where do you stand?
I mean, reality is like Bill said, that Capcom was king. Capcom dictated as far as what games got any show, what games got any play. It was only until Big E Gaming gave Shock a little corner of somewhere to bring in his little setup and his UMK that it even got a shot to start even being part of the quote unquote tournament scene, and again, early inception of the tournament environment with Mortal Kombat really wasn't based on, tournament plays of, 10 people playing in tournaments as much as it was, this guy over here at this arcade, he beat like 600 people in a row. I want to be the guy to humiliate him, and you travel out there to beat him, and whether you do or don't, that was basically the extent of what the tournament scene was. You found a person or heard a person through news groups or IRC, and then you traveled out to see them. As far as the community aspect, as the community evolved, this ain't the On Blast show. I'm not putting nobody out there on blast, but it's like one of the things you'll notice about, like, let's say the Capcom community is you never hear, now you're starting to get trickling of it. I must correct myself now about like an old school, new school mentality going back and forth. But if somebody was a Street Fighter 5 player and they heard, somebody, Dave is going to play, Third Strike, they didn't go, oh, Dave, you playing that piece of crap? We never gave props to the classic games. And every time we think we're going to, whether it's an iteration of MK2 on PlayStation 3 or the Xbox version of UMK, it's very isolated, and it kind of remains isolated. Same as the power struggle of, Papa Capcom dictating who and who gets to be on stage. Within our community, we dictate what games are viable at the moment. So I think that definitely has held it down from growing. Again, there's people, that don't, and again, this ain't, pat me on the back. There's people that just think I'm just some nobody that, he was just a tester. He don't know nothing. He don't play at a high level, and there's more James MKs out there than than most people know of. But life gets in the way, people get older, people get married. I was hoping a game like the Mortal Kombat Legacy would allow that other 50-year-old guy with a wife and 3 kids to say, hey, you know what? I want to have a flashback time and play this online with people and, go through it. And maybe I'll get into it again. Who knows? But clearly the way this game dropped, that's not going to happen. But overall, I think it's a combination of the power struggle of the FGC combined with the power struggle within the MK/NRS/Midway/Injustice scene, which even with me saying that, there's never been an official, like, this is the Mortal Kombat community. It was the NRS community, which basically meant Injustice and MK. They never had a dedicated community. And I think that hurts it in the long run because some people don't give a crap about Injustice. I played them. They were okay. Not my cup of tea, but I didn't shit on them. Usually the only time you see me shit on a game is when I see somebody shitting on the games I like. And then that's just me lashing out to be a dick. But I think if the community was more embracive of its own past, I think the games would have grown earlier. But even with today's presence, I just don't see it happening. I just think guys have their own agendas. And listen, I don't knock it. I don't knock anybody's hustle. But it's like you can't grow a scene by telling people you're nobody or you were never nobody. You got to regret. I had mentioned to Tom Brady today about a guy Tabmach 99. I don't know who out there knows him, but as far as I'm concerned, for those that don't know him, he is I guess if anything, he's the Chronica timekeeper of all MK history. I think he's the only guy outside of the competitive scene that's been here since Mortal Kombat 1. But nobody knows that. And if you go and you look at his stuff that he posts, he'll come up with why did Reptile become Reptile? And, he knows, who's Sub-Zero's cousin, and he'll know it. He knows, he finds all that stuff. If people like that were more showcased, it would show more depth to the community. We were talking about casuals and competitive players a couple of weeks ago, but it's like you got cosplayers, you got people that are into the lore, you got people that, all of those people are part of the community. All of those people should be embraced. But it seems like the only ones that have ever had the voices the loudest are the competitive scene. Which I never understood. Like, if I turn around to you and go, hey, Rio, you stupid motherfucker, you're a piece of shit. And then, oh, by the way, hey, Rio, can I borrow $20? Should I be shocked when you tell me to go fuck myself?
Nope.
So why would people think that, like, telling people that play online, well, you're not part of the community unless you go offline, or all you do is cosplay as Sub-Zero? You want to embrace all of these people. That's why it's turned me off in this scene since MK9, and it's gotten gradually worse as time's gone on, where it went from what I thought it was going to turn out to be to what it's become now. And I think that at the core, combined with what Bill was saying as far as, the Capcom cops gatekeeping what games get in and get out is overall what's hurt Mortal Kombat, not the games. Because listen, at the end of the day, we could all be honest with ourselves. The NRS Midway have put out some real fucking bummers of Mortal Kombat games, but we all still played them. We all still went and played them. MK4 was their last minute rush to just hurry up and get an arcade game out before we're out of business. But we played it for quite a few years, and we enjoyed it. You know, but if nobody ever follows up to nurture the scene, that's why you get where you're at now, where it's, you know, what, a handful of people that play MK1 saying they're pros and everybody else is nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like MK's been ahead of the curve with regarding Capcom and stuff for a while. With, you know, MK was kind of the first game to do the story mode and all that, and then everybody started copying them. But now I feel like MK needs to come back and take things that other fighting game communities, I mean, sorry, not communities, but developers have done for their games to make them better. For example, correct me if I'm wrong here, but were you able to search and find an opponent in Street Fighter 4 while training mode, or was that a thing that they first added in Street Fighter 5? Do any of you remember?
I believe 4 you can. I believe 4 you can, where you go into training mode, you hit it, and it'll give you you got a match.
Really?
I want to say
okay, so
I want to say it was.
Okay, well, whether it's Street Fighter 4 or 5, the fact that you could do this for a while now in Capcom games, and you still cannot do this in a Mortal Kombat game, is another thing where it's like, why don't we have the very basics for us to have things like that? And then them being able to play, you know, rollback for a long time, and we get this new collection 2025, and we don't even have private lobbies, don't have a ranked. Like, I feel like we're not asking for too much. We just want some of the things that can make our community explode. Like, you have people that were willing to do a bunch of tournaments for the 2D MKs with this collection coming out, but they couldn't do it because the game doesn't have the very bare basics to allow the community to run and do things for it. So, even, like, I think MK has a lot of potential to do things right, and it's shown because other fighting game developers have copied them, but then MK doesn't want to do the same thing back and be like, you know what, let's add training while searching for our games. Let's add ranked mode, this and that, to make our games better for the, I guess you could say, the 1% of people that want to take it to the next level. Because at the end of the day, I think that'll help everything explode. Like, imagine we had these massive, giant tournaments because of all this. Then you could also have cosplayers there doing that, right? You could have like a cosplay show. You could have a winner for that. And you can pretty much go from there. It doesn't have to only be about competitive players, and that's it.
That's a Warner Brothers issue, though. Warner Brothers is interested in making quick money. So even if you go back to MK1, like, it's obvious, like, why did so many suggestions not get done? Because it costs money. They wanted to put a product out quickly, have it sell. They didn't want to spend money for some of these online features. And you see the same thing with MK1. There's some similarities there. MK Legacy Collection, whether it's NetherRealm itself or Digital Eclipse, there's some similarities that the very basic features that we're even expecting, like in this game, ranked and crossplay, they're not committed to that anymore. It's because Warner Brothers wants to make money but not spend it. That's the goal. To put all these things is going to cost money. Just put it out, put a lobby system in. We'll make what we can, and then we'll sell it off. That's what they're doing. That's why.
Right, and Warner Bros. Isn't helping. What's that mode that they put so much time into in MK1? I forgot the name of it. Where, like,
Invasions.
Yeah, so
Cameo?
what I'm saying is
Cameo.
Well, I guess, but more the invasions. Like, that's a mode that they put a lot of effort into. Do. Like, it would have been nice if instead of them putting as much effort as they did into that, they could have put some of it into being able to search while training or things like that. You know, just like better priority. Because I feel like, I mean, I guess invasions is talked about by a lot of people. That's why a lot of people play it like single player. But it's just crazy to me how like other basic stuff gets overlooked and pushed aside for stuff like that. In my opinion.
I mean, Evasions is the one that gave, like, you know, like a bunch of variables that they would add in the middle of it. I look at Invasion.
It's like it's like the big single player thing for the people that want to like continue playing the game single player without online.
You know, like Tom said, to me, Invasions was, hey, we could give these guys, I don't know, 2025 version of Mortal Kombat or you know, combat chess. Nah, fuck it. We'll just let them play the game, but we'll make the characters go on fire in the middle of the match, and We'll drop some blood from the ceiling, and we'll make it. Make this. We'll give this guy 12,000 pounds of armor that you got to punch through, and to do something like that versus giving us something that makes us go, wow, you know what? This is as good as fucking Mario Kart, would have been more satisfying. But, again, I think budget wise and what they spend, and a game like Mortal Kombat 1, I know for a fact they were mad stuck on that cameo system. Because I could tell you right out the gate, if people are unhappy with the cameo system, it was a fuck ton worse in the beginning. I can guarantee you. Trying to balance something like that with the amount of characters, both within the variable system itself, with the characters that are playable versus the people that are the cameos, probably consumed the largest amount of time for the development process. So to get where you're at now, like I said, by the time they get that all the kinks out, to quote Tom, Ed McMahon, fuck it, just get it out. Get it out as you can. Fuck it, just get the thing out. Because you go to a burnout, dude. Like a lot of people, and you've seen articles and stuff over the years about people talking about other companies or said companies about burnout. Like, you can love a game. I love Mortal Kombat 1, the original, through and through. But, when you're playing this game and working on it to get it in a condition where it could be released, and you're playing it for fucking 96 hours a week, that ain't much time to shit, eat, shower, and do anything else. You go through this burnout of it, and then you take time off and you go, oh, you know what? When you come across a product that you go, you know what? That fucking era of working on that sucked, but at least this came out the way I wanted. And with them, I just feel like they're trying to incorporate unrealistic things, and you get stuck on it. When between me and you, they should have canceled cameo systems. I would have said cancel the cameo system, take half the cameo characters, dump them in the game as a bunch of secret guys. Hit your head on the tree in the forest 16 times, boom, you got Jade. Now she's playable. And giving people that kind of old school feel where everything doesn't have to be a freaking DLC that you got to pay for now. Remember getting Melina's naked skin and the toilet paper skin that she was wearing, in MK9, things like that where you just get things for being. It's now pay for shit. Everything's pay for.
You had to beat the challenge tower in MK9 to get that skin.
Yeah. Or even fighting Smoke, a noob, or any of these people.
Or Cyber Reptile, which was a funny one in MK9.
Yeah. And it's like they could have done so much, but I think they go to. I think the staff at NRS is burnt out on MK, and even though people think, well, Injustice is the break they need, the pressure doesn't stop. The pressure, it's still the job. The pressure doesn't stop because you changed the title. And ironically, you're going from one fighting game to another. So the burnout is definitely real. I would have loved to seen a Shaolin Monks 2, or something, or a nice deep quest game where maybe not Shaolin Monks, but something, the Sub-Zero and Scorpion saga that they were talking about, back in Inception days. Something that just would have let them get a break and decompress from fighting games. But overall, I just feel like it's hit a wall. Between the scene, between the games, I just saw, I don't know if it's true or not, Saudi Arabia looking to buy them out now. It's sad to see the scene go the way it did. I mean, we just had a Combat Cup final in a leaky ceiling cafeteria in the middle of Mexico. And it's like, that was your finals. So, I mean,
a lot of players are upset about that.
If you see that, that goes hand in hand with the product. If you remember when they did it wasn't called the Combat Tour. It was the one where they did the event in Cali where people were getting tattoos done and, inviting cosplayers. Like, it got burnt out. I think was that 11 or X
Was
that
that
they
the
did that
MK11 pre-party show, like on
pre-party.
gameplay
Yes,
release, whatever?
yes. They put a lot of work into that, and then you could see the drop off from 11 to 1. That, like, it was almost like, yeah, here's your fucking game. Take it, shut up, and leave us alone. And that's basically what it's come down to now. I think they look at it, and I want to say they feel like they spent enough that they should have been making boku dollars, but you got to nurture the scene's broken, and you got to nurture it back to life before you can bleed it. You need to put blood back in it.
For the longest time, I used to think that Tekken and Street Fighter were the standard for everything, but they're really the exception. And I think I have approached everything wrongfully for many, many years. Because even though MK is a popular franchise in terms of, financial gain, it's not really, popular than anything else, really. And I think it takes years to build the scene. And again, there are multiple reasons that we have discussed all of them why MK as a franchise is not on the same terms of competitively as Tekken and Street Fighter. And I think one of the reasons I think we can all agree on is it's essentially it's underfunded by the publisher, right? Like WB doesn't give a damn about the competitive scene. In fact, I have heard this privately from people who work on the game. So and Legacy, I mean, I don't think you need more evidence, right? Digital Clips, obviously, they're the ones working on the game, but my assumption is that they were clearly underfunded. There was never going to be probably crossplay. There was never going to be like a rank system, because this stuff costs a lot of money. And I just want to give this a quote real quick from if you guys remember EX Slayer, the manager, whatever, the CEO was asked, well, it's an old game. Can you guys please implement crossplay? He was like, if we did that, we would be broke the next day. So I think a lot of people underestimate how much money this costs. And another quick example, this is a private one, I can't name the source, but when MKX, redid their online netcode, it cost millions, literally millions of dollars. So yeah, because you have to pay people, you have to test stuff, you have to update it, right? You have to fix the bugs, and somebody's got to, somebody got to keep track of this stuff. So it's very, very expensive. And I think Legacy is the perfect example in the sense that they probably never had enough money to do this anyway. And I think Digital Clips is mostly innocent, but obviously they take some blame for letting us know, hey, by the way, the day of the release, there are not going to be all these features, and you people who wanted to host a tournament, like, I guess you're screwed. It's almost comical.
I mean, I hold, and I hate, and this is me being Johnny Lawrence versus Daniel LaRusso. I hold Digital Eclipse 100% responsible. If you asked me, Jimmy, hey, I want to build a house. I want like 6 floors. I want columns in the front. I want it to look like a Roman Colosseum. And I go, I got you. Meanwhile, I ain't got an architect degree. I mean, I built, a couple of fucking birdhouses. I got you. If I say yes to that and I made the commitment, that's on me now, not you. You assumed, hey, Jimmy says he knows what he's doing. So, again, I can guarantee you the way WB, the way they operate, they looked at the game and they said, look, we need 2 years to get this game done in an emulation form. Hey, Digital Eclipse, we need you to do it in a year. And Digital Eclipse basically hedged their bet, and they said, you know what? We'll say yes, but you know what? In 3 months, we'll come up with a major catastrophe that's going to push it back a little bit and hope they'll be understanding with it and it'll buy us more time. And they try to buy this time. And that's what happens on 90% of these development houses when you bid them. Even when I was at Acclaim, if we went to a company like Probe or Sculpture, you're not out there turning work down. You're trying to get work. So you're going to bullshit your way into getting the work and worry about it on the back end. But the problem is the companies that you're dealing with have real tight budgets, shipping dates, things that need to be met. And not making those dates becomes a lawsuit, which will cost you a shit ton more than what you were getting paid for to do it in the first place. And so I think Digital Eclipse is, in a way, I can't call them a victim because it's their own doing. They said they could give them X, Y, and Z. Now, I wasn't a fly on the wall that, heard them say, well, can you do this, this, and this? But I mean, basic online features in 2025. I mean, I play fucking Mr. Do and Gauntlet with summoning on main 2-player. It's such, I'm talking about games from 1983, and they play better than this does online. So I
admit it, though, I was always hoping all these new releases would be awesome. Jimmy knew it right away. This is like an ongoing joke that we have. I had so much hope for Legacy. I keep his spirits going. He's like, dude, you're in for your 12th disappointment. I'm like, no, I'm not. I just kept going. And of course, this game was exactly how Jimmy just said it. Exactly. It's just it's sad.
I mean, I felt bad saying it to people though. Like you feel bad. Like I told Headlock Gaming, I'm going back into July. And I'm like, you're not getting what you think you're getting. And and it was based originally, believe it or not, it was based originally off of MK4 and the Zeus hardware. It's been the hardest hardware because it's such a wonky system to ever get an emulated, a good emulated version. And it's just, I knew they would spend too much time on that and they wouldn't get to all the other stuff. And that's basically what happened. It's not like I'm Nostradamus. It's just common sense when you know the industry.
Yeah, I just don't like putting all the blame on, or even most of it on Digital Eclipse, because I think in the past they have released stuff that was more compatible with with modern fighting gaming. I just think they were, they still are essentially contractors. Hey, can you do this for us? Here's the money. We don't know the specific because none of us sat in the meetings, but we can, I think, kind of safely assume that they were underfunded and that they just were put in an essentially impossible position to, deliver all these promises that at least from the competitive side of the FGC wanted, and it's but they kind of did tell the truth. Even like this was not supposed to be a competitive, quote unquote product. It's supposed to be a more casual experience, right? They did talk about that, I think, pretty early on. So, but obviously, if you are, I don't know, a Mr. Aquaman or Rip Serena or a Demon Lobby, and you pretty much hold a Mortal Kombat 1 tournament, the modern one, every week, and now you're trying to introduce maybe MK2 and Ultimate, yet you obviously can't. So I think you and I kind of had this conversation privately. Like, this is over, man. Like, it's over. There's no rank. There's no class play. Like, who knows when private lobbies are even coming? So whatever, if there was ever an opportunity, this was it, and it's lost. It's over.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's no comeback from it.
Rio, do you agree?
I mean, I think they're all to blame. I think Eclipse is to blame, Warner Bros. All of them, because again, if you're gonna work on this, I understand what they're doing. A lot of us don't care to play Special Forces. Instead of using that time to do that or whatever, put in a ranked mode if you can. That's the way I see it.
I cannot tell a lie though. I haven't finished it, but I've officially, Special Forces came out in what, 98, I think, maybe. I officially have gone the furthest I ever did in Special Forces in 2025. Not that far, but just seeing it look like a fucking version of Gauntlet with over-the-head views of Jax, I was like, you know what? I just went through the motions. It wasn't like I was like, oh, let me go and investigate this. They're like, yeah, go find a card key. I'm like, okay, let me guess. If I start on the right, it's probably to the left. It's very linear. It like really doesn't give you much to roam around with. But I don't know. It's where I become a little bit of an optimist. I'm like, maybe I will enjoy this one. But yeah, so far no.
In my opinion, they should have added this stuff as DLC like way later down the line. But would I recommend this park to anybody? Hell no. Hell no. Don't buy this. It's terrible. Unless you just want to play offline single player. And in that case, and just get MAME and you can play any arcade game you want. What's the point of paying $50 for this?
Yeah, I
For
know.
free.
Actually, Cowboy, a friend of the show, he's gotten really into Mortal Kombat 2, and he's kind of encouraged me to play. But even though he was like, you kind of want,
Just download and play
Me-
Fight Kit for free, man. This
I know,
what
yeah,
they made,
exactly.
it's so bad.
exactly.
I
It's
know
just
you
like
don't
you
want to
need-
blame. I know you don't want to blame the company behind it that's making it and Warner Bros. But I'm sorry, but they're the ones that made it. It's shit. It's on their hands.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm not making excuses. I'm just, I guess kind of like trying to assess the reality, but not that other people aren't. But I think Cowboy was like, yeah, I kind of play 50-50 on MAME, and then, I'm sorry, 50-50 on Fight Kit, and then the other one I kind of play Legacy as well. But yeah, I do believe that, regardless how anybody feels about the games, including me, there was an opportunity for sure, and I think, the powers that be in our own in our own scene, they were ready to stream this. They were ready to go. Offline, online, obviously offline to a much lesser extent. But at this point, I think the situation has been botched beyond repair, and only the die-hard fans will continue playing this, and I think everybody else has kind of already moved on, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is what happens when you release a half-assed product. It's people end up moving on.
Yeah.
And a physical copy is not going to make a difference.
You called this by a mile, Jimmy. Not even. I mean, you called it exactly what was going to happen. You said it word for word. I never wanted to believe it, but you were right. You're always
I mean,
right.
and I don't, and I want to reiterate something. Me being right isn't me. Hey, everybody, pat me on the back. Do you not think I wanted to have every version of Mortal Kombat finally consolidated into one current gen system where I don't have to go fucking dust off my fucking PlayStation 1 version of Sub-Zero Mythologies or fucking want to go crack open my PlayStation 2 3D era stuff? I would have been more than ecstatic to be able to just say, you know what? Instead of having Tekken 8 and Rocket League be the only games on my PlayStation 5, I could actually have this.
Oh no, I know you wanted it to work. I know, but you just knew that it wouldn't. That's what I mean. Of course you wanted it to work. We wouldn't play these games if you didn't. Of course you wanted it to work, but you nailed it, man. You
I can
nailed
tell you this. If the game came out well, I wouldn't be on this podcast right now talking. Me and Summoning would be playing.
Oh hell yeah.
MK1, we would be playing Trilogy.
Yep.
That's
We never
what
got
we'd
to
be
play. We never got to
played
play
Trilogy.
Trilogy on stick ever. We never did.
And just when he came over here and we were playing at my house, just to be able to sit and touch Trilogy on stick felt fucking awesome. Even if there was a little input lag and all that, it didn't matter. You also got to remember the old era. What you guys call lag, we just call normal.
Yeah.
I
That was
get
our
mad.
last hurrah, though. I mean, right, Jimmy? We were at our friend's house. They got a PS1. We put Trilogy in. We played on those things called pads, and we never played again
We
after
looked
that
at
day.
it. We all looked at it. Was 5 of us in the room, and we all looked at each other and go,
This is
"This
it.
is it, guys. This is it,
I
guys.
think
We're
we
done."
shook hands, and that was it for us for a long time.
And it kind of went hand in hand with the death of the arcade, because you got to remember Trilogy and 4 kind of came out simultaneous pretty much. So it was like when that happened, it was like, okay, we could go back to the arcade and play 4, but we're not really into that no more either. So we just
Slowly
kind of went
died.
our own ways.
Yeah, it was the beginning of the end for us. That's why when we hooked up, we couldn't set the controls. By the way, this is a whole different story. When we sat up, we actually streamed and we sat down and we tried to figure out hardware. We couldn't even get the shit to work. And once we finally got stuff to work, we played Trilogy and we're like, wow, this is the first time since we've touched this game with
You know,
two
and it's
joy.
funny. It's funny because we, on a total side note, that guy Rex, whatever his name is, he did a
Sure.
video. He did a video on somebody doing a video on me doing a video. I was like, what the fuck is this world we live in, where I make a video that you make actually no, I'm sorry, I make a tweet reviewing our experience. Somebody else makes a video of my tweet, and then somebody makes a video of my tweet telling me I'm wrong, that I'm just some kind of simpleton, like I'm not fucking tech savvy and I don't know how to set up a controller. And then it was ironic because I was talking to Detroit about it, and I said to Detroit, who else to better talk to about keyboards and sticks is Detroit. And then Detroit was like, you want to know something? He goes, me and my boy were playing on the fucking console as well. And like you said in your write-up, we set it all up. We thought we were good. And then mid-match, it just changed the profile on us. Like all of a sudden it didn't work again. We went back into the profile and it moved it to something else. So
Right.
there's
And he was playing on Switch, though. We were on PC, right? So that's also something he wasn't right about, right?
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, he does. He didn't know. I mean, there's actually stick layouts that do not work on PC. It will not work. It's like the original PDP stick won't work. So yeah, it was just silly things like that. I mean, get a stick to work. I mean, every game can get hard and different inputs to work, if even devices to work. We couldn't even get one stick working. It was Legacy's bad. It's bad.
It's
There's no other
sad.
way.
It's sad when you could hook up a Guitar Hero's guitar and get that configured easier than a stick.
Yep.
Well, again, they did say that, I forget the gentleman's name, but it was never supposed to be, a competitive port, if you will. I don't know if that's the right word. And again, I'm not making excuses for them, but they did say that, and they
Oh,
certainly
they did say that. You're
they
right.
certainly did lie to us about it. Like, they definitely told no lie, right? They were
Yeah, they said it was aimed at the casual player. That
Yeah.
was the actual quote, I think.
Yeah,
Aimed for
and
casual audiences only.
honestly, what's most frustrating, I think one of the podcast episodes I was talking about the not magazines, but the critics, right? And I don't think it scored lower than a 7 in any of them. So essentially got like 8, the 9s, and maybe 1 or 2 7s. So,
Yeah,
and
I
obviously,
don't know how that works. I
yeah,
don't know
yeah,
how
it's
that
like
works.
very frustrating. It tells you how out of touch I guess the mainstream critics are about fighting games. They can't even uh, at least everybody who's in this call, right, from our perspective, accurately assess the game. Uh, when again, it lacked all these
If
fun
this shit
basic.
wins Game of the Year, if Legacy Collection wins Game of the Year, I'm gonna delete the shit off my hard drive and then I'm gonna install MK1 and play that.
I would turn around. I would turn around if it wins Game of the Year. I will fucking start paying people $10 to video themselves pissing on their physical copies, burning them in the streets, take a shit on them. I don't care what you do. But the fact of the matter is, Fatal Fury deserves Game of the Year. I looked at the titles. Fatal Fury is the only one that I think can get Game of the Year out of those.
Hold on. Can you
Well,
search
that-
in rank? Wait, can you search in that game while practicing mode?
Probably works.
Okay, Game of the Year
Probably.
right there. Game of the Year right there.
That game is facing its own controversies, but yeah, more so I guess because I think there has been a lot of money spent. Yet, I believe I don't remember the exact Event Hub's article, but I believe they're making cuts to their staff. Kind of rearranging stuff. So, this is what I mean, right? Like we talk about Tekken and Street Fighter, but man, oh man, it's rough. It seems like a lot of things have to go right for you to have 7,000 players at Evo, or whatever, 3,000, right? It's super hard to get up to that point. and it's a collective effort of obviously developers doing what they need to do, publishers making the right investment, the game just being good and being enjoyable to most people, not all, because nothing is perfect, and the community doing its own thing and building everything up. For all those facets to add up to the ultimate success is a rarity, not the standard. Tom, what do you think? Again, I want to get your opinion as well. Am I correctly assessing the situation, or what do you think?
Street Fighter is the exception and not the rule.
Yeah, like Tekken as well, right? Because Tekken still gets good numbers in spite of what many people say about Tekken 8.
Tekken is huge in Europe, by the way. That's
Yeah,
not
I know it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
so big out here.
It's Street Fighter works because there are people that are working hard to make sure it works. So it's always going to work because people's livelihood depend on it working. The modern tournament scene, people that ran Evo, from the Cannons to Sony to now the Saudis, their tournament is powered by Street Fighter. Without Street Fighter, we'd have Mortal Kombat and other games that people just aren't going to show up for. The FGC in general, the reason why it doesn't work outside of Street Fighter is there's one game that people have a vested interest in because it has to work, otherwise the entire thing collapses. The rest of the FGC went away from what matters, what built the FGC, the people. It's no longer about the people and the relationships, and because of such, why do you want to travel if you'd much rather sit at home and play some guy wearing a animal mask in his underwear for a Nike ad, which that picture
Is he at least wearing Nike shoes?
Yeah, but he has his underwear on. I'll never. I don't know why someone sent me that picture. I mean, like,
Wait,
I
what are
can
we
never
talking about?
understand.
That's
Sonic
so
Fox,
lost.
right? Sonic
Yeah,
Fox.
I don't know why he was in his underwear, but I mean, neither here nor there. My point is, though, you have these people who are just nameless. You don't know who they are. You just come online, play. Right now, it's like, let me come online. Hey, look, I don't care who you are. Give me my 2 ranked matches and let me just move on. That's the FGC right now. And you can't develop it that way. Well, you can develop a culture where everybody is not about lifting their game up. They're about lifting themselves up, sit at home, do what I want. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about the scene. Just do this. And if there's a tournament where I could make some money and you want to fly me out to it, cool. So games can't exist that way. So unless you have an entity like Street Fighter does behind it now, and has had for a long time, who works hard to make sure it succeeds, no other game is going to do that, because there's only one game that has something like that where people make sure it succeeds. So the people have to build it up, and we've gotten farther and farther away from that, and the communities have gotten farther and farther away from that. Like the Mortal Kombat community. If you were to say right now, hey, the MK community is hurting, what hurts so much about Legacy Collection is the MK community doesn't have anything to build off of right now. It can't build. MK1, you just can't build off that alone. Whether people think good, bad, or indifferent about it, it just doesn't grab people. And it's not about the people. It was about the game, the tournaments, and the, whatever. And I'm not saying MK1 anything wrong with that, but it's not enough. You can't build off 11, you can't build off X, because it's too separated. You have too many separated communities. And the MK community fights against the previous community. Hey, imagine we could do good if we were all united. Well, yeah, you know what? Fuck you, because your game is shit. You don't deserve to be alive. That's kind of like what the MK community is. So it's very difficult. It can't build. Fatal Fury has always struggled to get off the ground. The main reason people list to play it is the money that's there, not because if you take even MK9. Why do we travel for MK9? For the money? No, because we looked forward to seeing people. I looked forward to seeing everybody, whether it be Denzel or people from California or Rio or PL or the guys from Texas, or when I would go to New York, those guys, right? It wasn't just for the game. We've kind of got away from that now. And we have to realize the game cannot stand on its own without the people that play it. Once you remove the people and it's just about playing the game, it's tough for a game to survive, unless you have entities who have a vested interest in making sure it survives. No other game is ever going to get that but Street Fighter. So as long as the communities stay the way they are, Only Street Fighter will survive. That's kind of like the problem. That's why it's the exception.
Well, James and someone, let me get your opinion. I always, just to preface, this is why I enjoy listening to Tom, because like he kind of connects everything to the modern era, right? Why do we care? Because everything is about building a scene. Like I don't mind talking about back in the day. I think it's awesome, and I generally never meant to be disrespectful to either one of you. Saying stuff it's boring. I just don't like people telling me they were dominant when, by your own admission, like there was no competitive scene. So like, what are we talking about? I would never call myself dominant in the 3D MK games, even though I literally dominated, right? But I never use that as an example because I think it's pretty pointless. And Tom has done this as well, and I've held him accountable as well. Like to me, I'm more interested in like, how do we build a scene? How do we make our games better? And how do we grow from here? That to me is the most interesting topics, and and how you connect those aspects to the future. And I think that's more interesting. I'm glad Tom,
And
kind of like,
speaking of the
yeah,
people,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
we only have an hour left, and I want Jimmy and Summoning, and I want to pay them their respect for people that paved the way for people like us. And they can tell you all about the arcade era and the people and what it was really about. And I don't want to get too far from that when we only have an hour left. And I want to pay them that respect so they can share their stories and their experiences with so many people here as people that are they're true trailblazers that pave the way for each and without a Jimmy or a Summoning or even like a Lex, Apollo, a Mo, Jason Wilson, Master John, who thank you, Master John, for reaching out to me in my YouTube comments. There wouldn't be any of us, none of us. So I want these guys to have their moment, and talk about, their days.
Would you guys say like the state of MK right now is the worst it's ever been, or has MK1 done a good job to, I guess, keep the scene alive?
Worst it's ever been. It's a full rebuild. It's a full rebuild,
Can
unfortunately.
I comment on that? Because I still play and watch the game. And I think online, I think it's easily the best it's ever been. Obviously, offline is a completely different story, and we can maybe discuss why. But online, there's no question. You have your Aquaman, you have your Rips Arena. The numbers are obviously not very high because the game is 2 years old. We all know how MK does, after its first 2 years. But there are enough people who play it, and they're very consistent. Again, not trying to like exaggerate or paint a false picture of the current scene, but there's almost no doubt that I think it's the best it's ever been in terms of online only. Yet online via offline, I'm sorry, we know that the numbers are very, very miserable, and I think it's going to remain this way.
Right, but I'm saying, has MK1 had like a positive impact on like building the scene and propelling MK forward, or has it done not that?
I think it's done some good things. I think most of what people fail to understand, aside from the cameo system, I think which we're all critical about, most of the other features, they're all legacy. Well, Uplock as well, right? It's because it's from MK11. But like, I'm sorry, it's not from MK11. Uplock is a new feature, right? That's the exception. I'm sorry. But like everything else, the wake up system works, the way, the aerial combat that's from Mortal Kombat Armageddon. Armor obviously goes back to Mortal Kombat 9 and Mortal Kombat X. So I feel like it's a more unifying game than, let's say, a game like Mortal Kombat 11 was.
Yeah, so the problem isn't that MK1 had bad gameplay or anything. Like the gameplay is actually good. It's just, I guess, the other things around it, like the game not having more single player content.
Well, I think its first year, it's not as bad as Legacy, but it was pretty disastrous in terms of just basic functionality. I think that has hurt the game more than anything else. And single player content it also was not up to standards. But I think in terms of the gameplay, a lot of this, some of the people like, strong power levels, they definitely did that. They came through. That's what I personally like, and I know other people like that as well. They came in easily, and I think they can still do a good job. And it's probably unlikely at this point, but I think there still could be another patch. We'll see what happens with that. But I think it's kind of like at this point, it's kind of neutral. I think I don't think it's either negative or positive.
I jumped ship after the first couple months of the game, but so I didn't follow what people were saying about the gameplay for the whole 2 years. So, do you feel that like people do enjoy the gameplay, and do you think this is the game they should be taking forward to expand on for the next game, or should they start from scratch and not take anything from MK1?
Oh, I don't. If you're asking me, I don't like the cameo system. I think it's obviously it was never going to be removed anyway because that's the game. It's kind of like the moving the heat system from Tekken 8 or removing the drive gauge system, from Street Fighter 6. That's the game, brother. You either like it or you don't. I'm sorry, right? And again, I'm not excusing that, but
Right, but I'm saying
for me,
for going forward, should they build off MK1 and use this game, or should they just start from square one? Like,
yes,
how
I like
good is this game in terms of how people feel about the gameplay and everything?
Well, you have to keep in mind it's a small community, right? The people who still play the game that obviously love it, right? Just when I went back to MK11 right over the summer, I played it. Like the people who play these games, it's no longer mainstream. They love these games, right? Like if you ask somebody, do you love MKX? Of course, they will say I love it, right? So I don't think it's a matter of who's right, who's wrong. It's a matter of what do you like. It's a preference thing, right? And I don't think it has much to do with necessarily the gameplay as much as basic functionalities, basic opportunities that were missed in its first year, right? Kind of like with Legacy. Tom,
what do
you
you
wanna?
what do you think if they were to go back and give you 12 to 15 characters, wipe out the cameo system, and focus more on the interacting gameplay as far as the mechanics for the gameplay itself, with 12 to 15 character versus trying to balance out 35 characters and 22 assists that you can pick from? Do you think that would be even though it may seem like it's a step in the backwards direction, but it would give them the time and maybe the leeway needed to balance characters out better versus trying to balance out 35 other characters and different variables?
I mean, Rio, I would love to hear your response.
Dude, I'm so sorry, but I was not paying attention. I was just reading something.
Bruh.
I
You're just-
thought the question was
Yo,
being asked to
just
somebody else.
back
I didn't
to
realize it
games.
was. No, I honestly
And I'm
didn't realize the question was being asked to me. I thought it was like to somebody else.
It's in general. It's in general.
Oh, it's in general. Okay. Yeah, my bad.
So,
I
you know,
didn't listen. If one of you guys
So
want to answer,
basically, all I'm saying, Rio, is like, if would you look at it as a step backwards if they scaled back to say 12 to 15 characters, wiped out all the cameo crap and everything, and just focused on making those 12 to 15 characters as balanced as they could for whatever variables they put in as far as the gameplay goes? Or would you feel like that's, well, no, you're shorting me. I should have 60 characters now because I had 35 on the last one?
I mean, if they're gonna do only 12 characters, then they need to make sure the characters have a lot of depth to them. Like, I need to see a move list have like 500 moves in them. There needs to be a lot of execution. Because if we can learn all these characters, like these new games, in like a week, where you learn their B&Bs in 10 minutes of training mode, then it's gonna fail terribly.
I mean, now if they do, like, I mean, I don't know about 500 moves, but if they give you a well set of arsenal tools and everything you need and stuff that's incorporated, I don't know what types of I'm just, again, this is just off the top of my head, but varying different aspects for gameplay, whatever you can do an X-ray in a combo, and if you do the X-ray right, you could do an EX version in the X-ray, pop them up, and do your Capcom 999 hits or whatever. But at least with 12 to 15 guys, I think it would give them a better ability for them to balance 15 versus 30, because clearly when the number gets too high, balance becomes a huge issue.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see X-Ray come back over Fatal Blows. I think Fatal Blows are the worst idea ever made, and I don't know why they're still using them. But in terms of the characters, I mean, they're gonna have to go back drawing board. Like, if you want to have a game with only 12 characters, it has to be more than just do it down one. You're plus 30 now because down one hit. Now you get to do your free string into combo, and if it hits a block, you do your assist or 50-50. Like, they gotta really learn how to design a game that's very engaging on both sides. Because now I'm thinking about it, they did have searching while training mode in this game, there'd be nothing to do anyway, because what the hell are you training mode for? You can learn all the combos, there's no reason to train. So now when I think about it, now I see why they don't add training mode while searching these new games, because there's no reason to even go to training mode. That's why. Like,
I completely back to differ. I think MK1 has some of the best designed fighting game characters. Not by fighting game standards, but definitely by NR. It's not even close. Like, if you play MK11, you have characters literally have no combos, right? Like, you play RoboCop. What is that character? Literally no combos. Pew pew. That's the only thing you can do. which by the way isn't even that strong. It's super overrated. Like there's no depth to that character. And then you go to Mortal Kombat 1 and you play like a Geras. You have to build like these resources and you have to do these setups with 2 clones. Super interesting. Ermac, Noob. Like I'm not talking about the aesthetics, right? That's a separate discussion. I'm just strictly talking about the gameplay, right? Like there's a lot of good stuff here, right, that they can build upon. Because unlike in MK11, where essentially a lot of characters just did down one and other nonsense, like there's a lot of depth here that I feel like is underrated, especially for an NRS fighting game that I think they could build upon. That's why I think the game to me is a lot more tolerable than something like MK11, even MKX, right? What did we do with that game? Half screen overheads that are plus into half screen overheads that are plus, right? This game is different. And I'm not saying it's for everybody, but I think, at least in my humble opinion, it's a step in the right direction in terms of the depth, the execution, the involvement required to play these characters is a lot higher in every modern NRS game except Mortal Kombat 9. Tom, I mean, you have played them as much as, do you agree or am I exaggerating?
Man, I think MK1's depth is vastly overrated. If you're comparing MK1's depth to say it had more depth than MK11 or MKX, you're not saying that much. Comparatively, sure, but I think that's more of an indictment on some of their previous new titles as opposed to a compliment to MK1. That's kind of how I see it.
Rio?
I guess I can tell you when I played MK1, I learned all of Havoc B&Bs in like 2 days, and then I learned the Cyrex conversions, and that was it. Then my whole game plan was, did I hit them with back 224? Okay, I get a combo. Did they block it? Okay, I get pressure. And rinse repeat. Did I throw them? I get a combo. I mean, if that's depth, if depth to you is doing a long combo, then okay. Then I guess Mortal Kombat Armageddon had the most depth ever, because that game had like 20-minute long 100-hit combos. I mean, I guess it depends what you think depth is. To me, doing long combos isn't depth, dude. You need to do a lot more effort than just that for a game to be considered a lot of depth.
Well, I know after MK11, I agree. The standard was so low, then I think people were just like celebrating, like for anything really. Like, not sure what
this has to do with MK11. I'm talking about MK1.
I know, but because we're comparing games, so
I'm comparing MK1 to all the fighting games, not just MK11.
But
wait, are you talking about MK11 versus MK1? I thought this was a topic in general.
No, because I think we're talking about Mortal Kombat games, not talking about fighting games in general. But I guess you can compare them to whatever you want, and you wouldn't be mistaken. I'm just comparing Mortal Kombat to other Mortal Kombat games, including Justice as well. I think MK1,
right,
especially
but you keep bringing up characters like Jade and RoboCop that aren't combo characters, but then you leave out the other characters that did nothing but combos nonstop. Like Fujin, every time he hit you, combo. Cabal, combo. Jackie, combo. Geras, combo. Joker, I mean, we get it. RoboCop and Jade didn't do that, but all the other characters in the game were just, they hit you with anything, you have to eat a 40% combo, and now you have to guess again.
Yeah, I mean, the top tier, I understand that they were functional, but like a lot of the others were not. The game essentially punishes you for actually learning combos, and the game is so counterintuitive. And I will also agree that to an extent, Mortal Kombat 1 is counterintuitive because, let's say you you learn your punishes, right? If I do a slide,
doesn't even teach you to anti-air, bro. Like, I don't, like, we're talking about counterintuitive.
In all respect, man, these viewers, they don't want to hear about MK1, man. They're tired of it.
Well, it's the only scene.
MK1's a game where it teaches you, hey, don't anti-air when they jump at you, press up block. I mean, you can argue that's counterintuitive. Well, I mean, what's wrong with anti-airs? Why do we need up block? Are we too stupid to know how to press a button when someone jumps at us to do it down too?
Well, I think up block is one of the best mechanics in the game because it's actually a defensive mechanic, which we all know by modern fighting game standards, they're all completely
what else is a defensive mechanic? A functioning anti-air.
Yeah, which is in the game. So
then what is the point of up block if you can just anti-air? See how it's like a wasted mechanic for no reason?
It's actually not, because you can up block overheads on the ground and make overheads that are otherwise safe punishable. That's huge defensively. I feel like there's a general lack of knowledge about the game because certain people play the game for the first month and they have never touched the system, which is fine, right? To me, again, that's why I don't see this as...
I understand you can up block an overhead to make it unsafe. However, imagine you have to time it and put a little skill involved. Be like, you have to floss block the overhead to do that instead of just tapping up and block. It's just,
No,
in my opinion, going the path of making everything easier to do is not what I think MK should continue to do going forward.
I don't think the game is easy to play. I think again, in terms of Mortal Kombat, I think it's the most difficult
Bro, when you
game
have
to
to just
play.
tap up and block to counter an overhead instead of timing it when it hits you to floss block to punish it, that is making it easier.
Well, I mean, if a guy's doing a random half screen overhead, then the uh, the ease of use should be
If
the
I think
same as the
Baraka's
other
going to do
guy.
his overhead, I should be able to time the floss block it to make it unsafe, not be like, let me just tap up block to see if he does it. That to me is, again, not very hype gameplay.
Well, I think it's a preference thing, but let me bring our guests in. Which fighting game elements specifically from the older games, James or Summoning, would you like to bring back?
I mean, before we go to that, honestly, I gotta say this about MK1, man. MK1 is like if history reset itself tomorrow, like a disaster happened.
Sorry, bro.
Hold on. No. MK1 is like if a disaster hit the earth and we knocked back to the Stone Age. People would say, yeah, I think this might be some of the most advanced times. We used to have stone tools and now we have copper and now we have whatever. No, you only think you're advanced because you don't know some of the other games that actually were advanced. And
Like what?
I'm sorry, man. You know, I think 9 was pretty good. 9 had bugs, so 9's advancement will never be truly noticed because you can't talk about the advancement of the game without talking about its functional issues, which unfortunately you can't have one without the other. And then really, I honestly think Deadly Alliance, I mean, it's so tragic to me. Like, it hurts my soul to know that people will never... Like, you got guys like Mike Metroid who don't even like me. And Rio showed him that game, and he's like, this is the greatest thing I've ever played. Like, you know, even
Mike
Rio thought
he was having a lot of fun with MKDA, because a lot of the characters in that game are fun. Even the low tiers, which are bad, they still have, like, overheads and lows, which you can use. Which is impressive for a game that old to have, like, playable characters.
It's so much about spacing, fundamentals, but it's still Mortal Kombat, even though it's 3D. It's weird. It's really weird, man. Like... And I also think, like, you know, a game like MK2 is a lot more advanced than people give it credit for. And I feel sometimes like what they dub now glitch jabbing takes away from some of the subtleties of UMK3 that glitch jabbing now. I mean, like, it for what it does that's good, you could say, oh, well, look, you know, Cabal, you don't get random spawn anymore. But it eliminates so many of the subtleties, like so many of the minor things of knowledge that would separate one player or another. It says, well, we don't need to know that shit because we're going to play. I mean, like, it's just you don't really see how advanced the game actually was. It's tough to see how a game like that or 2 was played in the 90s, especially UMK3, because the way you play it today is just not how it was played then. Back then, it would probably be seen as a far more advanced game than it is today, when you kind of have like a giant band-aid that you slap on it called glitch jabbing, where it makes it a one-size-fits-all.
Yep. The art of the combos, the high flashy stuff, doing that to someone live, that stuff's all gone. You know? So I mean, the way we had it back in the day was do big combos, flashy stuff, live, doing it, you know, versus somebody. All that stuff is all different now, side by side. And we, you know, a lot of that lore and stuff is gone. Game's completely different now. It's played a completely different way.
Yeah, my eyes opened up to MK2 recently. Like, I can't believe I thought it was this, like, terrible bad game this whole time.
It's great.
Playing it
It's
recently,
the best one.
like Tom said, you have to know all these, like, specific stuff in matchups. Like, what ranges do you stay to anti-air? You could do uppercut here, you could do a jab here, you could do a high kick here, you could do a round. Like, you got to know all the little specific stuff. Which adds to
I loved seeing you play the other day when you were complaining about the guy just waits for me to pick my character. Well, that was something.
Yeah, I was
huge.
like, what is that? Like,
that was huge in the arcade, man. That was
I'm like,
huge.
okay, well, no, because I was playing someone, he would always wait for me to pick and then pick his character. I'm like, okay, well, if you're
That's
gonna do
what
that,
you did.
I'm gonna
That
sit here and
was
wait
the
for
skill.
you. Yeah, but then it was dumb because he's sitting there waiting 30 seconds. I'm like, what is this? Are we gonna play or not?
No, then
But
you're
he,
supposed to wait
but
till
he
it
sits,
times out.
but he sits on his main character while he's waiting, just in case it times out and picks for him. He's like, well, at least I'm on the character I like the best.
Bro, that was
Right, and
wild to me.
that's all part of that's all part of it. How it was back in the day. You it was all about counterpicking. MK2 was huge counterpick game, huge. So they would be able to
Why
move
was it
the
like that? Was it because of matchups or why? Like, can you explain that? Like, why did people want to wait so much for you to pick a character before they pick?
Because
Well,
they're paying for their games, so they nobody wants to lose.
Yeah, that's the. Well,
Yeah,
I
but
also
damn,
had.
they're gonna sit there for 30 seconds waiting.
Well, you paid.
Like-
That's the thing. You paid 50 cents to play. You want it. That's
And then
what.
back of the line too, Nit. You know, back of the line.
Oh,
brother.
absolutely. You know, I had to color my damn quarter to know which one was mine. Who's next? You know, like it was crazy.
And he wasn't
back
even
then.
waiting there, by the way. I would hover to like this character, he'd go to a different character. I'll hover this guy, he was just hovering over the character, depending who I was gonna hover over.
Yeah, well, we also had to play. Like
Bro,
I
at
brought
that
this
point,
up.
we might as well just random select, honestly. Like,
Oh, that's why random select came up
Well,
too. That was
random
newer.
select became a thing. Random select became a thing because it was like, well, fuck, if all you're gonna do is sit there and fucking counter pick, then it don't matter who I get, you're gonna look to counter pick them anyway. And eventually people were, now that you random select, they look like the dick. So they feel obligated to random select themselves.
And to be honest, I'm gonna interrupt you here, Jimmy. Sorry. The random select stuff started in the home versions and things because they got so good at all the characters, and then they just decided to do random. The random select was never used in the arcade, ever, never.
yeah, let's say this: if I was going to pay to play, I'm definitely not gonna random select some random ass character I don't know how to use. I would get mad for losing like that.
Yeah, because you would.
This shit gives me Reptile. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't want to play Reptile.
Wait. Reptile versus Katana and Johnny Cage.
That's my forte right there.
Oh, yeah, okay, so talk about that. So Reptile's considered like low tier in MK2, right? Why is that? And then can you explain like why, like even though he's low tier, there's some matchups where he's actually not that bad in?
Bad special.
Well, I'll take this one. Okay, this is truth. We in the arcade era, since we paid to play, we had to learn all the combos by ourselves, no training mode, nothing, whatever. We had to play also the left side of the cabinet. I've explained this last time. Nobody played the left side, and nobody would play you if you're playing high tier. There wasn't really a big tier list back then, but if you were dominating with Jax or Belina or Liu Kang, a lot of people would just be like, I ain't playing these guys. But if you're playing left side on the computer, waiting for somebody to play you, playing Reptile, they're going to put their quarters in. And then we would annihilate them with Reptile or whatever, because they just won't play you. They wouldn't put their money in to play you. If you are playing and winning versus other people who are sitting around, they're not going to play you if you're playing Melina and stuff. So we had to learn low tier. Like Rio, when I play you, I play only low tier characters. I don't even know how. I'm not even great with high tier characters because I'm not used to playing them. I love winning with low tier. Yeah, it's just like one of my favorite things to do. Like play like Kung Lao versus Liu Kang, which is a terrible matchup for Kung Lao, but I love it. I just love that match. I could play it 1,000 times in a row. Because we had to actually do things, sneaky, stupid things back then to actually get matches. Sometimes it was impossible to get a match because the arcade was full. But if you were really winning versus people, no one's going to play. They're not just going to waste their money on you. So we had to kind of fool people. We would go rounds on people. Jimmy would play a round, I would play a round to get practice versus live people. That's how different it was back then. Stuff like that, things that nobody thinks about.
The funniest was when we used to do rounds. Say I take the first round, I win. Now summoning goes on, but summoning loses, which is supposed to be what he does, because we want to go to the third round because we want to get the most bang for our buck. But summoning actually loses because he lost, and he gets mad. And the very next line out of all of them, no, fuck you, let me get the next round.
Yeah,
and
it was like we were just pushing it. Yeah. It was funny. It was just fun stuff that we did back then to actually learn how to play. We needed to actually I would bring this up too. This might be completely irrelevant, but some of the tactics I'm not saying we were the original guys who did this, but we never seen anybody do it. We sat there, we mastered the anti air, the high punch. And we basically spent our every single day, every single match, every time we went anywhere, practicing that. And we got so good at it, and we would go to arcades. We would actually do this to people, and they would have no idea what hit them. And a lot of people say that I'm glitch death punching. I actually practiced that. I practiced it for like years.
And
That's
let
why.
me tell you, and you had to pay to practice it. That's the thing. They don't seem to
Yes.
realize that. You had to, and just to show you guys how much different it is in the arcade era versus the console era, the first exclusive console game ever released was MKDA. Now, let me tell you how that game, the meta was discovered in that game very quickly, and it would have cost $100 million to do this in the arcade. When the testers back then thought Shang Tsung was too good because his crane stance could sidestep everything. So, we had a couple of friends and they were all playing Shang. And I'm like, man, I just refuse to believe that in 30 seconds the meta of the game was discovered. It's that shallow. Like the game has one fatality, it has no content. There's no way that they made a shallow game and still didn't put anything in it. So I was one night for like 5-6 hours just doing random select, picking every character. And like, I'm going to fucking find a character that hits this bitch when he sidesteps. And it must have been like 6. I stayed up all night with a sparring partner. It was like 100, 200 games, like all night. Couldn't figure out a way. So like one day I'm at the end of the night or it's like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning, I'm delirious and I'm just, I got random select frost and I'm just holding up and I'm just mashing 3 like a retard. And I keep hitting him out of the sidestep. And I'm like, this is so fucking stupid. This game is trash. Like, I'm saying this out loud. I'm like, the only reason why I'm hitting you with this move is it has up in it. I was like, it has up in it. Universal tracking. That would have cost me $500 to do that in the arcade.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's actually crazy.
that's the thing. That is the actual thing. So we would sit there and we would try to find people who would jump at us to figure out different things we could do to like surprise the opposition. So we would go to arcades with a group of people like that. It was me, Jimmy, and a bunch of other guys. I never really mentioned those guys because they're not around anymore. But we had a crew that we would go to arcades with, and we'd pull this. We would pull this the way we played out, and no one seen it. And we didn't just go to one arcade. We went to many arcades. We went to multiple arcades. We might not have traveled outside the tri-state area much. We did go to Jersey. We played all in New York. We played, every place we could. And whenever we went there, we did these things like the anti-air high punches, the death punch and stuff that nobody knew. And it was fun. It was just fun stuff because we had to learn every day how to do this versus somebody. And it was all about the flashy combos. That's why I know I get a lot of shit about the Jam and stuff. I'm just a big fan of the old games, and I just see the way the Jam just ruined my games. Yes, I'm butthurt about it. Of course I am. It's not that I can't play the games, and I was never super good to begin with, but back in the day, I was pretty good. And I see how it changed. Yeah, it hurts. It does. It just we practiced so long. All of the stuff we did is just down the toilet now. It doesn't matter, and we kind of lose our what we did to become this. That's all. That's the reason why I'm such a like a hater, I should say. But I just said, that's all it is. It's just sad to see the way I think these games have changed. MK1 destroyed. You know what I mean? At least I still have 2. So I'll deal with that. I could just play 2. I'm fine. That's all. That's pretty much it.
But I think that's kind of the evolution, right, of modern gaming. Because to me, it all comes down to modern times, right? Like I had a lot of fun with MK9 initially, right? When people were not doing Styrax's 100% combos literally at any time, even if you broke, you're still 880, right? Like when people were not essentially maximizing Cabal and doing semi-block infinite combos on you. When cage players, as easy as the character was in certain aspects.
What do you mean? Everybody was doing this like in a few months into the game.
Not really.
Where did you play MK9 where people weren't doing Cyrex resets or Johnny Cage 4-3? And...
Well, there was a time when if you broke the combo, you could trade with Cyrex, right? Like, you essentially came down to if you broke their combos, you would trade, bars for their bar, right, or whatever. But then they figured out setups when even if you broke their combos, you still got launched.
Right,
They
but
were not.
but the thing is, they have to go for that. So when you play against Cyrix, he can't do both at the same time. He has to pick and choose, and you can kind of see like the differences. Either way, like you're
No, I,
gonna have to deal with a reset.
no, I understand that, but I think to suggest that I don't know Max or were playing Cyrax, the first 6 months as he was playing Cyrax, I don't know the last 6 months of the game.
Bro, I remember like on the third month of the game, Chrissy was getting hit by reset by Maxter and looking at me like, "Bro, what is this?" And we're like, "That's Cyrix,
well,
man.
keep
This
in
was in the
mind,
beginning."
right? At one patch they tried to fix it, but they kind of changed certain stuff, but they didn't
No, Dave,
actually
I get
fix
what
it.
you're saying, but MK9, it wasn't really like the arcade days where like years and years after people started figuring out the meta, and MK9 was pretty figured out early on. Like people already knew Cabal's Fireball
know,
was stupid.
Well, I beg to differ. I was there. I beg to differ. I think there was an era people thought, oh my God, Rushdown is super strong. Then people thought, like once people like Pig of the Hut and to a lesser extent me started winning, then people thought maybe zoning was OP. And then people like you, like after you were done with Melina, you came Cabal, then it was like the Cabal. So there was some like there was like up and down. There was some deviation, right? So uh I don't think it's I think you're right, but it's not as straightforward as you make it out to be.
I mean, I think Cyrax is. I mean, the fundamentals of Cyrax since his inception has always revolved around the 100% bomb trap, even
Yep.
in MK3. It's the core of what Cyrax was. You didn't play Cyrax if you were a Cyrax player and didn't do that, then you weren't a Cyrax player because that was like his whole thing. That's why in MK9 when it first came out, I'm like, damn, this guy's gonna suck without that UMK3 100% bullshit. And then lo and behold, this Max to doing it. I'm like, Jesus Christ, it's still here. But that's always been a core of his play style.
Yep, he's always been the 100% or the very, very high damage.
Yeah, well, the problem is in MK9 you have to set it up. I mean, I'm sorry, in MK3 you have to set it up. In MK9, month one, people were command grabbing you plus 100, throwing out a bomb, and then you got guaranteed launch with 2-2 off of it. So it was
It
like
was very hard to do in UMK3. That's why all I do is play Cyrex, and just if I get you with one bomb, I can usually hit 80. And I love doing that in the arcade because nobody played him. It was always Cabal, Ermac, Human Smoke. I would always play Cyrex. I would get you in a very high level combo, and that's what we played to do back then. Tom, we're right? The high level combos. Remember that? It was all about like how huge combos were.
Everybody had their own combo swag. That's kind of also what's kind of weird. Like today, everyone's doing the same B&B combos, which is so
Everything's
weird.
cookie cut. Everything's cookie cutter now.
And back then, it was very customizable as far as like they all did a lot of damage. It's not like, you know what I mean? So you're all doing damage. You'd have two people doing like 70% combos and both combos were different. And what's even better, that person discovered that combo on their own, which is why it was so different.
Yes, absolutely. I've
you know what I
figured
mean?
out. I've had my combos that I've used that nobody used back then, and they would talk about that and be like, "Wow, this dude hit us with a 89% or whatever." I hit somebody once. I never forget. I hit somebody with a 99% Kung Lao combo and it registered 99. It was the highest. That's great stuff back then. They would talk about that in the arcade, like, dude hit us for 99%. All I did was jump at him. That's all, because it was. I even remember the match. It was Kung Lao versus Cyrex. I was Kung Lao, and I just anti-air high punch and just missed the kick a few times, and then the last I didn't finish him with the high kick. And it was 9 hits, 99%. And that was talked about the entire evening. Those were the days. Those the fun days like that.
Yeah, well,
But
the problem is
probably
in the
remember.
newer games nowadays, the problem you see everybody doing the same exact combo. It's the problem with the game. Like,
Yeah, I hate that. It's so
seeing-
uninteresting.
seeing everybody do the same exact combo B&B over and over every single round off the same opener, same hit is not enjoyable gameplay. That's something that the fighting
don't think-
developers have to fix and address.
There's very little to fix because if somebody did a combo in the arcades back in the day, or even forget the combo, just the fatality, you actually have to do your research. You have to go around and ask people. Like, with all due respect to James and summoning, or even Tom, like I'm not as old as you, but I still was there, and I know what the atmosphere was. Nowadays, if I cannot do a combo, I open a tab called Chromebook. I mean, I open a tab called the Chrome. I go to Google and I search best combos for Geras. There you go. Everything's right there. Even the
It's
AI
so
will literally
sad.
answer every single thing for you. Like
Yeah, but
AI
you're
will literally
taking
tell you.
but you're
But see,
taking modern, you're taking the future and applying it to the past. I mean,
but
like,
see, but wait, but my thing about it is this: doing what you just said. Don't even play the game. Just quit. Stop playing video games. If you are one of those people that are going to go online and just down the amazing part of playing a video game, becoming a competitive player, has always been you're the guy that turns this game on while you're wearing the training wheels, and you, from your experience of playing the game, you're supposed to be able to make the combos that define you. To go on GameFAQ and download, all right, optimal combos for everybody. It it diminishes the experience of being a competitive player and playing. It's like, if you look at a sport, I got to be able to hit the ball with a bat. But if I got a bat that the minute I put it in my hands, it targets the ball, then I'm not hitting it. I'm actually having the bat do the work for me. The amazing part of the arcade era was I might come up with a 90% 8-hit combo. Summoning does the same combo, but he varies it in a little bit of a way. Now it becomes 9 hits, 99. And oh shit, you did that, I did this, and we compare our notes. We didn't run to GameFAQs and say, hey, these are our combos, because again, like Brady said in that book when we met, hey Bill, here's the fatality similar to Quan Chi. Don't fucking tell anybody. And he never told anybody.
yeah, because that was important. Yeah, that was
Fatalities was another thing we
that
bring
was
up.
that was a big deal. There was no, you couldn't get the information, so players they were forced. Now, because discovery is obviously no longer forced, it's okay, well, I'll just what's Bobby doing, and I'll just do that. But back then, like, you had to discover it for yourself.
I'm still figuring out. Sorry to interrupt. I'm still
No, go ahead, please.
working on MK2 combos. I played a Jax match the other day, and I did Death Punch straight up neutral drum kick, and it was like 60% with Kolao, and I could have probably got the high kick afterwards too. I'm still trying to figure. I'm still getting combos out that I never got. I've played MK2 probably more than any one of you guys. I play every day, and I'm still figuring out stuff. That's why 2. I wish 2 had a combo meter. Honestly, that I wish it just had like the hit count, because I could probably do different shit in MK2 every time I play. It's the best. It's for me. It's the most fun game. I still got combos. I still can't get it. I still didn't do 20 years ago. I did a couple the other day.
If you guys are like, if I may say this, please, if you guys are like all about competition, right? Then of course, if you give people the information at their fingertips, what do you think they're gonna do? Of course, they're gonna look for it, like as any competitor would, right? Like you can either figure it out, on your own, which would take a lot longer, or back in the day, you would have to insert coins over and over again. Where nowadays, you have information, you have the resources. That's what makes the modern games infinitely better, because you don't have to spend resources. You don't have to like search for all the stuff while being frustrated and get your ass kicked. So this argument, from my perspective, is nostalgic by definition.
But by exactly what you're saying, remember, and the big difference is, yes, we had to dump quarters. You spent your $60. You own the game. I shouldn't have to tell you. I'll tell you the basics. This is the punch button. This is the kick button. There's various combos in this game. Figure them the fuck out. Isn't that part of the experience? Even if you're a competitor, why do you want to be spoon-fed all the info? Like, don't you want to experience the I don't have to pay. I paid $60. I could fucking spend 24 hours on this game if I want and figure out my combos. Like when we used to do VSM, that's what we did. We all paired up. Oh shit, Rio's playing fucking Cabal. Hey, let me fucking play my shitty ass Baraka against your Cabal since nobody else plays them, or oh Brady, you're Sub-Zero, and let me come play you with my Baraka.
To be honest, the VSM was the second greatest experience, like slash arcade hangout thing that I ever had in my life. I was part of VSM. I didn't play as good as those guys. I could play like Ermac or whatever in MK9. It wasn't terrible at the game, but the amount of stuff that these guys learned before anyone knew it, that was the feeling. That's why I'm so bitter sometimes about the champs and things. I miss those days. I miss that feeling. Rio, you were there. You know how awesome that was. VSM was freaking amazing, and you know it was. It was amazing. It was great. The
Yeah, it
feeling was incredible.
VSM was, and we had so many people too. It was like 40 to 50 people every week. It was crazy.
Every week,
that would show
every
up.
week with 40 people coming down
And
all the time.
We had people playing Noob Saba. We had people playing like all these whatever oddball character you could think of. There was someone there that played that character. Whether it was like Reptile.
I gotta give 995 Phil mad props. It's all about that dude. It was the most incredible. It was the second most incredible MK time in my life. I'm 52, and that was it was the arcade era, the MK1, MK2, and VSM. Honestly, those were most amazing things.
It's crazy when you think about it, because this is back 2011. Nowadays, I don't think locals get like 60 people at them every week. It's kind of crazy how times change.
With Console Combat, right, which is one of my supporter or sponsor when I was playing MK9. But I think this is a social topic that really has nothing to do with kind of what we're discussing, right? Even though they are kind of related, because.
But you have to understand. You have to understand, Dave. I want people to understand just how hard it was to get to the level of like a Jimmy, or Ferry, or an MK1, or like the level Nit was, and doing the death punch, which was few and far. Most people never saw it until he did it, and he discovered it. He was doing it back. No one told him it was in the game. He discovered it. And then had to say, well, how did I do that, right? And think about the work he had to put in to get there. Or like a Master John or a Jason
Real
Wilson.
quick, Tom, you have to explain, Dave, what the death punch is, because he probably doesn't know what that is.
So the death punch in MK2 is an anti-air high punch, which is hard enough as it is to do consistently, but then to time it so that it actually does uppercut damage. So there was nowhere to go for Nit to say, for summoning to go, hey, I wonder if my high punch can do uppercut damage. You know what happens? It happens by accident, and you say, how'd I do that? Then you got to spend a shit ton of money to figure it out and then master it. First, you got to figure out what you just did. And like people like that, and like I said, the people like Jason Wilson, Shirts, Master John, anyone you can mention it too, or even the people like in the Chicago area, Lex, Mo, Thrower, Paulo, everyone else in there, the work they had to do to become as good as they were without the information. They had to invent it. Like nowadays, it's that information was invented. A lot of people today get good at a game because, oh, well, I'll just wait and I'll just, read this or whatever. But back then they had to create it. They had to create the high level gameplay. They couldn't get it off of a video or a guide somewhere. They had to create their own guide for themselves. And that's what people don't understand. Like, that is not easy to do. Like, so many people today, I would say 99% of people today don't teach themselves how to play. They learn how to play. But back then they had to teach themselves. That is what so much is lost. And I don't think people realize the skill it takes to create and teach oneself how to be a high level player, instead of, oh, I'll just learn these situations. Now it's all like learning analytics, looking at a video, looking at the frames. Dave, I heard you say people didn't know frame. They didn't know what a frame was. It's because no one knew frames. People knew safe, unsafe.
We had no idea.
No one knew what a frame was. It was safe or unsafe. Everything was played by.
This is where I will give Tom credit. By the way, sorry to interrupt. This is why I give Tom a lot of credit. He actually was there when we were around. In different arcades, and he also played the new games and figured out both things. Me and Jimmy, I will speak for Jimmy here. We did not play the new games. We didn't play anything without a stick, and we couldn't do it. I
stopped. Like legitimately, I stopped at 9. At 9, and again for all those that sorry to all my Baraka brethren. The only reason I played them is because nobody else played them at VSM. And I said to everybody, one day you're going to come across this motherfucker and you ain't going to know what to do. Because nobody played him. Only reason I played him, I was a Kung Lao main originally in MK9, and then became a fucking Baraka main. And then after that, I became the troll of up 4. The overhead kick, and that was all. And that was the only purpose. I beat guys because they never seen it. I just do up 4.
I want to give old school players even more credit. I'm sure Lex is in the chat, and the people that played in the Chicago area, I want to give them their respect. I want to give Jimmy, Nit, and everyone, summoning everyone that played those games back then their respect. You have to understand, like, today, I don't think players understand how dependent they are on their modern. Like, a lot of people think, oh, if I was around back then, a modern player, what they would do. But you have to understand, a modern player has the benefit of already knowing what happened. Today, with the way technology is and everything, the way they learn, they don't so much create it as much as they just kind of follow a blueprint or a template, and it's almost like a scientist today. If you put him back, you think he's smart. Oh, yeah, of course, scientists today, my gosh, they must have, because they can talk about things maybe even Einstein couldn't talk about. They're certainly not on Einstein's level, but if you put them back then and teleport them backwards, they would feel that way. But if they actually were in that era and they didn't have the internet and all the modern technologies, would they have been able to invent, create, discover? It's so easy to say, oh, a modern scientist can tell you right now the theory of relativity. But sure, but were they smart enough to invent it in that time? Because if they didn't invent it, the modern scientists wouldn't know that. A lot of what the modern player knows now about fighting games was created and invented by players of that era. And they just learned how to follow that blueprint as the blueprint became published. But those players don't get enough respect for what they did to create high-level fighting.
You're exactly right. And that's just one of the reasons why I got so butthurt about the freaking jabs. Because it took all of our work, negated it. I understand it's evolving. I get it. It just destroyed everything we ever built as a so small society. I know you can play the violin, it's fine, but like, this is what we had back then. This is what we did. It got wrecked. It got like stretched out. We got called bad players because they could just destroy us, things like that, and they don't even understand what we did to build. And that's the reason why Jimmy's a lot calmer than me.
But commenting,
Yeah.
sorry to but you kind of like making the argument for me. Like Tom mentioned something, creation. There is evolution to everything.
I get
even
that.
To science, to math, to linguistics, everything. That's how humans grow.
Yeah,
So
true.
I never talk about Dairu back in the day. Not that you guys are bragging, I don't think you are. But like I never talk about that. Why? Because I was beating people with one of the most broken characters ever created in fighting game history. I don't brag because it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. I was the guy who invented everything with the
Dave,
character.
all of this is irrelevant. We're talking about a video game. I don't think you understand.
Yeah, no,
some people
we're
want to
actually
hear
not
about
bragging.
some people want to hear
We're
about the
not-
history. Like I don't
We're
know
not
why.
bragging.
No, I'm not saying
Dave is so bent out of shape and saying everything that happened in the past is irrelevant. Like every MK game, everything's irrelevant.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's irrelevant. I just think, and I'll be the first. I think maybe last time I went a little bit overboard, and again I owe James and summoning an apology. But I generally, in my heart, believe not because I want to start controversy. I generally, in my heart, believe there's really no reason to call anybody dominant back in the. Oh, they were the creators.
Well, actually, we weren't really doing that. We weren't dominant back in the day,
No,
but
no,
we were the only ones that were
Hold on a second.
around.
I'm talking about in general, right? Like I'm not necessarily like even when Tom says, I've been dominant for 20 years, like, no, you weren't. Like Sonic Fox.
Actually, he has though. I thought about this. Tom actually has. He has done it in all the games. He
Well,
knows his.
Let me
He
finish
has.
my point. Let me just finish my point.
Okay.
And then I'll promise I'll let you respond. Then,
Okay,
'cause
no,
we
that's
don't
fine.
Yeah, and we don't have a lot of time left, just to be respectful to everybody's time. But you see me never bragging about the older games because I think it's completely pointless. I think the history is not that relevant as people make it out to be. Again, your history has merit because you guys were the originals. Talk for me to sit here and have you listen to me talk about 30 minutes why I was the Dairu god and how I bodied everybody. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's irrelevant. The game
Wait a
sucked.
minute, are you saying that not one person in the comments are gonna want to hear it, or that you're saying that none of them are gonna want to hear about the 3D lore, the 3D
I mean,
MKs?
if I'm going to talk about it, I think you have to talk about it with honesty, which is the fact that MK Deception was one of the most broken fighting games ever made. The game competitively sucked, which all of you would agree on. Uh, and people like me or early
But from the
Tom, right
history and
before
how
I,
it built the community, though,
But it
like,
was fun online, though. You're missing the point,
Yeah,
Dave. We
and-
played
and
it
it
for
cre-
years. What do you think we did before MK9 came out?
but
and
you
it
can't
created
have
a
it
whole
both ways.
subculture
Like,
of
you can't
online
talk about
play.
competitive. No, I understand that, but that's a separate
We were
discussion. Like,
playing the games competitively, though. Like, that's the thing.
we were. What? By the way, Deception was played more than all the games
Dave,
combined.
what
you
if I
consider-
told you all these older games back then weren't supposed to have a tier list, or they just happened to end up being like that over time?
I know, and that's why I say the games are not good. That's what I mean. None of them are,
I don't-
especially the
I
older.
don't understand how this means all the games aren't good.
Well,
Okay,
because
so they're
once,
not worth talking about. They're not good. Nobody cares. So I guess MK started with MK9.
well, I mean, the modern scene definitely did. I mean, that's just a fact. A lot
So
of
the
the
modern scene,
So we
the
don't have a
modern
history.
scene,
But meanwhile, Street Fighter, Tekken, we know all their history, but we don't care about. I mean,
again,
whatever.
you're taking me out of context. I just told you. I think people like James MK and Summoning, they paved the way. There's no question about that, and I think it's my mistake not to point that out more. However, there's no question that the modern scene, the way we know it from, with MKX, MK11, and MK1, and to a lesser extent Injustice 1 and 2, that's mostly MK9, man. You know that because the same players who were playing MK9 and winning, they gave those other games a chance, obviously in an attempt to have success, but also in an attempt to grow the scene. I don't think that's inaccurate.
it's not.
Like
But
Tom,
MK9,
yeah,
MK9 is basically just the fusion of 1, 2, and 3 wrapped in with some armor and some, EX moves and a breaker. So you added 3 versatile things to the game, but you basically just combined what MK 1, 2, and 3 were. So again, going back to the roots of it, people should really know what MK9 was. They didn't just wake up one day and say, "Let's make MK9." It was basically them saying, "Hey, we got to go back and we got to redo our timeline, not
but
not the
James, do you-
video game timeline."
but do you see how that argument doesn't hold up? Because I can easily make the case that MK1, the modern one, is based on a lot of the aspects from the older games, aside from the cameo system and the uplock, because everything else is essentially a combination of the older games. Yet I have to listen to how the game is trash, the scene doesn't matter. Like you guys are kind of like doing the same thing that
I mean,
you
I don't really see the similarity. You don't really see just even the basics. You don't see like anti-air high kick, anti-air roundhouse, the death punch from 2, and you know this. You play a little bit of 4. The consistent anti-air high punch came from 4, where you could just jab anybody out of the air for free. And
Yep.
none of the things from Mortal Kombat carry over into MK1. Like really none of it. It's really unrecognizable. I'm not here to say the game is good, bad, or different, whatever about it. But I'm just saying none of them carry over, like at
Well,
all.
yeah, the move sets are even different in each game after 4, which is the saddest thing ever. I mean, they change it. They change the regular moves on us.
Melina can't even throw a Psy full screen in MK1. That to me is like, wow, things have changed
Yeah.
with Mortal Kombat. That's not even allowed. You can't even do that anymore.
I think developers, as the games have gotten, as they try to put more into the game, they worry more now about balance and less about freedom. Because the more freedom you give the player, the harder it is to get a game to balance. You can't foresee and predict certain outcomes as a developer when you give more freedom, when you give more variables, more options. So I think now developers are trying to control exactly how characters play, so that they can kind of foresee these things. And if a game comes out, when it comes out or character comes out, it's like, oh, we didn't, characters. And then the problem is, if a character does play outside of how they thought, then they just change the character to make sure he fits right back in that box. And which is kind of a problem with I don't want to say just modern Mortal Kombat, but maybe even modern fighting games. I don't know. It's a lot has changed, man, and I don't think it's all for the better.
Well, let's again, just to be fair to Rio. I know he has to go soon, so I want to be fair to everybody, so Rio doesn't blow me up, or Tom, because I know he's got kids. So let's kind of wrap it up here
Wait, I
shortly.
wasn't gonna blow you up. You were blowing me up for not stopping stuff at 2 hours. So
Well, I also, by the way, it's just me as well. Also, my time. I'm gonna give James and summoning the last closing statements, maybe 2 minutes or so and a half, and then we can keep the discussion going off the podcast. I think.
I just want to say one thing because
Yeah,
because people are going to ask.
can-
The Rio wanted to say who the names to beat were, and I want to publicly say this and as well as apologize. For me, and it's very difficult for me to realize I did this.
hold on. We
because-
don't have to bring any of like it's whatever.
No, we're not bringing any of that
Yeah,
into
let's
it.
not
No,
bring
no, no,
in
no, no.
the-
I'm not,
yeah,
not bringing. I'm not
let's
bringing
not
it into that. I'm not bringing that into
Okay,
that.
good.
But for me, either the players to beat. I mean, you can't tell the history of the game without what Jimmy did in MK1. Also, you've got people like Eddie Ferrier and Mike Venacore in MK1 as testers, and then you've got people in MK2. You got summoning. You've got the greats of the greats like Dream TR, Shirts, Master John, people like that. And then in MK3, you've got this people in Chicago and WaveNet. Lex, Mo, Paulo, etc. Everyone over there. And these were the names to beat. 1, 2, and 3 were a different breed from 4. 4 started its own community. It even actually had its own forum. It's the first time MK actually had an actual website that started in '98. And it was pretty much all MK4 related. For me, in my local area, I was a good player. In 4 is the first time I became known like nationwide because of forums and traveling, etc.
And do you know why? Do you know why you became good? Because I gave you that fatality. That was the shot heard around the world. You were like, "Oh shit! I could go all over the place and do this to all these motherfuckers."
It's true. But what I did was in my mind, after here I am in 4, a name that people know now. They know me on forums. They know me in different arcades, and especially in DA. And I'm like, hey, locally in my New Jersey area and some of the areas I went to, I was one of the top dogs in that arcade, So in my mind, I'm not saying I was bad. I was definitely a good player, but I can tell you I was not the greats like those guys were. It's very easy when you're on top to say, well, I was good at those games. Maybe I was. No. You know what I mean? It's just the ego. You know what I mean? Like you want to believe like, hey, if I'm the guy in 4, if I'm the guy in DA, maybe I was the guy. No, and when you're young and you're arrogant, it's tough to. But now as an old man, I can give credit to those guys who were the people who were known, who didn't just do it because they were beating up a bunch of nobodies. They did it because they worked hard to raise themselves above everyone else. While everyone else was kind of a slave to the bullshit and figuring that out, they were above the bullshit because they created it. And I want to give props to those players right now, in general. I just wanted to set the record straight on that.
Thank you,
Yeah,
James.
wait, let me say this real quick for James. So I'm gonna go because some people have warped perception because they're like, well, where are the tournaments, bro? Who are winning the 9, this and that? But it's not really about the tournaments. Like they would go to arcades or whatever, and you would see there would be one person running streaks or stuff. That would be considered who the good player was. If you see someone dominating other people, 100 win streaks, that's kind of the same thing, which is different culture back then. It's not about what tournaments were being won this or Evo. E-leagues and stuff wasn't the thing back then.
There was also this. One of the things that, like I said, used to happen is, people would meet, people would go to IRC, which is basically today's version of social media. And, Rio would be in there and he'd say, I'm over here in Ohio. And, we'd fucking blow the backs out of you guys. What we took upon ourselves, once I built my little posse of guys, which was probably about 6 or 7 guys that were able to travel. All right, we're coming to see you, Rio. Oh, I'm in Ohio. We'll be there in 7 hours. And you'd be like, what? And we'd come into your arcade.
Yeah.
And we come into your arcade. We traveled we went as far as Chicago, but predominantly we stayed New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, and PA.
Yeah, there was a lot of competition there. There really was. So we didn't really have to travel that far, but there was a lot of
Yeah.
arcades, and it was really worth.
Yeah, and what I was saying is because people are like, well, how'd you guys know who was good back then? This and that, no tournaments. It's because, well, you go into these arcades or whatever, you see someone getting all these win streaks and dominating. I mean, are they not good right there? If you think you can beat them, go and play against
Well,
them.
we
There's a
would
reason
walk
why he's
in
on
with
a big win streak.
6 or 7 people, and then they would remember you guys because when you come back, they would be like, "Oh, those guys again," and it would start like that. So every weekend we would actually pick a different arcade to start at, and we always ended up back at Westbury Nathan's, which was in Long Island. It was one of the biggest places and toughest places to play, and that was in Long Island. So we would go from arcade to arcade. We would go on IRC, like Jimmy said. We would make like appointments with people saying, "Okay, we'll be here Saturday night, 8 o'clock. We'll bring 6 guys. Have your best players there." Stuff like
It
that.
was it was literally like living the movie The Warriors with different little gangs. And we come in, and now when we come in, Rio might be the best. We don't just walk in and body you. We can't get to you till we body your fucking people that you have in front of you.
Yeah, they wouldn't
So-
play the best
Yeah,
guys
so
till the end.
you have to go through the henchmen like Dave would do during the 3D era. That's crazy.
Exactly. Exactly. You got to get through the henchmen, and then finally, all right, now we got you. Another way we found out who the best was, we'd go to an arcade when nobody was playing, and we'd watch the fucking names pop up with your initials. Hey, who's Cock? It says Cock has
Wow.
87 win streak. Which one of you guys is Cock?
Mm-hmm.
And it wound up being we'd find the guy who had the biggest win streak. Because, people don't really realize while the competitive scene was brewing, arcades were, and if you remember like the 80s arcades, especially, you'd walk into an arcade and on top of every cabinet, high score by Jenny and Pac-Man, 700,000. Every game had high scores. And at the end of the week, they give you some kind of trinket if your score lasted the week. So the win streak.
Let me ask you this: who is the biggest win streak you've ever seen had on any arcade machine anywhere, wherever you went?
I did close to 300.
God damn! How many hours is that of playing straight?
In MK2, when I first met him, the streaks were crazy because he was playing an early revision of MK2, and he was doing the yeah, I know he's gonna laugh because that's I walked in and I was just like, I saw him doing the Scorpion Infinite teleport back and forth, and I was like, Jesus, guys, you couldn't even jump at him; it was over. And every single round, that was great to see back then. It was just amazing. I mean, stuff like Jimmy. I think you had over. I don't think you had Pong wins, but it was what, like 90?
I did Pong, but I didn't do Pong all wins. I think I did half, and then I did the other half, and somebody else took and got more in between.
Yeah,
but
you were definitely the highest win streak I've ever seen. Definitely you.
I mean, the way we had it at I would get in there, say I got there. I mean, what do we meet around 5 o'clock?
Yeah, we get off work.
We get off of work. We get in there at 5 o'clock.
Yep.
They closed at midnight, but the guy that was running it at the time was mad cool. So he would close the door and just let us stay in there all night.
Mm. So I paid for the entire arcades.
Like 5 to 2 a.m. to get the big win streaks.
Yeah, you were the highest. So that's that question, Rio. Definitely, that was Jimmy. I've never seen playing in arcades with him for 10 years, whatever. I've never seen anybody who had higher streak than him anywhere we went. So that's that answer. But anyway, I know it's going far.
Yeah, if you again, just to be respectful of everybody's time.
Yeah, that's all good.
Yeah, I do want to talk to you guys a little bit after the podcast. So if you guys on the stream, please stick along. I do want to, again, just to be fair to everybody's time, because we did allocate 2 hours for this, and maybe we're slightly over. So I do want to end it here. So I want to obviously thank JamesMK and Summoning for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
I just want
to say one thing. Tom and I think what Tom has done, acknowledging what we have done, is kind of like really what we wanted, and really thanks for that, because we, you understand what we did to get here, and thanks for saying that because it means a lot to us. It just does. It just does.
I mean, it's no worries. That look, honestly, like even I forgot about it. And once like 2000, 2001 hit, I developed like tournament brain where nothing matters. And then I'm like the streaks, scrub talk. You mean casuals? Like it's infectious, right? And you view everything through that lens, and you forget about the time that it was. And then all of a sudden, you kind of like revisionist history. You rewrite the history as if it was by modern standards, and you apply the arcade days to that, and it's just not that. And I also want to say one last thing in defense of Nit and Lex, because you said Lex was a tester and he said the games weren't made for that. And I just want to try to explain that to the modern audience very quickly. For example, if you look at right now MK2, the way a modern player a lot of times does like an instant air fan, where they'll either hold up with their pointer finger on their left hand and then forward with their thumb, or hold up with their thumb and while holding up kind of slide to the forward on the D-pad while still holding up, because you can hold up and slide, you know what I mean? That was not possible in the arcade era. Like we couldn't hold up and then while simultaneously holding up slide to the other D-pad, which was separated from the stick only goes one way, right? So if you apply the way people do certain things today, I'm not going to say it's cheating per se, but like it's an unnatural method that was not possible at that time.
So you guys couldn't hold back with Sindel while holding back and buffer forward scream?
No, man.
That means you guys weren't playing high level. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, you just couldn't do that, you know. So for a modern player, you don't understand, because it's like, oh wow, all games come home, play on pad, play this. Back then, arcade players never played on console. For one, if you're an MK player, what console are you going to play on? You're playing on the MK format. You know, you're not going to play anything on the console.
Yeah, we weren't playing anything otherwise. Yeah, that was it.
So console players, arcade players, did not play on the console. And the console versions oftentimes weren't the same. Super Nintendo is not the same for MK2 as it is in the arcade, for example, and it goes so on and so forth. So these things just weren't possible. Like in the arcade, you couldn't say, "Oh, let me tell you how to instant air fireball with Lou in MK2," right? So you hold up on the stick, and then while the stick is up, keep holding up, and then magically tap forward without moving the stick from up. You can't do that, right?
Yeah,
but on
totally
the pad,
different. Yep, totally
on the pad, keyboard, hitbox, things like that. And that's what the arcade players mean. So they don't mean to say they're cheating. I want you to understand, put yourself in that frame of mind. Like, can you imagine if somebody went to the arcade and say, you play on the stick and you do that and we'll play on the pad? And it's so easy for someone to say, well, you can play on the pad too. But you're talking about players that have decades on stick. And just like some of these players wouldn't go to the stick and try to do that, for them to say, well, just go to the pad and do that. Well, I mean, it's not comfortable for them. They don't have fun doing that. So you have to understand, like, muscle memory is also a big deal. They're old. We're old guys. We're not going to relearn our muscle memory, right?
Yep.
So I just want younger players to understand what that means, because I don't like, believe me, I was one of the people that didn't give you guys that respect. I was like, scrub talk. But you have to understand, as somebody that was in that era, for me to ignore that or shut that part of my brain off and realize, you know what? These people just don't understand. They're trying to look at it through the modern lens, and they don't understand what you guys are talking about because they just weren't there. They never had to do it.
I'll end it like this. I'm also been very butthurt about that stuff, about the jabs and all that stuff, because exactly what you're saying, it's an unfair advantage to us, and that's why we mentioned it. That's all. And thanks for actually acknowledging that, because we're not trying to say anything else. So
all right, well, people understand it. Where you're coming from.
Since you guys are on this confession thing, I confess. I'm still the best Mortal Kombat player. Suck my balls.
Wow.
Well,
Let's
on that
there.
on that note, so you guys heard suck James MK balls. Guys, thank you so much for listening. Again, I appreciate everybody giving their comment. We're gonna cut it off here. Guys, stick around, because maybe I have one last comment I want to make for our audience who's still watching. Thank you for watching, guys. Thank you to our guests, obviously our co-hosts. We shall see you on the next episode of the podcast.
Okay, I just stopped recording, but we're still live, just so you guys know.
A lot of history there. And I do think the reason why MK2, like I said, if you go backwards, like Obviously, we know the information is out there now on modern Mortal Kombat games. You can get it YouTube, wherever, Twitter. You can't go anywhere without somebody telling you something about the game. That's the whole NRS era. Pre-NRS era, you still had like people were doing that stuff with deception, etc. With DA, I did a million guides. I did 4. I put even in gold. I was doing combo videos, guides everywhere. And then Lex did the UMK3 compendium on SRK, which was huge also because that's the first time that information had ever been put out there. But 2, you got like the goats of the goats in 2 in that era. And that information just isn't like out there. You don't see Master John or Jason Wilson doing like guides and just kind of like info dumping like everything on the internet. So 2, you just don't see that out there. So it kind of cuts off. Like the information just kind of cuts off right there, and people are really don't know where to get it into. So people will look at it.
But it seems like a lot of people just don't care about MK2 or don't want to learn it. But then on Legacy Collection, so many people are playing it and like it, so it's like weird.
You know, it was it definitely was a what do they call a sleeper out of them. Even though it came out riding hot off of Mortal Kombat notoriety and fame, it had its arcade numbers, but then it fizzled out as the games continued. And again, it's like anything else. That great book that you were going to go read that you forgot to read. Now there's 36 new books and you never go back to it. Maybe one day I will, but you never do. But then when you do go back to it, you go, wow, you know what? There is a lot of depth to the game. Again, I even back then, I'm not adamant about tier lists. Because a tier list is on, when you're talking equal players on equal skill, it don't matter the character you're playing versus who you're playing against. Because if you're both on equal level, you're not reading the character they pick. You're reading the character of the person you're actually playing against. Playing Bill. Is Bill a bunny rabbit? Does he jump all the time? Is Bill the type that's going to stand still and turtle me? Now I got to figure out a way to get in where clearly if he's going to turtle me, I'm not going to set myself up for something because I'm becoming more aggressive. And it's the one thing that Mortal Kombat has always done in the early versions is they didn't make a truly dominant person until UMK3. So I mean, while there's a tier list for MK2, like I said, Reptile bodies Katana. Katana bodies half the roster. But Reptile gets bodied by that same half of the roster. But he has a good matchup against her. And that's because of her low profile stuff. He can actually defend against it. And especially with the invisible. If you master invisibility, if you get invisible in a round, a skilled player should not become visible until the next round starts. Because you should never get hit if you can read the character.
Yeah, that's his best move.
And people have certain panic reactions. Like if you're Reptile, you turn, like say it's Reptile Sub-Zero. If you turn invisible, a lot of Sub-Zero players are going to say, okay, I'll just slide.
I'll just jump out with a jump kick.
but if you're on point, you're going to do that. You're going to block the slide. They want to turn, you can take the free uppercut every time, right? So certain people just have automatic responses. Like this is what James was talking about. Despite the matchup, you can read people and know like what their most common responses are going to be, and you can overcome those situations. So at a high level, the tier list it's still relevant, but it becomes less of a factor.
A Kung Lao, Jax is a dominant character in it, but Kung Lao can end them in a combo.
Man,
but
Kung
the
Lao
trigger to it is I got
that game, man. Let's not lie about how annoying Kung Lao is. Everyone knows that Kung Lao player who's like, I'm gonna jump or dive kick. Take your pick, bitch. I'll do it all day. You're gonna anti-air me or block. Like everyone knows that guy, man. We can't stand him. Like I'm sorry, man. Like,
well, Jax jumps and lands on top of that spin. It's a wrap.
Yeah, of course.
But you got it. But now you got to get him to do that. Now, if you're playing a Jax like Jason Wilson, he ain't jumping at you the whole match. So now you're like, I got to figure out a way to get him to attack me.
Yeah.
What am I going to do? Throw hats at him, chip damage, and hope he attacks, and he ain't gonna. You know, but like when you play other players and you read those players, now you could say, this guy's picking Jax. This guy was a bunny rabbit with Scorpion. He's going to be a bunny rabbit with Jax too. You know, so you learn to read people's patterns rather than just the tier list that you've been fed that this is how it's supposed to go. Oh man, but yeah, I mean. I mean, listen, you know, I talked to Lex about it, and it's funny because, you know, Lex and myself reminisced and like memories of shit between him and I that like even I forgot, you know, like when you mentioned to me about the MK4 in Jersey, you know, all of a sudden it's like, huh? You know, oh shit. And it's only until people start telling me stuff, and then all of a sudden little bits and pieces start coming back in my head, and I'm going, oh shit. That's right. I literally drove up and down the East Coast with Lex in my car. I had no idea. You know,
that was when you were living at the apartments behind East Brunswick, the arcade, right?
Yes.
The mall, right? You were living there with your girlfriend at the time. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That was a funny day, man, when you told me that fatality. That was revision too. Yeah.
Picking up the name. I remember the name of Old Bridge Turnpike.
Old Bridge. Okay. Yeah.
Old Bridge Turnpike. That was the street I lived on. But you know, it's you know, again, you know, as much as the competitive side and everything that we're talking about, I can't stress the friendships that you build from this. You know, me and Summoning, you know, we had our spat, you know, back in the heyday. It took me reading a fucking comment in 2007 of him bashing me to come back out. And he realized it, and you know, he apologized. And at that point, it's like, what do I do? Punch him in the face after apologizing? I mean, now I'm a bully. After that point,
well, because you're building real relationships. That's the difference. Like people don't understand that. You see these people every day for years in the arcade. It's not like, oh yeah, let me get my 2 games next, 2 games next, 2 game next on rank. The human element is lost a lot of times. You're playing at home from the comfort of your home. You don't really know these people. You don't care. I mean, the fact that you're willing to get on the mic, say God knows what, teabag the guy, like that just doesn't happen in person. You know what I mean? Because usually people in person don't want to show their ass. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll do it when you don't know who they are, but they don't want to show their ass when like, oh yeah, I know this guy. This guy's an asshole. Like no one wants to be that guy in person.
Unless they're wearing Nike sneakers.
And in your underwear, yeah, wearing an animal hat, yeah, but an animal mask.
Can you guys explain what that is? What's the lore behind that? I don't even
understand. So Sonic Fox, when he got the first Nike picture, was him holding like I think a Shao Kahn hammer, wearing his furry mask with Nikes, but he was in his underwear, no pants, only underwear.
When was this?
This was I don't know when that got put out there.
Like a tournament he won or something?
No. It was just a picture that I think Nike did because he's sponsored by like Nike's using him to sell sneakers.
Wait, Sonic's sponsored by Nike?
Yeah, they're trying to sell. They're trying to.
When did this happen?
Recently, they're trying to adhere. They're trying to grab that audience to try to increase.
He's the furry Al Bundy of fucking.
So when he's getting sent to tournaments, Nike's sponsoring him. Like he's the one.
No. They're actually they're paying him a deal. They're paying him to be like the face of their new inclusive image that they're going for to try to increase sales. But you know, because back to the arcade era, like people are developing real friendships. Like it's not like some random guy that you're going to show your ass to online because no one knows who's who. So. And these friendships last years, 20, 30 years. Like you'd have real friends. I think that's what's missing in gaming today, the people element. You can't have a scene without people. There's no such thing. So when you remove the person-to-person element, what do you have? People just playing online, and that's it. But you lose. That's why it can't grow to be like an offline scene because people are less and less likely to want the human element because they're just used to coming home, playing online, and that's it. So it's tough to grow past that when that's all people are accustomed to now.
And if you look at like the way, you know, and this is something that I always do when I gauge friendships within the FGC. You know, and you notice like when we stream, sometimes I fuck up, but like, do I address you by your gamer tag or your real name? And to me, that's something very important. You know,
We're,
I'll
we're
call
still
Reed.
streaming, by the way.
I know.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I
but
thought,
if
I thought you thought it was off stream.
no. But my thing is like, you know, when I build a rapport or a friendship over the years with people, like, you know, like Brian at NRS, he was Grinch, then he became Brian, he became a friend. You know, Lex is Lex, but he's also got his real name, Alex. You know, it's like even people like Base. You know, if I build a rapport with somebody and I take the time to try and get to know them as the person,
Wait,
not the guy.
what's Base's name?
We're not going to get into that.
Wait, what do you mean?
We're not going to get into names and shit. I don't want to get into all that.
Yeah, so no,
You
it's all good.
you know, my point is like that. You know, once you build a friendship with somebody, it's no longer just about the video game. Next thing you know, oh shit, you know, you play golf? Oh shit, so do I too. You know, let's go golfing one time. You know, Tom and I have gone drinking. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, we've gone out, we do things. Me and Summoning, we're hanging out all week. You know, going around in the city. You know, and it's like that aspect of it's lost because people have filtered to such a competitor. And this ain't to shit on them, but even if they're not good at the game, they still have that mindset. And you've gone to events for 10 years and you don't know what Big Dick Daddy 8624's real name is, but you've hung out with him every event. You know, and it's like eventually you got to break those barriers and build those friendships. You know, and I don't think they want to anymore. You know, I mean, I think it's now, you know, go to an event, maybe I can get laid, and, you know, maybe not. And that's basically it. Like, I mean, like the time, and, you know, just think about this. All the time we spend competing over years, going to Chicago, going down to Florida, going to Atlanta, going to California, coming to New York or Philly. How many of you people can actually say you've gone and, like, I don't know, went to Philly and said, you know what? Don't they got that thingamajiggy there, the Declaration of Independence there? Maybe I'll go over there. Maybe I'll go get a Gino's fucking, you know, steak and cheese sandwich. You know,
Yeah, I was gonna
how
say
many
that,
times?
that's what Philly's known for, the steak and
Yeah.
cheese sandwich.
You know, so many of the original NECs at University Pinball, those Big E tournaments. We always always go to Gino's. Always.
Yeah. You know, but it's like you go to these places, like when we all went to the beach, you know, we went to St. Martin. Hey, listen, I had a fucking great time. I understand that shit got chaotic when it came to paying people, and I promoted the event, and I tried to get people their money and wheel and deal for them. Just to think of it this way: so if VXG owed you 10 grand, and right now they're like, shit, you ain't getting it. But then I come up to you and go, hey, I can get you 5 grand and 3 free trips to fucking St. Martin. Would have you not taken it?
Yeah, people are taking it.
There's motherfuckers that were like, no, I want all my money. I said, all right, you're shit out of luck. You're on your own now. I had gotten them that deal.
Did they ever get paid back, or was it ever finalized?
I don't. Some people did. Some people didn't.
Mhm.
You know, eventually, I'm not gonna.
That was during Injustice 1, right? Wow, that was a while ago.
I'm not gonna delve too deep into it, but I'll say that, you know, some people didn't get paid, and I didn't care that they didn't get paid. But like, I had a list of people that I went down, and if you were a dick to me, you know, what's that saying? You know, if you didn't want me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Well,
Yeah.
bitch, you treated me like shit, thinking you were making fun of my New York accent on your little videos. I guess who didn't get paid, motherfucker? But I got other people paid. You
True.
know, and that's on you. That's how you know, that's why you should always treat people with respect. If you know, like, I get my labels of being the mean motherfucker in the room. I've told you, I told Tom Brady, I've told somebody, this shit bothered me, this past shit. It did. For no other reason than I'm seeing fractured fucking friendships and things going chaotic and everybody getting mad. And I just felt like this ain't how it's gotta be. You know, one of the things is, like I said, when I first started doing the travel of the world shit, it was more, I'm coming to your arcade, I'm gonna whoop your asses, but I'm taking something with me, and that was usually one of your members of your little clique. You know, and when we went to Bloomfield Arcade, we came back with Al DeGod and fucking Grinch. They were part of our clique now. You know, and it was like, I hate to compare it to religion, but it was like, you know, we were Jehovah Witnesses and we got you on board, and now I got you knocking on doors now. Yo, you got to play Mortal Kombat. You know,
And just to kind of show the difference in like, so even like part of me from the arcade era, being from that era, saved my life. So like when MK Deception, I used to never talk shit to people online because I'm like, they always know where to find me. So I don't know who these people are, but they know where I'm going to be. I played a newbie in MK Deception using like when the first 2 months doing the Baricho shit. And like, he was always like, would say stuff like in the comments, like in chat back to me. And I'm like, hey, GG's, man. Well, at MK9, so newbie's like 6'6", 300 pounds. The dude is a monster, right? So as CEO, the first CEO, I'm down there, and this monster comes up to me. He's like, what's up, son? You know who this is? And I was like, no. And he goes, it's newbie. I was like, can you imagine if I talk shit to this guy in like 2000, like whatever it was, 4 or whatever?
Bro,
or
people used to shit talk
2005?
him all the time in Deception, which was the funny part.
But can you imagine?
And they didn't.
And then
even,
and then this dude finds me and rips my arms off. You know, like at CEO.
Excuse me, little man. Do you know who this is?
I was like, man, I was like, man, thank God I just said GG's to this guy. I never talked any shit.
Bro, newbie's
Thank
like 7'6". He's like Shao Kahn, like a tall Shao Kahn.
Yeah, newbie was, yeah, massive, man. Newbie was, my God. But that's why, like, you didn't talk shit to those people because you understood you're still in the real world. The people kind of lose sight of that, you know, when you're on the internet.
But
You know,
honestly,
it's like-
now that Legacy Collection is basically dead, what do we play now? Like, what's the next game?
I don't know. I play. Let's put a Rocket League team together.
I thought about streaming MK Deadly Alliance on like.
Bro, I was gonna say, Tom, we should play DA online again like we used to. I don't know why we stopped.
Yeah, I heard it's on S Arcade now too. I don't know if what's better, S
Man,
Arcade or
screw that. Why don't we
Dolphin.
just play on the Melee emulator that has the rollback? Like, why even play on that?
That's what it was, right? Well, yeah, I just
No,
forget
that wasn't
we
S Arcade. We were playing on the Dolphin emulator that was made for Melee, but we were like, wait a minute, what if we just play another GameCube game on it? And then we started playing DA.
Yeah. Didn't we have to like have matching memory? I don't know. We figured out how to get rid of the desyncs. I remember that.
Yeah, the desyncs was because we had, you know how like when you play in your memory card, one person saves, the other person may not, like they'll decline, then it gets desynced.
Yeah. That's what it was.
But yeah, we could just play on the Melee emulator again, the Dolphin one, but just instead of playing Melee, just play MKDA, so we have the good netcode.
Yeah, MKDA it's surprisingly advanced, man. Like most people are like, "What DA? How could it?" Like people just don't know.
I think it's good. I guess some people may not like if they don't like playing footsies or neutral, because you know some people aren't into that.
Yeah, true.
If you enjoy like fighting games and you like that kind of aspect of a fighting game, then you'll feel at home with DA.
Yeah,
We could have had a perfect universe, man.
Like 4 is too janky for modern players. Like 4 was janky for people back then. Like 4 had its own community. Like you had like 1, 2, and 3, and then like 4. It was different people. Like Jimmy was when I was 20 in 4, he was like 27, 28. So you had I was the end of Generation 1. They're the beginning of Generation 1. They played 1, 2, and 3, and then it's like 4 had its own community. It wasn't the same people. Most people that play 1, 2, and 3, they're like, man, this game is janky. I don't want to play this. So it developed its
remember
own
we used to play?
community
We used to play a lot of DA.
in 4. But, you know, keep in mind the people before 4 thought it was janky. The people after 4 think it was janky. So it's got a very small, like, whatever. So
yeah, I tried to get a lot of people into DA for a while, and it seemed like a lot of people just didn't care to play or want to play. It was only like Mike Metroid, Detroit, like a couple others, but everyone else just didn't care because this was during Kicks, I believe.
Yeah, I
or
feel
Injustice
like
2. I forgot. I think maybe Injustice 2.
I feel like the only games you can build Mortal Kombat off of are like 2, UMK. And you know what sucks? The thing that sucks the most about Legacy Collection is finally people have WaveNet, and
Yeah.
Bro,
unfortunately,
you can't
it's
even
on
play
Legacy
it because
Collection.
there's no ranked
Yeah.
and there's not even a training mode
Yeah.
for it.
Unfortunately, it's on. And you know what's weird? You would think that like all these games have like the streaks, right, menu, but it doesn't matter online. Like it'd be like if the online arcade came out and it literally paid homage to that era, and at least you would see who the biggest winners are of everybody. That would still be like, okay, it's not ranked, but it's got that arcade feel, and you can't even do that. It doesn't even tap into that, so it's so stupid. So you have WaveNet, with no way to really play it because you don't have crossplay. The netcode is shit. You have the input delay on 2 of the 3 platforms, or
I
I guess
heard
on mechanical.
a rumor that WaveNet ROM was extracted or whatever from Legacy Collection, so we may see it on Fightcade eventually. That's what I heard.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be
I heard
good.
that too.
Yeah, that'd be good because right now it just sucks that that's the only way you can play WaveNet, and they just did it such a disservice. Such a WaveNet can never pick up because it's on Legacy Collection. It doesn't have a chance, unfortunately. So hopefully they do that. But I think you can build a community off 2. You can build it off like UMK3/WaveNet. You can build it off DA, and maybe 9, and I guess you have to put 1 in there for the modern audience.
I mean, the problem with 9 is you need netcode online for 9
Yeah,
is horrendous.
you can't do 9 then. So it has to be like either MK1 for the more. But I do think if people got into like DA or even like stuff like that, or like I said, you can build communities for like UMK or 2 things like that, or WaveNet now that we have it. I think the community can begin to rebuild. I think the best bet is the community has to build itself in its own like subsections, like pockets. These people play UMK, but no more like shitting on each other. It's way too toxic. Oh, you play UMK? Oh, blah 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 blah. Dude, bro, we all need each other, man. Look, any MK1 player who's gonna look down on somebody, bro, your game is new and it's in the shitter right now. Like, bro, NetherRealm Studios literally puts you in a hall where the ceiling fan is falling on somebody's head. Like, I mean, like your own studio doesn't care about you. So like we're all in this together at the same time. It's no longer like, oh, I'm high and mighty playing the newest game, and you lowly UMK3 player, or you play MK2, or oh, you want to stream DA? Ha, scrub. Like that's got to stop, man. Like we're all MK is in danger.
What's so crazy
Like,
is they
let's
could
do
just
that.
fix it if they had a ranked
take-
mode. That's all they
I
have to do is
take
add a
part of the
ranked.
blame. I take part of the blame, and when I came back to the scene during MK9, maybe it was too harsh of me. Like I put the bounty on PL and I did the cantaloupe videos.
No, that stuff
with
was actually
Team
hype.
Speed,
People love that shit.
but I think it opened up a Pandora's box to this nasty, mean spirit. I remember watching, and again, I'm not trying to break anybody down, but I remember I saw a video of Gross trying to get games with Pig and 16-bit. And they were basically filming them like, yeah, could I get game? And they were like, no, you're nobody. You don't play. And I'm like, that's not how you welcome people in a community. And I think from that point forward, going forward, there was this breakdown where it became this mean streak within the scene that, how many Evo medals do you have? I can't talk to you. Like, what?
It became all clout. Like, oh, you don't have an Evo medal at all? Well, you can't be in this room. This is Evo medalists only. You guys, you got to go. Yeah, no, for sure.
Bro, I wish you guys were trolling, but I remember that shit. That was crazy.
I know.
Yeah.
I know I'm not trolling.
Wasn't there someone like at a door where you would enter and be like, wait a minute, do you have an Evo top 8 placement?
Yeah,
Only you
that's
can't
true.
enter. And I'm like, oh
Yeah.
shit. So I remember I
You're
was there with
not-
one of my friends. I'm like, fuck, you know what? Let me not go in here. Let me just go chill with my friends because
Yeah.
that shit was kind of weird.
Yeah,
It was
there was
very
some,
Hollywood.
I got to tell you a funny Rio story. It was a devastation. So Rio was training on the hitbox because he was like, hey, I want to learn Cabal on hitbox. Now, you guys weren't there when Rio first started it, and he was struggling with Cabal to learn what he learned to get it down.
Yeah, it was awkward. Also, wait, hold on. The hitboxes this is when they first came out, and they were very bad. Like, they would break every month, and they would have to send me a new one. I'm like, dude, what is with this hitbox thing?
Rio wins devastation. I thought Rio was so happy. He put in the work. He wins the major. He wins the tournament. And he's just drowning Miller Lite. And I was like, damn, Rio's celebrating, man. Good shit. Rio's like, what are you talking about? You think I want to drink this shit? There's no fucking water here. We're in the middle of the desert and nobody has any
I was never into alcohol like that, but dude, that night I drank down like 10 because there was no water. There was only beer. I'm like, this is so weird. There's no water
Rio's
anywhere.
like, I'm in the desert and no one has any water.
That shit was crazy. Where was this again? Devastation?
Devastation.
What state was it in?
Arizona, in the desert, brother.
Bro, how do
We were
they
in
not
Arizona.
have water anywhere? Like there was no stores open nearby with water. There was no like, and remember back then there was no Uber Eats or stuff, so you couldn't order water. We couldn't.
I remember you.
But who was that dude's name? Damn, what was his name? The guy was part of that clan.
Crazy 88? Napalm?
No, it wasn't C88. It was the other clan that was big. The clan Mr.
AU.
Molina was in. AU. Yeah, that dude. That dude had just.
You want to die.
He had like a what is it called? Like all of this beer and stuff, but there was no water anywhere. If it wasn't for him, I would have probably died that night.
Yeah, we were in the room, and I was like,
Where
damn,
did you
Rio,
guys get
celebrating?
water? Like where did you
I
get
didn't. I
water?
was drinking the beer too, but I thought you were celebrating.
Yeah, but I'm like, but where did all the people that went to his tournament go to drink water? That's what I'm trying to understand. Like, what? That's
No
crazy to
idea.
me.
You would think they would have water available, but no, it was just beer.
Yeah, that was the first tournament I ever went to where I couldn't find water anywhere. Like, the stores were closed early. The venue didn't have any water. It was just kind of crazy.
Yeah,
I was the year at Evo where you were collecting fucking hooker business cards. Fucking kid pulls up.
No, that's because on the strip, people kept handing you cards repeatedly every time you walked.
He has like a stack of like 100 cards.
They just kept giving to you over and over, and it's crazy. It wasn't just one person doing it. It was like every 20 seconds of walking, there was someone giving more cards out.
Yeah.
So you would just
want to throw it out.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Soup had like this giant stack of cards. I'm like, damn, bro, you collected like every card on like the past 20 blocks.
Like baseball cards.
Pretty much,
I
yeah,
got
that's what they were.
Crystal.
I'm gonna tell you another funny. I think Kerbo was only 16, maybe just 17.
Oh yeah, and then his mom was there, and we're like, Kerber, you probably shouldn't be looking at these cards. Like,
Yeah, but even funnier. So Foxy, him used for glue and ketchup and mustard to come over. Now Foxy was a diabetic, and we were hanging out that afternoon, but he hadn't eaten all day, and I didn't know he was a diabetic. So I think me, Detroit, Kerbo, and I forget who else went to the Denny's. We're coming out, the cops are in the middle of the street because he had collapsed and hit his head. Kerbo goes, "Oh shit, man! The cops got him. They got deported." I was like,
what the
"Kerbo,
hell?
they're not deported. They're here legally. They have passports, you idiot. They're here for one day." Like when Kerbo's only 16, he doesn't know any better. He thought that the cops had caught Foxy Grandpa and the ketchup, mustard, and used for glue, and they were going to deport them back to the UK.
For playing an MK tournament?
Yeah, that's what he.
That's so.
Here's
fucked up
another
that
funny
happened to Foxy,
story.
though.
Here's a funny tournament story. There was a tournament called TIT. And it was, I don't think it was the one for DA. Maybe it was. I think it was just the Tekken 4 one. But it actually happened the weekend that right after we invaded Iraq following the events of 9/11. So my dumbass is traveling to Texas when the terrorist alert is at Amber with this giant moss stick. So I'm going through security. And the guy is like, "What is this?" And I'm like, "It's a stick." And he goes, "Where are you going?" I was like, "To a video game tournament." They're like, "You're going," and this
sounds fishy as hell. The way you're saying that shit already
they're like, "You're going to a video game tournament." So they did like 5 swabs on it. I was there for 2.5 hours. I missed 2 flights. And I was like, I'm playing on the pad. I'm gonna learn the pad from now on because that was it. Like, yeah, because the dude literally looked at me like a video game tournament. I was like, yes, I'm going to play video games.
So you're going to a video game tournament?
He's like, yeah.
With
He's
that
like,
giant
yeah,
device?
yeah, okay, guy. That's why I changed from. I actually did migrate an MK9 from a stick to a pad because of lugging these fucking things around. That's when I started doing the autograph ones. I still have I think 4 of them that I had everybody autograph over the years.
This is why I'm glad I don't play on stick, keyboard, any of this. It's so easy just to put a controller in my pocket and I'm good. I don't have to carry any of the stuff around anywhere.
They opened it up and all the wires everywhere, and they're like, hell no. Right? So they start swabbing it, and man, what a disaster, man. What a disaster.
Reminds me of the story when I was with Silver Eye and we were going to the Justice 2 tournament and we were carrying like a stick or something and they were like, "Excuse me, where are you going?" And I'm like, they're like, "What is this?" I'm like, "We're going to a tournament." They're like, "So you're going here with a plane to another state to play a video game?" And I was like, "Yes." And then they were like, "Why don't you step aside here? We're gonna look through your bags real quick, see everything." I'm like, "Dude." And then this is when Silver Eye was like, "Bro, they hate you because you have that big ass beard." So when I had that big ass beard, so they thought like I was trying to like carry a bomb or something on the plane. It was crazy.
Osama bin Rio.
I was like, dude, I gotta shave this beard down because this is ridiculous.
That's what they thought. Yeah.
Yeah, the airports are crazy with that. Like when you tell them you're going to a video game tournament, they literally don't believe you.
No, now they understand it, but back then,
Yeah,
like
they were like, "You're going here to play in a video game." Like they're talking to you like you're stupid.
Look at it this way. I traveled during MK9 and on, and it was like I'm already a 40-something-year-old man, and I look like I'm 60, and they're like, "Yeah, really? You're going to a video game? What are you, a fucking pedo?"
Bro, it's crazy. These airport people be roasting for no reason.
And, by the way, something that people don't know. So the game that you guys know as Bloody Roar, the reason why I know it as Beasterizer is because one of the before Jimmy left the arcade when he was working at it, they would ask him for game. He brought in a game called Beasterizer, which you guys know as Bloody Roar, and he brought in the Japanese cabinet where you had to sit down to play it, and it was that's how people in New Jersey knew how to play Bloody Roar, because we got it as Beasterizer. And I don't know where Jimmy found out that game even existed to even get it, but it's a crazy part of history.
I always do my research. I told you. It was one of those. I had a spot to fill, and I had my Marvel superheroes and my Street Fighters. I was like, you know what? I need something a little different. I had the Tekken. I think I put it next to Tekken 3. But I tried to keep all the fighting games together, but spaced apart. One between them, because for the fat motherfucker that takes up half the cabinet when he lines up, I wanted to make it so you at least had space. Because again, left side players get punished, which is ironic because now I love the left side.
Yeah,
you had to play. I forgot what makes the left side harder to play.
Tell him, Jimmy. Tell him about that.
Is it because it's crammed against the wall?
Well, that's one part of it, because the person that sits on the right usually takes up 1.5 slots. So you kind of got to play on this little bit of an angle. And also, a lot of people just naturally felt going from right to left was easier than going left from right. So, and of course, we got that player 2 advantage crap. That was a reality as well still. Except games like Mortal Kombat, it didn't give you that much of an advantage, but it was more of the fat guy blocking this. And if you were a righty player, it just felt more natural on that side versus the other side. So obviously a righty on the right side was better, but majority of the time you got stuck on the left. And plus, if you played on the left, people assumed you were a scrub and they had the advantage point. So after a while, we got so good on the left, it didn't matter. So we just stayed on the left all the time. There was a lot of advantages to fucking playing on the left side, for me at least, because I'm ambidextrous, but I'm naturally a lefty with a slight right hand. I could switch to right hand somewhat. So for me, I was like, I'm good, but summoning hated both. It. Yeah. Well, you always had that one motherfucker. And I never understood it, and I've tried it once or twice in my life.
You're going to go crosshand, right?
Cross-handed motherfuckers. I don't know how the fuck motherfuckers did that.
I knew you. I was just thinking it. The people that play cross-handed. Yes, crazy.
Wait. Hold on. She's saying somebody is pressing the buttons that are on the right side with their other opposite hand, like.
Make your hands in a cross, so your right hand would be on the stick, and your left hand would be on the button.
Like that? It's so weird.
It's what they did. Never understood, because they wanted the stick to be on the right side of the buttons. So they played naturally with the crossed hand, because their right hand is what they used the joystick with, but the buttons were to the right of the stick. So if they were there, they had the cross.
Yeah, that seems
And somehow these
complicated.
I think I lost matches just because you would look at these motherfuckers, especially if on top of that he was a fat fuck that took up half the cabinet and playing cross-handed. You're
That
like,
shit-
dude, really?
That would hurt my wrist if I had to like cross my hands like that to play.
Yeah, cross-handed. Yeah, there was a guy at the break that played cross-handed. Ermac player played cross-handed. Yeah,
Dude, I'll tell you, I never had a good time at the break. Every time I went there, dude, and I know he fixed it up as the years went on and made it better. They talked about that steak and egg, and I think the fucking steak-'em sandwich.
Damn, the
I
steak
think
and
I had
eggs.
it. No, just
I'm getting
steak-'em, my
hungry
man.
now.
yeah, the break
Yeah.
steak.
The break steak, and the break steak was frozen half the time, and it had the fucking onions that like you buy in the store already chopped up. And it was by the time you got it, you get through like the first. If you bit the left and the right side of the hero bread, you were good. But as you got closer to the center, it got colder, and eventually you ended up with a frozen piece of meat in the center.
Yeah, you know, it's out of all the times I've been to the break, I've never had the break steak. But it's
Yeah,
weird because every
listen.
time I went there, I never saw anybody eating it. So I was like, I don't know, like
It was a thing like in the '90s. They I don't know if they continued to boast about it
All
in
the
the
time,
early
man.
2000s.
I had to get it every time. I had to get the break steak, man. Had to get it every time.
I'd be
it
afraid in
because
tournament.
one of those Big E tournaments I went to in Philly, when I got one of those, what's it called? The Philly
Cheesesteaks.
cheesesteaks. Yeah, the cheesesteaks. When I had one of those, we were taking a taxi back or whatever, the Uber. I accidentally left it near my feet in the car when we left. So I bought one. I never got to eat it because I left it there, and that was the last time. Sucks.
He's like, thanks for the tip, man.
Pretty much. So I don't know. I guess that guy ate it after, but yeah, that sucks. It's the only time I had one of those because I was never really into like I'm not a fan of like sandwiches. I'm not a bread person.
Believe it or not, if you go outside of Geno's steak, you get better ones. Geno's is just the one that's well known for.
Yeah,
it.
no, it just sucks that one time I was gonna eat it and then I accidentally left it in the freaking behind the seat.
Yeah, I'll download DA though. By the way, I'll download it. Like, also like, so I watched Ketchup. Someone was like, "Hey, watch Ketchup and Mustard's DA video," but I had very little input into that. So like 90% of it is wrong. Like when they were like jump canceling is like backdash canceling, only you jump. No, backdash
Dude,
canceling
we
is
may have
back.
to redo the tier list when we play because I remember last time we were playing, bro. Frost is dumb. I remember the Troy's playing Frost and that character is dumb.
No, you're just not used to it, right?
Bro, no, like I don't even want to play footsies against her because she decides to randomly do ice, whatever the ground freeze. That shit will hit you. And I'm like, you know what? Let me just.
So let me ask you both. Let me ask you guys both this. So do you see like how me and Summoning see our evolution of 1, 2, and 3? Is there an evolution of style in that's changed since you guys were really playing it hardcore?
I mean,
In
Frost
DA,
seems a lot better than she was in the tier
No,
list.
so Frost. So here, even with Frost Infinite. So here's the problem with Frost. So problem with Frost is if Frost gets hit, she'll never beat you. So like, say you're playing like Suhao, who hits like a truck, and if Frost tries any of that garbage, so a lot of times what you can do is you play in footsie range. If she does the low thing, you can step it and clap her, or if you're in the right range, you can hop it and jump cancel, which will go over it, and standing jabber for a full branch, which is going to do 40. If Frost even tries her infinite, the problem is once Frost goes down 50, 60%, even if she launches you and then does slide, ground freeze slide, if she does it off a launch, she does 0.5% per revolution. The stun will hit the earth by the time she kills you. So Frost, no matter what happens when she gets hit and goes down that massive life, it's very difficult for Frost to get that back. So once you learn how to deal with like jump canceling was huge. People started jump canceling. They'd be in like sweep range.
Yeah, it's not even the combo infinite I'm talking about. It's just the ground freeze and
once
neutral
you
was
get,
absurd.
it is awkward at first. Once you get used to it, though, it's very difficult for Frost to throw that out like that.
So she seemed like she was like closer to top 5.
Like from full screen, if she does it from full screen, Draman can sidestep it.
It was her doing it like in footsies, like that. It was like a very
people would always attack her.
At least
People would always attack her with jump canceling. They would always jump cancel her. So like once you get in that footsies range, like Suhao, they're going to jump cancel with stand jab. Everything was a
so
jump.
you just
cancel
evade the. Okay, yeah, and that's what I wasn't
So
doing.
then they can attack her from
Because I
that
remember
range
playing with
the
Detroit, and he would randomly do ground first. I'm like, yo, this move is dumb. Like, you have to literally stop playing footsies and have to scout for this. But if I do that, then you get to come in and do whatever you want.
Yeah. Then you can attack like Scorpion. You would jump cancel 3. Yeah. So that's what
But
you.
yeah,
You
no,
have
I
to do.
remember because when we were playing Day, we were like, how the hell's Frost outside top 10? This character seems like closer to top 5.
Yeah, no. Frost, I think. I don't know where I had her. Maybe number 7, something like that, or
Yeah, she
maybe
seems
11.
like she's closer to 5 because that ground freeze in footsies is obnoxious.
Yeah.
So
The
who
thing
would
is,
you say? Who would you say is the absolute worst of the worst characters?
Probably Cyrax.
right? Cyrax.
Probably Cyrax.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he even has lows and overhead, so he's not even that shit.
No damage. He's got no damage. That's the problem. He's got no damage. Like
What about like Moloch and Draman?
they're not playable.
Moloch's not playable. Drummond's dumb.
Drummond's extremely good. So Drummond is the only. So
He doesn't
throws
even
in
play
the
DA.
game.
He's like zones.
Yeah. So Drummond. So the first time I was playing radio in that game, I realized I got old because very rarely did I ever not see a fly ball or a ground pound. And Rio did a ground pound from far away, and I was like, "How didn't I see that?" I was like, "Oh my god, I'm in my 40s. I'm old." Like I was like, either my eyesight's bad or
we're playing online too. You're used to playing it offline with no lag.
true. Drummond's thing is so the ground pound and the fly ball becomes very easy to see. However, when you're up closer and you have to deal with his entire game, you can't really tell ground pound from something else. This is where Drummond becomes stupid. So Drummond up close, he can do Iron Club 4, he can do a low, or he can do a throw that's an overhead, right? Or he can just unblock. If you're guarding against all those perfectly, then he'll unblockable you. So up close, it's very difficult. That unblockable becomes extremely powerful. When he hits you with any of those things, he's going to like back to you, then he's going to power up right in front of you. If he does a power up low, you're losing like 40% off the low. If you say, man, I'm going to block that shit, okay, then he's going to overhead, then he's going to throw you, and then he's going to back to fly ball you for like 70, and then come in, and then whatever. And then if you'll finish you off. Or if you say, man, I got that mix on Pat, dog. You do that overhead, I'm a block. You do that low power up, I got you. And he's like, okay, power up unblockable. Get fucked. Like it's tough because so it's a lot to deal with up close. You use the better options.
Tom, can you also talk about the back?
He has an obnoxious ass low poke attack that is, dude. I felt Tom was playing Baracho. I'm like, bro, I don't even know how you're supposed to play this matchup. This looks so annoying. And I was only doing the standing forward weapon backdash. That's it.
Yeah,
it
it's tough. Baracho has to leave.
How do you even get in? Like he just
Ramen is a good pick against Bo because it makes he wanted to beat Baracho. You must make him leave.
Yeah.
Drunken Fist.
But Dave doesn't understand how brain that Drummond's weapon 4 backdash is. Like it looks so annoying. All you hear is the thing, the annoying noise when you're blocking and he's just tripping you.
His backdash also like essentially like half screen.
It's like
so that's a bug.
What
happened was there was a situation where when Drummond did a regular backdash, his stances got messed up. So the only way they could fix it, like just which way he's facing, so they gave him a double backdash to be able to fix that, which by accident, MKDA is a happy accident. It just happened to complement how the character is played. It's so much in that game is just pure accident. So Drummond's backdash is also very, very good, which is why you would be able to punish Iron Club 4 backdash. Like fast jabbers like Jax or Kung Lao normally can jump cancel even like a close range Scorpion Pigua 3 into backdash cancel. They can jump cancel and punish it because the extra range and the speed of their jab. But because of Drummond has the double backdash, even the fastest jabbers, even with jump cancel, cannot punish him with backdash. So it gives him a good get off big move. Now, the downside is you're always going to be an Iron Club, so even pokes or single hits are going to take, I think 30% or 25% more damage from you because you are going to be an Iron Club. But just everything that goes along with his game, And ironically, Shang is actually the zoner of that game, not Drummond. Drummond is still a zoner per se, but he's more of a setup character.
Well,
Shang
zones you more with his normals, honestly.
Yes. Yeah. Shang has got the 3D fireball. So in MKDA, they found, again, it's all accident. Mids in MKDA aren't that great. But again, by pure accident of saving the game, highs hits you in transition to crouch blocking. So if you're already crouch blocking, they'll go over your head. But if you're trying to crouch block, they hit you in transition, which makes highs almost act as mids in a lot of those times in those close-up scenarios. So Shang Tsung, he's doing his 3D fireball, and if you're maneuvering around the screen and you try to crouch block it at the last second, it will then, since it's a mid and it's a 3D game, it counts as an overhead. It will
Bro, that
hit
shit
you.
does like 15% too. Like,
Yeah,
it's the move, not want to get
15%.
hit by it. And then you're
15%.
stuck in hit stun, then he gets to do another one that you have to block.
Yeah, yeah. So there's a lot in the game here. Frost definitely is annoying for sure. And then like Raiden was man, Samurai Raiden is such a sick character. Then you have Quan.
Raiden's
So
so
one of
cool
the
in DA.
one of the biggest things is because you have 3 styles, you want to play almost it's not like a Scorpion or like a Sonya, or even Reptile in some ways. You want to play, in a stance where you can get 2 stances from one. So like Natara, because her what are they called? Her Kama is a good 50-50 stance, but you don't want to sit in weapon. But you don't want to stay in leopard because then it takes 2 switches to get into Kama. You stay in Fujao Pai. This way you still have fast jabs, you still have access to fast, good combo starters, but you can always switch on the fly and go into Kamas. Just Shang Tsung is the same way, which is why he's played in Crane, because Crane gives you access to the straight sword and so on and so forth. There was just a lot in that game that is very, very advanced. And then jump canceling is very good with like power-ups and things like that. Quan Chi can do like instant power-up with a jump cancel because it cuts the animation,
Bro,
by
Quan Chi was like
75%.
Draman too. He could zone you out with normals in his weapon stance. His normals were crazy in there.
Yeah, so
I don't know. You guys are thought about zoning. We all know how modern gamers feel about that.
and
By the
then,
way,
and then
by the way, just real quick, happy accidents. It describes essentially all of the older games and why they're even semi-playable.
100% happy.
And the ones that are not are complete garbage.
No, but
Like,
Dave, you
for
don't
example,
understand. When I'm talking about zoning, I don't mean like Cabal sitting there throwing a million fireballs. I mean Quan Chi's literally doing these weapon attacks, and you block them, they push you back. If they get back in, it's just annoying. But
I
in
know,
a
it
way,
sounds
it is
like
zoning. It's just not projectile zoning.
this
Yeah,
is
and
where the hypocrisy comes
power up
along.
saves a lot of the character. Like character like Kano, who would be unplayable because they gave him a power up, and he's got this super launcher with a stance switch. So if you're playing him in Jing Yi, and you do like 3 hits of his branch into the stance switch, it causes like this super launching effect, which gives him enough time to power up. And now he's in stance 2. When you're getting up, it's an untechable knockdown. When you get up, if he does his down 3, that's a 35 to 40% low. If you go to block it, he does a stand switch into his Black Dragon knife that spin it. You know what I'm saying, Rio? The spin attack that's kind of like Suhao's with the. That'll do like 70. They're both unsafe, but you're gonna die right there if you guess wrong.
That's
like
crazy
GG's.
how that 4-hit move does like 70.
Yeah. So, and it's only because for some reason, on accident, the stand switch does a super launcher, which gives him time for the power up. It's all accidental. Like no one sat there and said, "Oh, wow, you know what we should do?" It's all accidental. Just so many things that kind of go hand in hand in that game are just completely.
It's accidental and also nostalgic, which is how most people approach the older games.
It's
And
not
that's
nostalgic, bro. Who the hell's thinking back to DA? What do you mean?
You are. That's why you're talking about it.
Bro,
The-
It just
first of
doesn't
all,
there's a lot to
hold
talk
on,
about.
nostalgia. Actually, nostalgia. Why DA was the 3D game I hated the most because I thought it was the wackest. I thought Deception was the sickest in Armageddon. So if we're going by nostalgia, DA doesn't even crack that because Deception was like the king of nostalgia for me. At least.
Deception is like peak content. Like it's the peak.
When
of,
we
like,
Yeah,
when all
but
the casuals think back at 3DMKs, you know they're all talking about Deception, Armageddon, not DA.
Deception.
DA
I mean,
is the
again,
nostalgia
hey,
trap game.
Hold on a second. How are you evaluating the game? By a product or competitively speaking? Because you
Dave,
said
but
yourself.
who cares if it's an accident or not? What, like, it's so dumb. Whenever we talk about Melee, do we have to sit there say all the time it was an accident? Actually, no. People accept the game for what it is and they talk about it. So how many times do we have to hear about this was an accident in DA? Just that's how the game plays. That's what we're going to talk about.
Because the modern games get trashed nonstop. When they have an accident, that's an accident. The game sucks.
But these are good
What does this
accidents.
have to do with the modern game? I mean, an accident can be a good or a bad thing. It depends.
Well, because we on the podcast we were comparing those games, right? We're comparing modern games to older games. Is that not what we were doing?
Yeah, but
So-
these These
You
actually
can't have
help
it both.
the game.
What do you
These actually
mean?
help.
Who is saying the new games are an accident with what they add? What are you talking about? And usually that stuff gets patched out anyway.
Yeah, today it'll get patched out. That's true.
Not necessarily. I think actually, like for example, you have the Justice One Zod example, in which Paulo specifically said that, um, like how Zod could do, um, he could do this one thing that was never meant to be in the game with the trait. Like he could like cancel.
Yeah,
You
the
remember this? Like
laser
you
into instant down one trade
yeah,
overhead.
exactly.
Yeah.
And he let it stay. So that's a perfect
Well,
example
he let it
of
stay because there was no more patches, Dave. Not because he let it stay. You know, if they didn't, that
no.
shit would have got nuked.
No, he specifically said. Actually, there were patches after that. He specifically said it. He
Oh, so
specifically,
we'll
he
see in
specifically let
Paulo's
it
eyes, he thought it was good for the game, I guess. Like he wanted it.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah,
the
that's
point is
what
that this game is it's a very even like a character like Sonya, which seems simple. Sonya is all Taekwondo. Um, her Taekwondo overhead is worthless because of how slow it is. Or it
It's
seems so at
crazy
first.
in DA.
Yeah, so her Taekwondo. So the reason why I simplified her is because originally I was playing a lot of Sonya, and we had some really good Jax players. And every time I tried a 50-50 with like her back three or like her back four or her overhead, standing two for the big 50% combo, he would block the overhead two every time. And I was like, I was like, how are you blocking that, man? And he's just like, in those scenarios, the overhead is so slow, I can block the low, block the overhead, and then return back to the low. So that's when I started using Taekwondo 3 because it was fast, it was an overhead, it was untechable. And then at that point, because I'm using that and then the low, trying to go up, down, it's not going to work anymore. And then if I want to take that risk, then it will free up too. And the ability to poke and sidestep, reminiscent of a true 3D game, is very key for Sonya. Single hits, staggering, into sidestepping, into three, into low pokes, things like that are very important in that game. And there's no scrubby, again, like say you're playing Draman and you're like, I'm going to roll. If there's a range to get in, he's going to block it and then throw her and then back to her and then power up. And then you're going to have to pray to God that, you get out of there. Like it is, there's so much to that game that all kind of fits in. And I think the community the modern community has no idea. It's a lot. It's very similar to UMK. Like if you played UMK3 in the arcade before, like the way things are now, there are a lot. I'm not saying they don't play it advanced now. Clearly they do with the way they play the game, but there's a lot of nuances which are not like it was back then, just because the way they play it now kind of eliminates some of that, but it also adds a lot of it. MKDA, the modern community has no idea how to play it. Because it's lost, and they just assume like, isn't that first 3D game? Oh, isn't that going to be garbage?
I think DA is
And they
honestly
have
the best
no
neutral and footsie MK game they ever made ever. Even better than all the NRS games.
They have no idea no idea how good that game is. I mean, no idea.
Well, they have no idea because it's not playable. Like if
Of
it were,
course.
Well, no,
Of
but here's the
course.
thing though. You can actually play DA with rollback netcode on PC.
On
You
Dolphin,
guys
yeah,
just need to download it and we can play it.
Yeah,
we
on
figured
Dolphin.
out this is what me and Tom did way back during, like, when was it, during Injustice 2 or whatever. We were like, wait a minute, so the Melee community made what is it called, like this emulator to play Melee online with good netcode. We're like, wait a minute, what if instead of us playing Melee we just pop in DA and it worked? We're like, oh shit, we can play DA online, rollback netcode. So what you have to do, Dave, is download it and play. We were playing that shit. We're like, this is crazy. That's when we started realizing, like, yo, this game is good.
When real, I
was playing with Detroit. I was playing with Mike. I was playing a couple other people. We tried to get more people into it, but a lot of people just didn't have the interest.
I have never played it, and I'll take your word for it. But again, I stand by my general perspective that most of the older games are a waste of time.
Oh
Okay,
man,
what about fun, Dave?
No,
what about that?
I don't think UMK is necessarily a waste of time. I think that's. I don't know. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't.
I don't think any game is a wasted.
If it's fun, then it's good enough to play.
If you enjoy it, yeah. Right now, all there is to play for fun.
Yeah, am I saying Dave is the best game ever made? No, but I think it's super fun and very underrated, and the neutral is crazy in that game.
Yeah.
What Dave was saying earlier in the episode about, Marvel 2 and all that, like Marvel 2 is a waste by that definition. Why are these guys going to Evo to play Marvel 2? What a waste. It's old games that have nostalgia to it. And it's still fun. And I wish more people would play the 3D era shit. I wish fucking Digital Eclipse did the collection right, and there was a DLC pack for 3D games as well as other shit. It would have been great to see, but unfortunately, we don't get that.
Rio originally thought DA was going to be whack when he learned it. He was like, "Man, I'm gonna learn this whack ass game," and then like he got into it, and then
Yeah, when I was playing, I'm like, hold on, because I was like, Tom, I played Deception, I played Armageddon DC, like I know what all these games are about. Let me try DA because I never played DA seriously. So I was like, let me play it. I don't know. I was playing, I'm like, oh shit, this game's actually good. It felt like Deception, Armageddon online, like you know how those games play online, but offline there's actually control. There's no random variable. Like, is it safe on this connection? Is it like everything is consistent? And I was very impressed. I was like, dude, this is a good ass game. This feels like how Deception, Armageddon played online, yet it's consistent. You don't have to worry about lagging this, and the game just feels fast. Look, it's really good.
And when you got
I'm very critical of games, and DA, and I was very impressed how good DA was.
Well, I question your criticism, but
Dave, I'm telling you, you don't know. You have no idea,
Bro,
dude.
Dave, if the game was trash, I would tell you the game is shit, but it's actually really good. If you like 3D MKs, you will love DA.
I mean, you called MK11 good, so I mean, no offense.
MK11 was fun. I mean, the game was fun to play too.
I don't know what fun means. Fun. This is what I mean. It's
and
all
also
preferences.
like even if people were to say that UMK is whatever, good, bad, whatever, people have fun playing it. MK2 people have fun playing it. People that find the game fun should be encouraged to play it, not demonized. Like, hey, you find fun playing this game. Like,
I'm not demonizing anybody. I'm just saying it's a matter of preferences. I mean, you guys, not necessarily you guys, but like a lot of people blow me up for, quote unquote, praising MK1. But I wouldn't call it. I never use the word fun because fun can mean anything. I mean,
Dave, you're praising the game because you're saying this is up block. We're like, how's that this amazing mechanic?
I didn't say it was amazing. I'm just saying that.
But you're bringing up things like that as to why the game is good. And it's like, okay, what is up block? You press up and block, and then you get a combo for a jump in or an overhead. But okay,
well,
we
not
don't care
everything
about that because you could just anti-air. And then the overhead thing, okay, we had something like that in MK11 already. It took more skill.
But it was trash because why would I in a game that's semi-playable online is on wireless is barely playable at all? Like,
Dave,
why
MK11
should I?
wasn't playable for you because you were playing on console where everybody and their mom has Wi-Fi 24/7.
I think
Well,
2 years.
let me say this. Let me just say this because this is another conversation I think we can have in a future podcast and actually talk about modern games, which people mostly now play.
MK11 runs way better on PC, and on console it's laggy as hell. And there's so much input
No, I'm
delay
not
too.
denying that. But the point is, so Rio wants me to do a just frame on somebody's jumping, right?
When did I
Yet
say
the
you
guy
have to do just frame the anti-air? That's not what I said, or how I would want it to be.
You're praising MK11's system over MK1.
When did I say MK11 had good anti-airs?
You didn't. Then stop praising.
Then what are you talking about?
Well, if jumping is going to be easy, then I think anti-airing should be easy. Isn't that what you've been saying literally for the past like 10 years?
Dave, what are you talking about? I feel like we're talking about two different things here. You're talking about up block, are you not? And now you brought up MK11. So what are you saying about MK11?
I'm saying MK11 anti-airing is very difficult. And
when did I say anti-airs are good in MK11 though?
Well, they're better than MK1.
But I don't understand how we came to this point. How are we here?
You're not that great in one either, though. I mean, like, yeah.
I think they're the best. That's the best anti-air since MK9 for sure. That's not even. But I'm even including the Injustice games, by the way. I mean, this is not even. Is it perfect? Hell no. I like MK9's anti-air system. But if the developers are like in MKX that tell us that they improved, they nerfed the jumping, they improved the uppercuts, the jabs, and then like, dude, we still can't anti-air. It's like at that point, just give us.
That wasn't MK11.
Something.
That was MKX Dave that tried to fix the normal anti-airs.
Well, yeah,
like 5 patches.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. But like, that's what I'm arguing. So it's like, if you guys cannot fix this and make it work, then at least give us a mechanic that's equally easy to do as the other guy jumping. Like, what's so controversial?
Well, I mean, that's why you have people like me saying, "Hey, man, we don't need up block. We want good anti-airs." But then you're over here saying, "No, I love up block. It's so good to stop anti-airs." And this, I mean,
no, I love
jumping.
up block when the guys again in the contest of MKX try to fix it but couldn't. I'm like, you know what? If you guys can obviously not fix this based on whatever reasons, then at least give us like a half solution, like better than no solution.
Well, whatever game you people play, what I do think is the MK community right now cannot rely on the current FGC to build, itself. I think the MK community, in order to build for the next 2 years, because look, anyone that says Injustice is next, look, If it is Injustice, I hate to say this, it's going to be bad. Let me tell you why. Because Warner Brothers has shown you they are not interested. They're selling DC, right? They're selling or the rights to the Injustice series, right? So what they're looking to do is make as much money as possible off the IPs they own while they're trying to sell them. So they're still making money while they're shopping them. In no world is Warner Brothers going to say, let's dump a shit ton of money to make the best Injustice game ever. Nope, they're going to say dump a minimal amount of money into it and make as much money off it as we can. So the next, if they're working on a new game right now under the Warner Brothers umbrella, it's not going to be very good. So that's why I'm thankful. More than likely, it will be Injustice and not a Mortal Kombat game. Thank God for that. So I think over the next 2 years, maybe a little longer, as we wait for the next Mortal Kombat game, I think that the MK community needs more events like Darth Arma holds, like an MKNJ, or maybe like a CKK, where they can hold multiple games. You can play MK2, you can play UMK, you can play DA, you can play 9, you can play 1. And no standard FGC tournament's going to do that because they got to accommodate all the fighting games there. But I think Mortal Kombat can start doing its own events. Like Capcom did that and they built. If you're going to piggyback off other games and events, you got to play by their rules. If the MK community wants to build their way, then they've got to hold their own events and build by their own rules to develop a strong community. And I think that's how MK has to be built over the next 2 years.
They've done that, and again, not offline, because offline is essentially it's been devolving for a very long time. Like, you know how we used to have power up, used to have season beatings, we used to have locals.
That was an overall FGC event. That wasn't just Mortal Kombat.
I know. Well, actually, Console Combat was mostly Mortal Kombat. Actually, because you were there.
I mean, it wasn't on a major level. Like, you're not because
my problem with this podcast is people just hate Evolution for some reason. They want to back in the old days. But guys,
no, I don't hate Evolution, but Evolution is not working right now, Dave.
This doesn't make any sense because if that were true, then we wouldn't be asking for ranked mode. We're asking for new modern stuff to be put into other games.
I don't know. We had a guest in the other podcast that was never supposed to be a cast. Literally, come was like, you know what? I understand why, having rollback that code is good, but it kind of killed the offline scene.
He was saying rollback is very good, but there's only one thing bad about it. That's it. That made a lot of people not want to leave their house. That's it. He wasn't saying that means rollback is bad.
Well, I mean, he's kind of
obviously we all want rollback.
I mean, it's kind of like saying, but not saying it. Like, I don't understand, like, what even the point of.
Because he was trying to tell you why his local scene stuff took a hit, and you weren't understanding. He was like his rollback, but then you started blowing up about rollback when that wasn't his point.
I was there when it happened. Like, I don't need to be lectured by anybody about this.
Okay, then why were you confused about what he was saying then?
Because. Why would you say that it's a bad thing when they allowed?
He wasn't saying it was a bad thing. He said it did all this good. Rollback is amazing. However, the one issue about it was a lot of people stopped leaving their house. That's it.
Yeah, it hurts the locals.
That doesn't mean rollback is bad now.
It has to do for economical reasons. Like it makes perfect sense. Like you have to accept evolution, or you could be nostalgic and complain about it. Like
no, but no one's being nostalgic. But like even like a game like
not
MK1,
you. I was afraid to Tom, not you. I was referring to most Rico because he was like, well, I mean, all these great things, but the sort of local scene. Like, yeah, like dude, that you have to accept that. Like there are sacrifices to be made. That's one of the sacrifices. By the way, I still like. Of course, I prefer to get together with my boys. In Ohio and play the game offline, right? Well, no matter what it is. In this case, it's obviously mostly MK1. But, like, I completely understand what he's saying, but, like, you can't make that argument and rant about it. You're wrong. You're factually wrong. The online scene has made everything better. That's because people can now level up and get better at the game. Isn't that the whole point of competition?
Hold on. What I'm trying to tell you, Dave, games like MK1, MK, whatever, these games can grow and become big online. You want to know why? Because they have a ranked and all that. You want to know why?
Yes.
Even if we all go back to play DA, it won't grow and stuff? Because there's no ranked mode in DA. This Legacy Collection, these games we want to play, there's no rank. So how can the community grow and learn the games and become better? That's the problem.
No, I agree with everything you're saying, which is, again, why I'm one of the people who instead of ranting
trying to deny evolution or whatever you're saying, we want these
new
features.
I just gave you an example. But also the bigger point is, I was the one out of the three of us who was like, dude, I respect people like James and summoning, and despite what they may think, I respect that they paved the way. But I think You have to always focus on the modern audience because that's essentially what you're building. Let me give you a corny example, right? Like, God bless his soul. Like, there's a reason why the WWE never ended there went with Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan is history. Like, again, not disrespectfully in his death, right? He's one of my favorite athletes of all time, and I really mean an athlete, not just a wrestler. But like, they always end their events with like, "Hey, we're pushing the younger guys. We're pushing the new product in this direction." There's a reason why wrestling promotions who used to push nonstop at the old wrestlers, they all faded
Yeah, but
away.
right now at Mortal Kombat, the new product is not enough. We need multiple products in Mortal Kombat to build the scene right now.
No,
To
but
strengthen
I
it.
think I agree with you, but I think it's a complicated topic because it's a multifaceted topic, and I do think the online scene has stepped up. It's the best it's ever been. If you look at the amount of tournaments that are hosted, the amount of players that are joining,
Yeah,
like
but we need to build right now. We can't the next MK game. We don't want to do a restart and
I feel
rebuild from
like, Dave,
scratch.
you have to ask yourself this: is up block a good mechanic that we should be keeping for the next game? What is its purpose? And when I look at it, it looks like a filler mechanic that we don't need. Like, its function is to counter overheads and anti-air. I mean, we don't really need that. We can use that
But it's
resource
used
for
primarily
another.
to stop an anti-air. That's the problem. It's not
Yeah,
used to
but I'm
counter
saying we can
overhead.
use the resource for having a new mechanic be something else that actually does something for the game instead of this. That just seems like a filler mechanic that they kind of rushed and added last second.
I like the mechanic. I think it's one of the best implemented in this game because it's not just an anti-air. It's
But
also
Dave, the worst thing is not even hype when you pull it off. Like, okay, someone jumps, you do an up block. Like, are we supposed to clap now? Like,
I mean,
that's just
uh, playing footsies might not be hype. Like, who cares what's hype, what's not? Like, now you're making the spectator argument when you were all along against it. Like, which one is it?
But playing
My
footsie
argument
sometimes is super hype when you see someone get clipped and then you see things escalate from there. Doing an up
sometimes
block is just
I think footsies in general are overrated
the
in
problem
fighting
with up
games.
block is it's just up and block and it's just uninteresting.
Yeah, I mean
Well,
they can just give you regular anti-airs and have another mechanic to deal with overheads. You don't have to have an up block to deal with
no,
anti-air.
Tom, I agree. I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I'm just saying it's in these days when it's so rare in fighting games to have a really strong defensive mechanic, right? Whether you play Tekken 8 or Street Fighter 6, right? Like, or even MK with with its cameo system, which is mostly almost exclusively offensive. It's nice to have that one option. If this idiot does a save overhead, and if I guess right, I actually get to combo him. That's all I'm saying.
The way I look at it is the new mechanics they added from MK1 just seem very uninteresting. Like, even MK11, I know we all had our gripes with that game. Like,
You can
look
literally
look at
make
the new
flawless
mechanics they
blocking out
had.
of
They had
that.
crushing blows, all this stuff. These were like crazy new mechanics they added. This game, it's like, what are the new mechanics? A block, and you can down to meter burn launch, and what else? Cameos, which is very like there's
Rio,
not.
I don't care about the quantity, about the quality. And most of the mechanics in MK11, in my opinion, are just terrible. You could add like a million mechanics, but if they're bad, like, who gives a damn?
But
Well,
here's the
they were
problem,
poorly
though: the
implemented.
potential in these new mechanics for MK1, the bar is very low. Like, they're just whatever. The potential for new mechanics in MK11 were huge. Like, imagine actually rework crush and blows to be a counter
Yeah,
hit
they were
system.
just implemented. They were just
Yeah,
implemented
imagine
poorly.
they actually reworked everything to be good. They have like there's better idea behind those. They were just executed badly. Compare MK1
All
just
this
seems like
time,
the new ideas were lazy.
all this time, and I had a conversation yesterday with Franco and Cowboy. All this time, I genuinely believed that MKX was the scrubbiest game ever made, for MK. But no, it's MK11. The game is so scrubby. At least MKX and MK1 have so-called band-aids to fix certain issues. For example, having armor, at least when we were allowed to have it, before people started complaining and ruined the game. Like, we could actually anti-air. We could actually play defense, right? It was not perfect. I'm not,
Bro, saying you can't play
100%.
defense in MK11 is crazy to me. That's probably the most
Well,
strongest
hold on,
defensive game.
let me finish my point. An MK1, as flawed as it is, has certain defensive mechanic like an up block. Then you play MK11, and certain characters cannot do combos. Certain characters cannot do anything on OK except down one. Certain characters cannot even play footsies. Certain characters cannot even anti-air. That's when you realize it's like, oh my god, like, this game is horrendous. And I know the standard is low because of what MK11 did to this wonderful franchise. but I think Tom might have been right that this game has actually like essentially ruined the experience for a lot of fucking people. And anybody who has defended it was wrong and needs to apologize for that.
So should we tell all the people that are playing MK11 right now that's more people playing than MK1 to apologize?
They're not, because MK1 has tournaments, MK11 doesn't. And I can give you the numbers.
Right, but there's more people playing MK11 for whatever reason on Steam than MK1. I don't know why. Maybe they just haven't realized MK1 came out, or maybe because MK11 is so bad, but they don't realize it yet.
Legacy's played more on, on the console than on Steam. What does that mean? Anything? Like, who cares? Like, it's. I think
Legacy literally just came out. MK11 is not the new game anymore. It came out years ago.
No, I'm talking about like in contrast to each game, right? Like, certain things are played more on Steam.
Dave, my point is MK11 is not the newest shiny game anymore. It came out like 7 years ago.
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta head out. It's midnight. Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, peace out, man. Appreciate you coming on.
All right,
Later.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Yeah, the way I see it, I don't know. I feel like MK1 was supposed to show us why MK11 was so bad, this and that, and do it right, but then it fumbled even harder than MK11 did. That's the way I see it.
There's a
Yeah,
In terms of everything on launch, bro, it was the worst MK game I've ever played on launch, aside from Legacy Collection.
No, the whole
meta was like, ooh, what's the gameplay like? Down one shocker, call Cyrax, rinse, repeat, down one shocker, throw combo, like it was just the most generic,
MK11
repetitive gameplay.
It was definitely the worst game I've ever played.
I mean, MK11.
I'm gonna say like this because a lot of people don't realize this, but look, you want to call MK11 the most scrubbiest, random, less skillful game? Okay, you can do that. However, let me say this to you. If you were to play Sonic Fox in the first of two for $1 million, you better not pick MK11 because it's going to be way harder to beat for you to beat him in MK11 in the first of two than comparable if you play MKX. So what you should do is pick MKX because you have a better chance to do a random 50-50 and beat him in that game in the first two in MKX than you would ever beating him in MK11. This is what I mean. Like, you underestimate how...
Not going to beat fucking Sonic Fox in a game of 50-50, so your whole argument...
Dave, you don't understand, bro. If you think you're going to be Sonic and MK by doing down one throw, guessing right 10 times in a row, you're sadly mistaken. You need to pick the scrubbier games to play, like MKX, if you want to get that first of two win.
Down one throw is...
So to me, saying MK11 is the scrubbiest, easiest game to beat people in, to me, is crazy, because... you had to like really sweat to beat people in that game. There was a lot, like, sure, you could play Sub-Zero, do 50-50s, but for a lot of characters, you had to work for your openings and shit. It was not easy. You think throwing people 8 times was enough? They sometimes will duck your throw and kill you. Like, you had to really work to get your rounds on people.
The bad characters, if you use them, they did down one throw. But the good characters, when the game actually had high power levels, and you had like a highborn katana, fuck yeah, give me that character. But obviously that was never allowed to exist because the game had incredibly, pathetically low power levels once they nerfed everything, including the zoning.
Dave, look, all I'm saying is just accept you hate MK11 and don't like it, that's fine. However, to portray it as like the actual worst game ever and the most scrubbiest game ever, that's kind of false.
No, it's true.
Then why did Ninja Killer stop playing MK1 saying this game is so ass? But
what are you talking about? Ninja Killer's playing MK11 at a tournament too. Like, what are you talking? He was like, yeah, it was like people. He showed up at one and it was like, why aren't you playing? I don't like the game. Like, you know what? You know why I like the game?
Right, because but it's unheard of to see Ninja Killer stop playing like a year or whatever into a game like he did with MK1. That's how much he didn't like MK1. He somehow stuck with MK11 longer.
Yes, because he found the top tier character that was comfortable.
Bro, I've just never seen Ninja Killer stop playing a game in tournament that fast with MK1. That to me is crazy. I told me stop playing like 6 months in, bro. That's like, damn. Like, we're not even on year 2 yet.
Okay, guys, research. I know some of you in the comments hate facts. He just uploaded a video like last week playing MK1.
Yeah, and I remember when I asked her, like, why is that? Who was that? I think Franco was there. I'm like, why is he playing? And then Franco told me he's just doing it for content. He doesn't like the game. That's fair. Well, he's just doing it to make content.
Well, you can make excuses all you want. He also has Heidi accounts, so he'll probably run into it all the time in rank. I can tell it's his gameplay style with Liu Kang. So this idea that
you're saying he secretly enjoys the game a lot, he just doesn't want to tell people about it.
No, I don't think he secretly enjoys it.
From what I was told is he just wants to make content for it, and that's it. Just because it's the current new game, but he doesn't care about it.
He doesn't have to make content. He just want to Tekken tournament. He can upload those matches if he really truly wanted to. So, I don't know. I don't think he loves the game, but at the same time, I don't think he hates it.
Yeah, he's doing it for content, which is fine. You don't have to love or hate a game to make videos of it.
It's 11, but you have different standards based on you calling the game good, I guess.
I mean, some people think MK11's fun. I don't get what the big idea is. With the big
I
issue.
mean,
is.
listen, I'm not gonna lie.
Go ahead.
I think it's fun until I get that matchup like Baraka versus Cetrion,
Yeah,
and it's
then
no longer.
then that's just you
It's
chasing
no
one character
longer fun.
entire.
I spend the whole match
Yeah, and
chasing fucking
James,
rocks,
a lot of
electricity.
people hated the bounce in the beginning. That was the biggest issue about MK11. They hated the broken characters in the beginning. Even Rico stopped playing and left because he said the bounce in the beginning was a joke. All these broke ass characters, like, it's too stupid. But by the time they fixed it all, people already jumped ship. They were already gone.
Unfortunately,
Well,
that's just the beast.
I think, well, depends what you mean by fixed. I thought you said that, and I think you and I agree on this, that the game was better pre-patch.
I personally had more fun with it, but then when I'm looking at it, Rico's eyes, I'm like, you know what? I was playing Aaron Black in the beginning. I was playing one of the broke characters. Of course I liked it. Rico's playing one of the low tiers. Of course he hated it. It's all on perspective, I guess.
No, it is. That's what I
But
keep
for
saying.
my character, Aaron Black, to stay top tier, other characters have to exist being strong. I can't be there going like, yeah, nerf Gearus, nerf Cetron, but I'm playing Aaron. That makes no sense. The problem is, everyone doesn't have the same story when they get into a game. Like, some people are going to sadly be stuck playing some shit characters like Baraka or whatever, and the game is not going to be as fun for them as if you were playing Cetrion. Then of course you're going to love it.
That's why I make the case it's not what's fun and what isn't. That doesn't mean anything. You might as well, say, I don't know, there's
Right, but Dave, you're also the
It's
same
not-
person
it's not
saying
on a hot-
objectively M. Clem was the worst game. It's scrubbiest, this and that. But then you're like, but it's opinion based, bro. Make up your mind.
well,
Is it
I have
opinion
been.
based or is it factual?
Well, it's actually a little bit of both. And I don't call the argument that I've made when I talk objectively about MK11, but I also MK1, is the fact that certain things are just counterintuitive, right? The first thing that some of us will do when they pick up a game is learn combos, right? Isn't that the first thing you will do?
That's not the first thing I
And-
do. The first thing I learn is what does my character do? Like, how do I, how do I
fair enough.
approach
But
them?
like the casuals, right? They will like learn combos. They go into rank, try to do them on you. So
Right. Well, I
they
mean,
can
that's you just have to Google what the combos are, and then you just know them, so you don't have to actually spend
No,
your
no.
time practicing them.
Well, again, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying that's what the casuals will do, right? Whether they look up combos or not, that's beside the point. The point is that they'll look up some stuff, or they will try. They'll go into practice. They'll go into rank, try to do them on you, and that's when I realize I can't do combos. I just get literally punished. I have to do specific setups, right? And by the way, it's the same thing with MK1, right? Its problem is that you're like, okay, so if Sub-Zero slides, he's punishable. Well, guess what? Not necessarily. Depends which cam he's using, right? Like, the string is high, mid, low. Wait a minute. Now I pick Sonya. It's high, overhead, overhead. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of hard to learn. It's counterintuitive, right? Because that's not how fighting games work, right? If something is punishable, Street Fighter, it's always punishable. If something is punishable, Tekken, it's always punishable. But MK1, it's the opposite. So I completely, again, I'm making the case against the game that I like in this case, right? So a lot of the stuff is counterintuitive, and I understand
why
why
the cameo system is to change your experience.
Exactly, and I think MK11 has a lot of that in contrast to MK1, and MKX is mostly it's just the offense or once the defense because because the armor got nerfed. So, and MK1 probably has the best balance, but in terms of like the overall experience. But then again, we all know what its problems are.
I mean, I don't know. All I know is if MK1, MK11 didn't have Common League and all this, the games would probably be not that popular.
No, I agree, and I would definitely start with that. And I think at this point, I don't think anybody has hammered it, hammered those talking points as we have on this podcast and on your main channel and even on the archive channel. So obviously they have a different perspective. They were glazed by these idiots in mainstream media, and we have tried our best, and we failed.
So, Mr. Zeke, it's Katsura. Yeah, we're just like this, is just
wouldn't say
podcast talk.
where does
I wouldn't-
MK go from here? That's the thing. Where does MK go? What's left? Legacy's
That's what we're all
Legacy's
kind
a
of stumped
disaster.
on.
I know.
We're
It's
all
like
stumped.
I've been thinking for a while about it, and it's messed up.
You know
there's
where we
nothing-
go?
there's-
Let's do that Tekken vs Street Fighter thing, but instead it's MK vs Street Fighter.
Oh, we've been wishing for that for years.
This is the final road. I think we gotta
Oh.
Yeah,
join forces
what?
with Capcom.
The problem with that is a combination, just like when they did the DC shit. Capcom's had a thing an adamant. Capcom Japan had an adamant thing whenever it's brought up. You can't kill Street Fighter characters.
Street Fighter
Yeah.
characters. Yep. Can't happen.
But
ever.
wait. But they could do the same thing as MK vs DC, where you can only do a heroic brutality on them. You can't actually kill them.
But then that kind of like really takes the win. I want to rip fucking Ryu's head off. I really
don't
want
know if I don't know if we're gonna be able to do that though.
Competitive,
that will never happen.
James.
That will never
Competitive stuff aside, I want you guys' opinions because it's something I've generally been thinking. I'm not usually the one to talk about this, but I do think there should be a no blood code because, dude, it's hard to watch the game at work, for obvious reasons, right? Like, dude, I want to watch the game and I want to analyze matchup. Maybe even some people go crazy. They bring up the game, but they can't play because if HR or your boss sees that, like what the hell are you doing? Like what do you you literally just rip somebody's heart out. Like you can't have that. I do think there should be a no blood code, and I know that the MK's popularity, it gained its popularity from the gore and the blood, but dude, we're at a point again. It has to do with evolution. Like you want to watch fatalities, go on the internet. There you go.
You want to watch fatalities? Come to my stream. I'll show you.
I agree with
Yeah, I like the fatality counter. That's fun.
No, but seriously, MK already had this. They just have to bring it back.
Yeah. And just real quick, I promise I'll be quick. Like when you play in ranked, it's almost like,
Yo, Cam, thank you so much for that reset, man. We still gotta get some MK9 in.
The structure, right? Like
Cam.
in Street Fighter, you lose next match. Let's go. I'm ready, right? I can get more games in Tekken 8, same thing, right? Oh, this idiot beat me once in the 10 games. I have to watch his fatality. Like, why? It's a distraction.
Because you're playing against me. What do you mean, why?
I know, but dude, if you're gonna make you watch it, like I want to be immediately take me to
By
practice
the way,
mode.
now that Legacy Collection is shit, I guess I have no other choice but to, I guess, download MK1 next month. I'm just gonna wait till Legacy Collection is confirmed dead. But you're gonna be playing me against an MK1, Dave. You better not lose to me. Because I don't know who I'm gonna play. Because I maybe Scream. I don't know. I have to when I get to try to.
Yeah, you could do something else. You could play MK2 on Fightcade.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that once a week. But I need like a game to grind ranked in. Like when I do my nightly streams. But here's the thing, though. I'm gonna figure out what character in MK1 has the longest, most annoying fatality to sit through. I'm gonna main that character. Just for Dave. So when I play against Dave, and Dave, you're probably going to beat the hell out of me, right? Because I haven't played in like 2 years. However, I'm going to get good quick. You want to know why? Because I'm going to be playing against a lot of these degenerates on Combat League that are going to be making me get better by beating me. And when we play, whatever character I use, I'm going to make you sit through every fatality.
Rio, I welcome you with open arms. Welcome to good gaming. Welcome to games with functionality.
Wait, hold on, but wait, I'm not saying I'm going to download it next month because they may fix Legacy Collection before then.
No, you know me.
If
I
they
never
don't fix Legacy Collection. We don't get a ranked stuff.
Oh, we'll get lobbies.
To jump ship.
We're not getting lobbies are coming. So is lobbies going to do it for you?
Yeah, but no, lobbies aren't good enough. We need like a ranked.
Well, I don't think ranks will come.
You're not getting ranked.
I've never called Rio and urged him to play anything, which he's done to me nonstop. I'm just saying, if you want a certain experience with games that are functional, don't have glitches up the ass, I welcome you to play any modern game with open arms because
these modern games you're praising need to get patched 1 million times to become playable. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, so would the older games. So what's the difference?
The older games barely got patches.
I know that's why they suck. Well, I know.
You sure about that?
Don't need them.
Some older
Don't
games
need them.
About that.
Don't need them.
Dave, you can't even do a combo UMK3.
Oh my god, I'm so bad, guys.
So, like, bro,
I guess I need to download those macros that Detroit accused Ali of.
Oh my god.
I know, right? Like, hey,
Dave, even with the macros, you would still not be that good, I think.
James, I like how we have to glaze ultimate and every fucking guest.
Who is glazing by saying you're the one that's saying these old games are trash and not worth playing, this and that?
Well, you bring in guests that are literally like, ultimate, the pinnacle MK. Everybody bow down right now. Like, and
me and Jimmy disagree.
Hold on. My point is, Dave, wait, hold on. Hold on.
You know he's not talking about me in summoning as far as glazing ultimate.
Yeah, we don't
No.
like Ultimate.
I'm just saying
Well,
that we
no,
got to
I'm
keep it real about these new
I
games.
didn't
These new games are good because they get patched a
didn't
million
disagree.
times. They don't come out the gate all super good and stuff because they're new
Yeah,
games.
the older games have been patched a
So
million
what I'm
times.
saying
Maybe
is, imagine these older games got 1,000 patches like these new games. What do you think would happen?
Yeah. they would be good. I agree. Thank you for
Quite
putting
like,
my.
but the thing is, if they
I like
patched
how
and
you
fixed
the negative.
Legacy, if they patched it, you guys still wouldn't like that. I mean,
Yeah, no,
Dave
I
wouldn't like
wouldn't
it.
want to play. I wouldn't want to play
That's
patch
not
MK3 because
true.
then it's not even MK3.
That's not true. The one game I actually wanted to try in the Legacy is not even in the fucking,
Which
what
one
was
is
it?
that?
Dobson N64 trilogy. And Dobson, I think,
I thought you said
made
you
a
also
great.
liked MK2.
No, yeah, I like MK2, but like, I'm not gonna play a fucking game that has no rank system. Like, what's the point?
Well, now
Well, if it
you're
had
in
if it
my
had
shoes
rank,
right
would you
now. I want to play.
play?
I would have loved to get into MK4, play it, play like MK3, MK2 even. But dude, there's no rank. I'm just supposed to quick play random people and then hope I play against someone good.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it is
It's
fun
just
though to play random people too. You could still
yeah,
find
but
somebody
summoning,
who's good.
I could just go on Fightcade to
Well,
play it every week
you
though,
could
like
do
once a
you could
week.
do like you could do like the top pro UMK3 glitch jab is doing, and get mad when you teach that glitch jab tech to people so they can beat down innocent victims and feel high and mighty.
James. Well, going from that, I like how all the people Rio has invited from the Ultimate players. Every topic comes down to like four things, right? It's always super predictable. One, glitch apps. Two, some type of, I don't know, device that they're using they're not supposed to. Three, cheating. We had literally Detroit coming in. We were like, oh, dude, Ollie, like he's a great player, great execution. And Detroit's like, no, he's cheating. I'm like, wait, what? Like,
Wait,
literally,
Detroit
like,
didn't say that.
literally,
That's
That wasn't
really
Detroit that said
weird if
that.
he
That
said
was
that. It's really weird if he said that.
Dave's confusing the
he did say that.
episodes.
He
Okay,
did say that.
because I don't think
The
he would use that word.
Okay, who said it then?
I'm
The
just saying I
Detroit
don't think he would use
episode.
it.
The Detroit episode was about something else when Detroit was on.
I understand that, but did he not call
No
L?
doubt, no doubt. Oh, no, Big sent me the thing on PM, and then no doubt touched on it, saying the thing, but because I didn't even know there was this lore behind Detroit and Ollie until that
Well,
episode.
again, I stand corrected because I get the stuff confused because it's so monotonous. But anyway, it essentially comes out to the same 3-4 things with the Ultimate players. Somebody's cheating, somebody's doing glitch apps, and somebody's abusing
That's just
What's
how the
number
culture is,
four?
dude.
devices. What culture? That your game sucks? That's the culture. I agree. If that's the
Hey,
culture.
we both we listen. Jimmy and I agree. We don't like Ultimate.
Well, I know. I
Oh.
like MK2. I think that's the game people should be playing if they're playing the older games. So I'm not blowing you up. I'm blowing up Rio for like
Mm.
trying
Why
to get
am
me to
I
play this
getting
game
blown
for
up?
10 years. Like when the game sucks.
I'm sorry.
Like,
Yeah, okay. My fault for bringing on 2DMK players about Legacy Collection that just came
no,
out.
it's
And
not true. No. That's not true. Look, at least James and Summoning are protecting their game and trying to build a scene. Detroit literally said, "I'm like, okay, man, you like the game? Do you build a scene? No, why not? I don't like the game all that much." It's like, wait a minute, you just told me.
I thought that was Biggs that said that.
Well, half of them did. So it's just like, you either like the game or not. Like, I'm being consistent. I'm like, dude, MK1, I think we can build a scene around it. Like, at least be consistent. The Ultimate player's like, I don't know if the game is good, honestly. It was like, wait a
Well, the
minute.
Detroit argument is he actually did beat everybody, and he doesn't have anything to prove. He's a little bit angry about it. That he's like, whatever. I don't have to prove anything
Yeah,
to anybody.
Detroit was annoyed that when he was winning, people basically weren't giving credit and saying this and that.
Yeah.
It's always an excuse.
So
But I
he
remember
then
Biggs saying
Want
that
credit.
Biggs.
Like 20 people in the United States that fucking played a game that are worth probably playing at that level that he's
It
playing.
doesn't matter.
on.
Still tournament people travel to. Still a win.
No, they don't. You want to travel to Ultimate, you have to probably go to Russia or somewhere like, I don't know, in
no,
Brazil.
he played.
Well,
They
okay,
went to
we're not
Ohio.
saying USA has more players than Russia. That's not what we're saying.
That's not what I inferred.
UMK3 is huge in Russia.
Yeah,
I mean,
Russia
they
South
got their
America.
tournament. They got their tournament every year in Ohio, in Cincinnati,
Yeah,
and
No,
they
no,
get
yeah.
they get 10 to 20 people that show up, and those 10 to 20
which,
people
by the way,
are
Dave, how far are you from there?
Cincinnati's very far away. It's like,
Oh, it's
maybe
very
like
far. So you're not
3
close.
hours, maybe 3.5 hours. Yeah, it's very far away. No,
Well,
we
no,
have
but-
we have a local scene, and we play Mortal Kombat 1, Mortal Kombat X. That's what we play.
Mortal Kombat
See,
X. Since when?
I stopped at 1. At 1 was just such a disappointment to me, and it was for something simple. Same thing as the Legacy. You know, when you tell me I need to use the fucking sensor pad to progress, I was like, yeah, I'm done. I don't have a sensor pad on my stick, dude. I'm not fucking. I'm using a stick from 1994.
The hell's a sensor pad? Like the touchscreen
The
thing?
sensor pad is about the touch pad in the middle of the PS controller.
Damn, I don't know. I never even used that for anything.
When you do the like, I like to go through everything the
He
game
does
has to
that.
offer.
Yeah, he does that. Jimmy loves
And-
all the story mode. He does everything.
And the first thing I started with is the fucking simple. Let me see how they think they're educating people with a training mode. So I go into the training mode, and it's like, press the sensor pad to progress forward. It was equivalent to hitting the start button, and I'm going,
Yeah, you
I
use
don't have
that
a
after
fucking, I don't have a sensor
Yeah,
pad,
see,
motherfucker.
I never played a game where you need to use a sensor pad, so I've never really used it.
I just find and digital eclipse between both of them, with the stick configurations, they just. Why do I have a run 2 and a block 2 on the fucking
Oh
stick?
yeah, I noticed that too. When I was configuring, and I'm like, what the hell is run 2 and block
Right.
2? Like I
If
only
you
have one
guys
button on
watched,
block.
if you guys watched the 2-hour stream we did, we did a 4-hour stream. We had a lot of people watching.
Wait, so did you guys figure
Seriously?
out what is the run 2 for?
We couldn't figure out. We figured out the stick didn't work. That's what we figured out. That's all we figured out. And then
Wow.
we got another stick out of the closet that he had, and it worked. Which
But
was
the ironic thing is, before we played MK Legacy, we set up 2 sticks and played locally on Fightcade, and both sticks worked perfectly fine.
yep.
It was
We wanted-
only when I went to the Legacy did his stick no longer. The block button did not work, no matter how many times you configured it.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but this product was not tested. Like, I think it's pretty obvious now.
I mean, how do you not get a stick to work? I mean, we wanted to do
You
like
know
an
what's
offline
crazy?
stream.
They wouldn't even got all this like backlash and all this drama over it if all they said was, "Hey guys, it's a beta," or "This is early," whatever. Like, but there's none of that in the game. You don't even know it's a beta. It looks like you're getting real. And then if they just charge $10-$20 for it, wouldn't be as big of a deal. If they charge
If
50
they
for
charge
it,
10, 20 bucks, yeah. If they charged 10, 20 bucks, this would have been acceptable, because you could have said,
Yeah.
you know what? Hey, not only do you get the game, but you get to be a free beta tester for us. Woo! I get
Yeah.
to test the
Yeah, but
game.
see,
Guess
that's
what,
they
guys?
never
It will
told
probably
us
be
about.
$20. It will probably be $20 if it's dead soon. So there you go. It
Yeah.
will. They
But
always
yeah,
do that.
Charging 50 for this is crazy. You can't
Yeah, I
even
think-
run the
Actually, I
play
heard
for-
they're giving refunds. I heard they're giving refunds for 30 days because they I don't know if it's true, as what I heard. They're giving refunds
So
for
what I
30
don't
days
understand
on
is,
Steam.
I'm looking at chat now. First, I heard they are working on ranked and stuff. This is what I heard. I'm not even making this up. First, I heard a week or so ago that they were doing ranked and crossplay, this and that. But now all of a sudden, I'm hearing that, oh, by the way, that was a lie. Now they're not doing ranked crossplay anymore. So which is it?
Oh,
And why is it
there's
flip-flopping?
there's a whoever developer whatever that went on whatever platform and said no, that's not coming, and that's why everybody
Yeah,
went nuts.
It was in Discord. Yeah, it
Right,
was in
but they
Discord.
remember, but a week or two ago, I remember them saying, someone from their Discord was saying, hey, look, they were saying that they're working on rank and crossplay. So
Yeah,
why
that
are
was
we hearing two
like
different-
4 weeks ago, and now 2 weeks ago they said, or one
But
maybe
why
like
would
one
they
and a
say
half
that in the
weeks ago.
beginning, just to get us to like stay with them, and then I
No,
can
maybe they
understand-
maybe they really tried, man. Maybe they did, and they said we couldn't do it. I gotta give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. A little.
it's
I don't
just-
think they're lying, straight up lying.
Yeah,
They
'cause I remember
wanted to do
someone
it.
showed me them saying that ranked and crossplay was in the works and they were doing it, but now all of a sudden it's confirmed that they're not. So it's
Dude,
just
think about this. You know what? Why would they put it on every freaking system? Why would they do that? Why would they could have just had like PS5 and Xbox and Steam or whatever, like 3. They put it on like everything. As obviously you can't make all those work on a crossplay. It's probably tough to do. Like Dave said before, it probably costs mad money, and they just didn't have the money to do that. It just doesn't seem like they could do it. Pretty
it's
hard
just sad
concept.
because
A lot
I
of
hate-
people like FGC
this
are
has
just
so
like,
much potential to be so good. Like, dude, they have a functional good ass training mode. That's crazy to me that we have this actual fleshed out good training mode where you can record AI, do all this stuff for the first time to MK, but then there's no ranked, and it's just like
Let me
But the
ask you guys
training
something.
mode-
Let me ask you guys something. Do you
I'm gonna
think
just-
if Legacy worked the way we all wanted it to work, is that going to restore MK?
Hell yes, this would have been big.
Honestly.
Do you know how many people would have been playing right now? I would have been streaming this every night, 4 hours straight, ranked Combat League all day on this shit. And I'm sure a
But
lot
the
of people
new
would have been
players, I know you're a new player too, Rio. I'm just talking about. Do you think the
Well,
new
here's
players
the
would
thing, Summoning. There were a lot of new players that
Mhm.
tried it, that got it. Like Sikander, for example. He really
Oh,
tried to give
yes.
it a go for a few days.
Yes.
He was like, bro, I
Yes.
don't know what I'm doing. These people, like, I don't know.
Mhm.
Like, there's no ranked. He would have probably been one of the players that would have stuck if there was a ranked and would have grinded his way up and kept playing it. But because of all this shit, he stopped playing. He quit. He's
Yeah,
done
I
with
was
it.
proud of him. I actually messaged him and I'm like,
Yeah.
"Can you do me a favor? Can you try to?" And he's like, "Dude, I will do it." He's like, "I don't want to play you guys too." I saw, he streamed for 2 days.
Yeah, I felt
and then he
bad for
came
him.
a week.
He
Yeah, I
seemed
did
like he
too.
really wanted to play and learn, but like there was no rank. The quick play was a mess.
And
He was
he
getting,
liked it.
he was playing against some
A
people
lot
that
of
were
his
beating the hell out of
fans,
him, and then he was playing against
right?
people that were mashing. He's like,
Who
"What
you
is
guys
this?"
who you guys talking about?
Sikander.
Oh yeah,
He gave it 2 days.
I wanted him to get into it.
Yeah,
He
but
would
the
have had
thing
all
is,
his fans too.
there's a
play.
lot more players than you guys don't realize that would have tried this and stuck with it. There was a rank for them to play and learn at their pace, but because there wasn't, they just jumped ship. They're like, that's just not enjoyable to play quick play with random people.
I do think that there could have been a movement, would have been big. Absolutely not. Because we're right now talking about a game.
I'm not saying would have had 1 million people and then there would have been like 10,000 people evil,
no,
and now we're the biggest fighting game ever. But I'm saying a
Yeah.
lot of player, it would have been better than you think. Like people, I would have been playing it
no.
every night.
No, I completely understand. But we're talking about like just basic functionality right now, which literally almost everybody agrees upon.
Yeah, and
except
let's
the-
be honest, every fighting game out nowadays has a ranked mode. Like we're not asking for something
Yeah.
crazy. It's a basic feature.
Did you
But
guys
that-
also know that it has a 2,000 person server cap? Did you guys know that?
Wait, what? So there can't be more than
Yes.
2,000 people on?
Nope.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What? So they knew this
Yep.
was going to be bad? Oh my god.
No, that's the first thing I noticed. I just didn't say anything to anybody because.
So let me get this straight. If this ends up being popular and big, and I get on that night, and there's 2,000 people on, it's going to be like, sorry, you can't play this. It's full.
Well, they probably
What the
would have upgraded
You
the
would have
server.
gotten what you would have gotten. What you would have gotten is you would have gotten, hey guys, we gotta knock the network down for maintenance, and they would have added another node in.
I didn't
Yeah,
even know
and
that. I
And
knew
there's
this.
also
Like, they-
an online count somewhere. I don't remember where it was. How many people are online at once? I don't know if that's for every system or just for Steam, but there
That
was
has
never
to be
more than
just for each system, because having 2,000 overall together would be way too low of a cap. So
Yeah,
on
no,
Steam-
it's each system. It's 2,000.
That's
2,000.
crazy.
Yeah, 2,000. Yeah, but that's somewhere in the menus. You can find that right now if you boot
No, I
up
believe
somewhere.
you. I just
Yeah.
think it's crazy how they
I
have
just
that
don't know where it
limitation.
is. Yeah, I was pretty shocked about that. I mean, this is like 2025. I think they can find the server to.
I guess
to,
you're right. It was just $50 for them to play single player content. You get to watch the videos of lore making the stuff, and then yeah.
aimed for the casual player. That was the most they used that. They used that very often.
And they tweak their words very well. Oh, this is for the casual. This ain't for the
I agree,
competitive.
Sins.
Okay, then why do you want my fucking money? Then why do you want my money? If you know what I'm about, why are you giving me smoke and mirrors BS? Oh, if we get to it.
As someone who feels like a casual for most of these older MK games, I feel like this shit was not for me.
I'm still gonna boot up 2. When I do my stream, I will boot up 2. I'll play as much as I can, then I'll switch to Fightcade, and I'll play 2, and that's
But
what I
doesn't that
always
suck
do.
summoning that you bought for $50, then you have to play Fightcade still?
Yeah, but
Fightcade doesn't even
I
specialize in MK. This shit does, but yet the thing
Jimmy
that does
will tell you
specialize in it.
there's something I'll tell you. I purchased every single. I'm a really big fan. Okay, I purchased every single game. I never played. I played for like 1 minute of each game after MK4. I don't know. I just supported, hoping that it will work, and I try configuring stuff, and I play for like 2 minutes. I'm like, yeah, this isn't for me. But I do support them. I do. I've always have. That's why Jimmy always kind of makes fun of me, because I was always like, I want the game to be good. I seriously do. And every single time he proves me wrong. He's like, I told you. He's like, I don't want it to be wrong, but I told you. And I have been doing this for him for 30 years.
Yeah.
You know,
Which is weird because you hated 9. You hated 9. I actually enjoyed it.
I hated all of them. I hated every single MK after 4. I can't play without 6.
JP posted a screenshot in general of them, I guess, clearing up the miscommunication with there being a ranked and then not.
What does it say?
It's in general. If you go to general,
Oh, general. Okay.
yeah, JP posted a screenshot. And it says, "Hey MKLK fans, I just want to clear up the miscommunication around ranked. As it stands, there are no current plans for ranked mode for MKLK, as the team is working hard on making sure lobbies go out in the best shape possible. We'll be sure to keep you updated in development in the future." So basically, yeah, there's no rank planned. They're just doing lobbies.
Yeah, they went nuts last
I mean,
week about that.
listen. Honestly, if I was them, I would just put go old school. I know Dave loves it. Win streak. That's my rank. How many wins did you get in a row? Go back. You want to make old school games? Go back with the old school mentality. Sorry, you don't get ranked, but if you get 100 wins in a row, that's better than the guy that got 10 in a row. But now, of course, to gauge that against, 35 people in a row playing underwater using their fucking Timex wristwatches, their fucking internet connection. I mean, you get what you get.
Well, let's just say there was ranked mode, and Detroit was the best. You could always just go try to beat him. I understand where you guys wanted ranked mode. I actually don't care so much about that. I just want to play. I want to play different people. I don't care if they're bad, they're good. I just want to keep getting matches. That's how you just
ranked is good for that because it keeps giving you matches and you play against different people every time too.
Well, maybe not. Maybe it will only match you up against somebody great. Then they're not on. You're going to get bad players anyway. I just would like it to be consistent. I want to just play matches. In Fightcade in Europe, where I'm in, I can get a lot of matches when you guys sign off or stuff like that. So it's like if they could keep consistent matches coming. I don't care much about ranked mode. If I just get a lot of matches, I'll be very happy. So. That's just me, though. I mean, I know you guys all want ranked is a big thing for you guys. I think that's not as important as crossplay, to be honest. Not having crossplay is the worst. That's the worst. That's the death of a game.
Yeah.
You know what game really suffered that didn't have crossplay? KI3, which is still one of my favorite games. If that thing had crossplay and all the PS5, I love that game. I just did.
I mean, for me, I'm not anti-ranked, but what I'm anti is, even if it's not a ranked system, but if it at least collects the data and says, all right, well, this guy is 101. Let me put him against somebody else that's 101. I don't want to play little Nelly who snuck into her brother's room and put the game on, and all she's doing is fucking that glitch jabs unintentionally into the air, and that's who I get my match with. I want actual people, or at least equivalent in the skill gap to make the games entertaining, where I'm forced to learn the person that I'm playing. And I remember, Big Titty 8962, this is his play style. Next time I get matched with him, this is what I'm going to look out for.
Yeah,
but you don't even have that option.
Tries to do the same thing every round.
I don't even know how lobbies will work if they say so. You word of mouth, who's the best player. So you guys will have a lobby together and you can play each other. But you could do that on Fightcade as well. So what makes you want to lobbies?
I'm saying Fightcade's still going to be better. By the way, James Sins in the chat said he's the big titty player we played against. They're talking about.
Oh, is
yeah. Well, you said his gamer tag, right? Big titty, whatever.
Big Titty 89624.
89624.
Yeah, that's apparently Sins.
I mean, I'm really sad about Legacy. Honestly, it's really a big hit for us OG guys.
I mean, look, I'm being honest. We can't shit talk it until they release this patch because who knows? Maybe this patch they release is going to actually be good.
I did not have a bad time playing the game after we got the controls working. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I had a good time playing. It reminded me of the old days. I was playing with my buddies.
You got to keep in mind, we had to turn off all the filters.
Yeah,
all the shitty options they give you, you had to turn off.
Yeah, it looks like a washed out screen and stuff.
You played on PC, right? You played on PC just to
yeah, Steam.
Yeah,
Steam. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
you can't even play it on PlayStation, Dave. It's like unplayable. There's like 5 frames.
Yeah, I know. There's still like that going on, and for me personally, I wouldn't. Maybe I'll buy this as $5. I would never bother with this. I think it's
Dave, just buy it for your PC.
Absolutely not.
You want to buy it for PlayStation when there's so many frames of delay? I don't understand.
Well, if by some miracle the
Go out
next
and buy
time,
the $120 version so you can get the Goro cocaine
Yeah,
hold instead.
Goro can hold. So the reason why they have the Goro statue to hold your controller because you can't actually play the collection, so your controller's always there in Goro's arms. That's why they made
Bro.
it. So buy that, Dave, so you can just put your controller there.
He's actually,
I know, right?
Hey,
he's
Dave, let me ask
actually
you something.
an animatronic Goro. He's actually
Dave,
an animatronic Goro. So if you leave your controller in his hands, every couple of minutes he sticks his tongue out and dusts it off for you.
Wow.
Dave, let me ask you something real quick. Would you play MK2 on Fightcade?
Wait, who are you
Would
asking me
Well,
or Dave?
Yeah,
that's
Dave, would you play? Would you do that? Like, do you have any interest in doing that?
there's a little bit of interest. To me, I feel like, and to you guys' defense, I know I kind of made the case against nostalgia, but like the older I get, the less likely likely to try like new things. And by new things, remember like playing MK2 competitively would be a new thing for me, right? So, and I know that um any game you pick up, I know modern games are the scrubby thing that Rio makes it out to be, but like
And I never said
anything,
that. I never said all modern
anything.
games are scrubby.
Okay, but anything that you kind of pick up, you kind of have to invest a lot of time in, right? Like, because
Hmm.
you're gonna be challenged, you have to deal with losing and leveling up. And I do think, by and large, the older games do require like certain, skills that the modern games lack. I think that's fair to say in that one regard. But honestly, man, in general, like even if you asked me about MK9, I just have a like poor opinion of the older games. I just think they're mostly just
But Dave,
bad.
here's the
Like,
difference. MK9 cannot be played online, and that code's trash. You can actually play MK2 with people.
no, I understand, but in general, my opinion is that the older games they're just not that good. Like they just aren't. And I think with some minor exceptions, like the Third Strike community, they came out. Props to them a year ago.
But
They
you're
had
saying
over
Third Strike
1,000.
is trash and bad.
Well, I still think the game is trash. I think still the game sucks, but like at least they came out. I have to hold that, right? That there's no denying that. But most of the
So
older
you're
games
saying
to
that
me,
you'll play MK2 if 1,000 people go to a tournament to play it, like Third Strike?
no, I'm just saying in general. I do. No matter how many people show up, I just give an old school community props for actually showing up and playing, right? But do I like Third Strike? No. Do I like MK2? No. Ultima, I think, is probably one of the worst.
Well, wait, what does that have to do with you trying the game for fun one night on Fightcade for free? So, like,
Well,
you could
this is
play
the
with
issue.
Cowboy too.
Well, here's the
Didn't
thing.
you say you wanted to bring
Every,
Cowboy on and talk about MK2?
no, I did from a modern perspective.
Okay, so when you want to
My,
play him, then he has Fightcade.
but I mean, honestly, like if the experience is not the same, like the modern games are just better in every way. Forget like the meta, right? Like they're just better. They just,
But maybe you'll get into two because two is absolutely fun when you. It's
No,
not
and I
hard to
agree,
pick up.
and I'm not a hater. Let me give you a quick example. I think
Okay.
like analyzing watching some matches with like Jax, that's gotta be one of the most unique characters like Zonic has created ever. Like especially like by I'm sorry by old school standards. Right? It's gotta be up there with Guile, Dhalsim, obviously to much lesser
I
extent like
love playing the cheapest Jax players ever and winning with low tier here and there. It's a
yeah.
huge accomplishment. I love that. It's the most fun thing I could do. I love that stuff.
And let me
That's
get to the specifics. I think you will appreciate. Like I like the fact that you have to hold LK right, and then you kind
hmm
of lose access to like sweep, maybe one other special move, right? Like maybe your best anti-air. That's super unique, and that's something I told you. I was like, dude, what the fuck is NRS doing? They should copy that. Like, it's obviously a very unique, obviously overpowered in that era, right? Zoni, like, dude, there's something here. I think they need to copy. So I do respect certain aspects about the game, just like I respect certain aspects about MK9. But the problem is once you actually learn MK9, you realize it's a piece of fucking geese shit, right? Like the game is unplayable. Why would you want to play a game where it kills you one combo? It's essentially, like, it's frustrating. It's not fun,
hmm
and it's not enjoyable. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying MK2 is
I mean, I'll
just
say like when it comes to MK9, my one biggest peeve with the game is the anti-airs. I feel the anti-airs were physics were not applied. To be able to down to a guy out of the air made no sense. How am I punching a guy with a
you mean
duck
down
punch
one
at
or down two? The down one?
down one? Yeah, I
Yeah.
could punch a guy out of there like with jacks. Punch him out of with a ducking punch straight out, even though his foot would theoretically would have hit me in the head before my fucking hand would have hit his leg, and then I carry him across the screen with a fucking combo, and then do the fucking the ground pound EX back break, ground pound EX breaker, and you're
It's
like, dude,
100%.
really?
Yeah, the reset.
Off of it, or smoke, or even smoke also with the smoke trap, and it was like. An anti-air punch was supposed to be a standing move. And it was supposed to be not a universal punch either. Depending on the character's frame, the timing should always be different. So you might be able to punch Sub-Zero out of the air easy, but you can't punch Sonya out of the air as easy because her frame and her hitbox is slightly different. So you need to adjust the timing to it. And that actually plays true in the older MK games. There's certain characters that you could punch out of the air, and there's certain ones you can't. I know you guys will, I guess you renamed the golden punch the death punch, but what summoning does with the death punch, that doesn't work with everybody.
Yeah.
There's certain characters where the timing had to be different. And it was funny because earlier on when you guys were talking about the death punch, it was like, I remember before he mastered it, we used to be playing and, normally when you punch somebody out of the air, you hear pop. But for some reason you would hit it and it would go crack. And you were like, what the fuck is that? We thought it was a sound bug until we looked at the fucking meter and we seen it fucking chopped up like a quarter of his meter with just that punch. He mastered the art of turning it into combos.
I clipped something the other day. It was a really good Jax Kung Lao match, and somehow I got death punch like neutral drum kick. It was like 60%. I said it before. It was like the highest combo I ever got. I didn't even get to do the third hit. He was already dead. I was completely. I just figured that out. I've been playing the game for freaking 30 years, whatever the hell it is, and I still figure out new stuff every day. That's why I think a lot of people should try 2. 2 is a lot of new stuff pops out of nowhere. It's a great game.
Well, I respect you standing up for the game because I think it's a lot of the ultimate players standing up for the game, and I do think the game is inferior to 2, and I think there's a reason why. Like I'm surprised, Rio's surprised to a lesser extent, Tom is surprised that 2 kind of gets his attention. Not necessarily like in our podcast or in the social media realm, but like people kind of play the game, they're just kind of quiet about it, right? They just keep to themselves, right? And I don't think there have been consistent figures in the Mortal Kombat community that stand up for those games. Whereas ultimately, constantly have to hear about it. Even if it's like
all
10
the
man,
time.
yeah, like even if it's like 10-man
Well,
tournaments
I think
offline.
we kind of got shoved away because even those UMK people that you're talking about, your games are inferior to ours, and it's like, why can't we just agree to disagree? Maybe you don't like the game. I don't like Ultimate. I'm not telling you not to play Ultimate. I'm
But I
not
don't
you.
think
You like the MK1.
James.
I'm not telling you don't play MK1, but the Ultimate people, and again, now this sounds like I'm trying to pile on to the Ultimate people. They kind of have been dicks for years. I mean, look at what happened because Rio decided to make a tutelage video how to glitch jam, and they're like, "How could you show our
But
secrets?"
James,
Because
that's
this ain't
because
1992 anymore.
James, that's because they're insecure about their own game. They just don't want to admit it, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, but
Rio might be,
that's the point we've always been trying to make though. UMK3 guys are weird people, man. I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm just
yeah,
saying
yeah, I
there's some
understand, yeah,
weird.
and I'm not, yeah, I respect your opinion, and maybe I'm not the the right guy to say let's kind of back off, but because I'm the guy who actually piles on them. But I'm just like sick and tired. Again, it's not you guys in this podcast, but sort of like having these people talk about how great they are, and we find out they won like 10-man tournaments, eight participant of which they just kind of joined just whatever, right? Because they I don't know.
Me and Jimmy, we never did that though. We never
No,
said we
that's what
were
I mean.
good.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
my whole argument is not necessarily against you guys. even though I kind of felt you did did a little bit of it in the last podcast that we tried to record. It's just that, dude. Look, man. Um, Rio and I sometimes get blown up so bad in the comments, and Rio was like, dude, he literally called me like, Dave, we're getting roasted. People think, the only reason you own this podcast is because, you are friends, and you come on just to like talk shit and stuff. I'm like, I never really talk about myself, right? And I remember a comment was like, Dave, why did you mention your top 8? That's all you talk about. It's like, bitch, you questioned me. You literally said, like, not you guys, again, in the comments, like, why on this podcast? Is it because you're Rio's friend? Is because, you got famous because, you beat Tom? I'm like, but
Well,
then when I
no.
talk about my
What
content,
Dave is
like,
saying is basically when someone asked me, they were like, "Why is Dave on this podcast at all? Like, he doesn't even like MK or this that." And he never did anything. And I was like, damn, you know what? People forget that Dave actually did have a big part of MK. Like, he's not just some random
but
dude who's my
here's the thing,
friend.
it's not even about me. And I don't want to make it about me because I don't think I need
No,
to.
I know
Like,
because you
here's the
found that
reason.
comment dumb too because you're like, wow, these people don't even know
Yeah.
like that
No,
I
and
actually
I
do play MK.
respect you, and I respect you as a friend for protecting me, and I really, really appreciate it. But here's where I'm going with this, because it's not about any single individual. There's a reason why Justin Wong doesn't come on a podcast and talks about how great he was. He doesn't need to. It's in the history books. He doesn't need to because people speak of his legacy. So whether it's Tom or Lex or you guys or Detroit Ball, and like, why are we talking about ourselves? I never talk about the 3D era because I
But
think it's
Dave, here's the thing you don't understand. A lot of people know about the Street Fighter and the Tekken history, this and that, because it's known about and said. You just said it yourself. We don't know about the MK Pass. That's why it's
Yeah, the
interesting to hear about.
MK is such. There's
Yeah,
one
it's like a
good point.
huge question mark. We
Yeah,
don't know. That's why we want to hear the
somebody
stories.
brought up before there's never been a spokesperson for MK. That's true. That's 100% true.
well, I brought it up.
It's Sonic,
But
right? Yeah, okay. That was I didn't get to because it was a long podcast. But the Sonic, it's the only Sonic. Who's Sonic is like the best MK player ever, correct? Yes or no? Like
well,
ever?
that
He's considered to
well,
be, yeah. He's the most
Okay,
accomplished
so
MK player.
Yeah.
is he this like this? Honestly, I'm not making fun. I'm not making fun. Is he like the spokesperson for MK? Is that the guy? Like we don't have a
I
guy.
mean, competitive wise, probably would be him.
oh,
Okay,
he
so
is.
like
If you want
yeah,
to go through like wins.
there's Justin
Oh,
Wong, there's Daigo, there's all these players that
Yeah, that's what
like
I'm saying. Every
are
community has like, the player who's won the most or been in the tournament
we've
the most.
never had that. We've never MK have never had that, and that's a huge part of the
for
reason why
something that's
MK.
a different topic. This is the reason why I told Rio, and by the way, it kind of starts with Tom, right? And I wish
Mhm.
Rio had tackled Tom's argument in this sense. Like, the reason I have a problem with people coming on and talk about their legacy, dude, I've had to listen with Tom for 25 fucking 5 years about he's great, he's this and that. Like, Tom, shut your mouth.
We've
Like,
known
I
him for
get it.
that long too.
Well, exactly, but I'm like, dude, how many times do we have to listen to this? Like, and by the way, this is coming from a guy who goes on Mike's podcast and literally trashes our community. Tells us, oh yeah, by the way, the games suck, the community sucks,
Wait,
they're
hold on.
relevant, they have these.
Hold on, but does Tom really do this or are you exaggerating saying he does
No,
this?
Tom has done that. He has gone on to Mike's and says he doesn't like the community's bad and the games are bad and stuff. But I understand Tom in ways, though. I do get it. I do understand what he's saying. But he has
No, I
been
do
there
not
though.
understand.
I
See, the thing,
get what he
I don't
means.
give a
He's
damn
great
about
at
a
those
set that
games.
he played with legs or who won. That's not the point. Rio made a mistake of actually making the focal point. That was a massive mistake. If you want to hold Tom accountable, I have ways to do it. And by the way, he's my friend. I think he is one of the MK greats. But it's like,
Yeah, that's the
can
thing. That is
can
the
you
thing.
please at least focus on the topic at hand and stop like handpicking the stuff?
Well,
The thing, Tom,
he's got a lot of stuff going on. I get it. He's got a lot of things like a lot of the games going on, a lot of these memories, and I've talked to him, kind of squared stuff away. I get where he's coming from. The community might be trash, some of the games might be trash, but he was pretty much there for all of them. Let's say
well, he will
so.
say, yeah, no, I understand, but he used to say like, and still does like, two things can be true at once. Like, here's my honest opinion. I mean, don't disrespect to either one of you. Like, um, I don't want to hear how you say you're dominating. This is before people even know what the fucking frame was. I don't give a fuck. But
Mhm.
that doesn't mean I don't respect. And I think this is where James misunderstood me. Doesn't mean I'm like, oh, James, you never did anything. Like, no, you guys were the originals. You paved the scene. Like,
Dave,
you
hold
were
on. You're missing the point. Like, I don't think you understand. This is not about somebody sitting there bragging about how good they are. It's about, hey, man, we want to
That's
know
what Tom
about
has
the
been
history of
talking
the
about. That
scene.
exactly.
Okay, but can you
Tom has
explain
been
to
doing that.
me? Hold on. Can you explain to me why some players in the MK scene know more about the Street Fighter competitive roots than MK when they're more MK players? See how this doesn't make sense? And how there's something very lacking here?
Well, I can explain that literally in 3
My
seconds.
point is, a lot of people want to know the history of the MK. There's where do you go to get that? You really can't.
Rio,
But
the
however,
games are
Street Fighter,
better.
Tekken, Smash, whatever, even Smash, whatever game it is, the history is all laid out. You can know who was good back then, this, that. But for MK, it's like a huge question mark. Like,
Well,
who
I
was
think
good?
Smash is an exception because most people who play like Street Fighter are not into Smash, and most people
My
who play
point is, what
Smash.
is the big deal with people wanting to know? That's the
There's
problem.
nothing
Now,
to know, and I think
MK
we have.
has MK has holes. It's so many holes in its history. It just has. There's nothing out there substantial like Justin Wong and Daigo and stuff. We will never have that. So when let's say Jimmy and I came out and told you how it was in '92 when we were practicing like anti-air high punches and stuff. No one did that stuff. It doesn't mean that we were better than anybody. It means like there's some starting point. We had something that we're going to share with you guys where I know that you guys weren't there. It doesn't mean we're better. It was we were there in the 90s. We were
No,
18, 19, just to show you guys what was there. But we weren't names to Jimmy was a name to know because he was an actual tester.
no,
And I
absolutely. And again, I think I just wanted to read it because I think maybe Jimmy thought that I said stuff that I don't think I did. Again, I don't think
Bro,
anybody should.
you were saying like, who cares? He won like 5-man tournaments and no one knew frame data, this and that.
Well, true, and I still stand by that. However, does that mean that he didn't pave the
But
seed? Like again, two things can be.
But see, so listen, Dave. Let me just interject. When I put myself up as indestructible, it's not me like basing it off of New York. I did travel. Now, again, it wasn't 100. I'll never sit here and bullshit and say it was 100-man tournaments. Was I getting 200 and something wins in a row? Absolutely. Was I playing people one-handed? Absolutely. I attribute all that to when you get put on a pedestal, and it's something about this fucking franchise that does it to you. You become such a dick. When if people think I'm a dick now,
oh
somebody
boy,
could tell you how much of a
oh
dick
god,
I was. I walked around like the wrestler Adonis, like a prima donna. Oh, you want to play me? You don't get to play me until you beat my posse. And then if you get through them, and I knew they weren't gonna, they never got to play me.
it's such facts. Jimmy
It-
probably
it-
never even played the game
remember
after a while.
now, if I remember somebody telling me a story about sending out his hit squad, it was very similar. But it's like, and I don't say it because I want people to go, oh my God, he was the best. It's just the way it was. But
No,
like I said,
I'm not
as
James.
much as
Keep
I
in
had my
mind.
15 minutes of fame,
Yeah.
but I'm saying though, as much as I had my 15 minutes of fame, I also had a hard fall from grace.
Well, I wouldn't mind you
And you
having
can't stay on top.
15 minutes. Yeah. No, I wouldn't mind you having 15 more. Keep in mind, you're talking to a guy like who's been friends with Tom for a long time, and every time Tom claims legacy doesn't matter, he's literally the first guy saying, "Oh my God, please do not believe that I was unimportant in the '90s, and that I went even with
No,
Lex or
he
whatever."
admitted it today. He admitted it today that he
So
got a little
that's
bit
like,
butt hurt.
yeah,
He
exactly.
admitted it.
That's kind of what I dislike, and
We
that's
were
the
all like that, though. I mean, we were all really because back then it was only about bragging rights and
But
like,
honestly, you look at Rio, he's not like that. Like Rio was blown up pretty fucking badly, like a couple, whatever, couple of pockets ago, like people calling him out. But people don't even know.
Rio is a lot younger than us. We're old as hell, and
No,
we only had that.
I understand
Yeah,
that, but the point is like, to me personally, as I'm getting older, I feel like I'm less insecure about my accomplishments, and I don't give a fuck what people think. Rio feels like to me is the same because how many people know that he's a three-time MLG winner and he got whatever one or two top eights at Evo? Think about that. Just think about that. And for people, these jackasses that it comes like, who's Rio? Why is he? Who's he to judge Tom? It's like, wait a minute. In MK9, at least that game, like he has more accomplishments than pretty much anybody else. Like maybe aside from
Tom does have
Yeah.
some great like he has
no, no,
100,000 fans, and I mean he has
yeah.
built this legacy, rightfully so,
This war
and
machine.
yeah, and there's it's not going to be toppled, like like so yeah, people might
No,
be
I
like, who's
understand.
Rio,
I
you
understand,
know?
but like Rio is somebody arguably me. I think the most humble MK player maybe of all time. Maybe aside from maybe right there with Gurr, right? Like who
Wait,
never,
more humble than Czech? No, I'm joking.
bro.
Wait, take
But
That was
anyway,
just me making a
but anyway,
joke.
before you answer that
no, no.
question. Before you answer that question, I need you to read this 600-page rule book. How you answer it.
Oh,
Oh
oh,
my
yeah,
god.
yeah. Let's not even start that. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is that like it's such a big difference when you talk to Rio and then you talk some of these ultimate players, and it's just like Rio and I never talk about accomplishments. To us, it's completely irrelevant, right? Like when we have a
Because we're too
conversation,
busy talking about the game.
yeah, exactly. And I told Rio like, dude, we have to let's make the podcast not about like necessarily history or accomplishments because I think
I mean, people want
it
to know
goes
some of
down.
the history, but like,
Well, no,
you want it
yeah,
to be
fair
about
enough. Yeah, I'm
MK2.
just saying.
But again, it's
No,
about
yeah,
MK2.
UMK3,
You
by the
have two
way.
people that love MK2 right
yeah.
here, Dave. You could ask them any question
Yep.
about gameplay.
No,
These are games we love. Yes.
no, absolutely, and I'm not denying that. I'm glad you're standing up for a game that I think has been overlooked, right, for a long time, and still is to this day. But like again, keep in mind, I have like a biased perspective in the sense like I talk to Rio. We never brag about anything. He certainly has more to brag about than I do. And then you talk to Tom, and it's just like, oh my god, like, can we please stop?
There's one thing I want to say though. UMK3 is evil. Okay, I'm telling you right now, there's evil that comes out in this. You take Detroit, he's mad. Take Tom Brady, we brought up UMK3, he's mad. Everybody just, I
Whenever
mean,
whenever UMK3 gets involved, it
it's
becomes this
evil.
this anger, this black cloud.
And I don't want to bring names out, but anybody who's like proclaimed the top player in that game, go ahead, judge their behavior of how angry they are when they talk about the game. Just remember I said that. Just remember I said that because there's many players out there who are the demons come loose. And we told Rio a while ago, UMK3 is toxic as hell. Now you guys know. Now you guys know that's just the taste of it. You don't even know
I
the
mean,
other
I
stuff.
always knew UMK3's toxic from the Xbox Live days.
It is
But
brutal.
yeah, but the
Yeah.
thing is, like, some people like they want to know the results and know who is this and that. So, like, I'm not saying you gotta talk about your
I
results
mean, for
every
me,
time, but
yeah.
sometimes you should, right? Because sometimes people want to know.
I
Like,
mean, for me, it's weird even talking about it because me and Lex had a conversation, and again, you know, and I hate to use the tester thing as this uh this point where of contention. Something happens to you, dude.
Yeah, the demons spawn.
It's hard. Dude, it's something. The only way I could describe it is like when you watch one of these horror movies where a guy gets a cut on his wrist and something goes in him, and as the time goes on, it starts to circulate around his body, and like you just
Splinter.
become this
Did you ever see that movie Splinter?
nasty motherfucker.
It's
No,
only three though. It's not one. It's not two. It's only three. Okay, there's some of it in one
no.
and two.
It was one. No. It happened. Let's be real. With me, again, dude, I was such a dick.
No, I'm talking
Like
about now. I'm talking about
beating.
now. I'm talking about now.
But
Like
no, but
nowadays.
I'm talking about overall because, like, I understand where David's coming from with this, and it's like I only talk about this almost like a warning. Don't be the dick that I was. Don't become the asshole in the room. There's nothing wrong with being good at a game and not being a dick. And I hate to say it because I don't like pointing fingers at people. Look at the monster Sonic has become to a degree. Like I seen him, I'm not going to go watch this because the event was so shitty. I'm not going to stand for the trophies. This thing that happens to you, dude. It's so hard to explain. where you just get this nasty side to you that comes out. Maybe it's obviously in all of us, but it's just whatever that is that got into that fucking cut has now made me like where I used to go, fuck you. Now I'm fucking raging like a lunatic. You motherfuckers, how do you not pay attention to me? And people are like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Kind of like how Bill got caught up in the moment with everything.
Yep.
It's just this thing that happens, dude. Part of the time, I wish I never evolved to fighting games. I was happy with playing my NES Zelda and fucking my Miracle Warriors on Sega Master System, and fucking Dragon's Lair Laserdisc games. I was happy playing those. And I played my Street Fighter, I played my fucking my Virtual Fighter. I played my Beast Ariser, as fucking Bill mentioned earlier. I played my Guys, which he hates.
I was the
And
best
it's
Dragon
like,
Slayer 2 player. Remember that?
yes. But it's like something happens, and I more want to warn people don't be what I was. In my old age, me talking about, well, hey, I was the shit back then. It's not a badge of honor. I'll be honest, dude. Sometimes I got a vintage store that sells classic games, and the guy knows that I work for Acclaim. And I got kids coming up to me, not kids, grown fucking guys asking me for an autograph. And I look at them like, why the fuck would you want my autograph? I'm fucking nobody. This was the 90s. So I like to hash the stories because, again, we really, even in this episode, we really didn't get into the stories like the stories of summoning, going to the arcade in Manhattan and then cornering them in the arcade. We're going to beat them up. So they had to beat me, and I had to come there to get them out from getting beat up.
Got a cars broken
Shit like
into.
that.
We got freaking chased.
Yeah.
Stupid shit like that for a game.
We went into a 24-hour place to play fucking Mortal Kombat. We got snowed in, and we couldn't leave. We were stuck there, and we were fucking far the hell away from home.
And the people who owned the place couldn't close the place.
The people you guys are stuck with didn't like you?
And he couldn't close it. What's
Say
that?
again?
I'm saying the people you guys are stuck with in the arcade didn't like you? Like there was like tension?
Oh, they wanted to beat him up. They wanted to beat him up.
We would go in. We would go in without Jimmy. Yeah, because we would go in without Jimmy, and we would win. Jimmy was the loudmouth guy who would get us out of trouble all the time. We were like little kids back then, man. We were just going into these big time arcades at Times Square and stuff and kicking ass, really seriously. And we were not welcomed for beating these guys, and we'd have to like call him to get us the hell out of there. So we didn't have any. We were Long Island kids going to the big city to play.
I gotta
you know what I mean?
I gotta go. I gotta pay some pimp off because he wants to kill summoning with fucking reptiles, fucking fatality.
Yeah, because we had the fatality. We had this. Yeah, we had this. We would just do the shit on these guys. They would go insane, bro. It was fucking nuts. I'm telling you, it was ridiculous shit. We had fatalities. Nobody had them.
When Bill tells the story about how we met in the arcade, same exact premise. Same with these guys. All right, I'm going to tell you these, but you can't tell nobody. So they all stuck to their guns. Guys, hey, oh man, great, hey, summoning, great game. How'd you do that reptile? Can't tell you.
Yeah, we would figure out how to do the fatalities, but no one could see. Oh, I would fake Raiden's fatality because I didn't, how you have to push the block and the low kick. You have to like spam those buttons. I would just like push all the buttons and stuff, and they would be like, "Oh, I think we got it." You know what I mean? It was big. The fatalities were big. That's why MK2, the arcades, MK2 was way bigger than 3.
But I don't think it was. I remember this was, oh my God, I don't know what grade I was in. People could not figure out for Super Turbo how Dalsum did his teleport, right? Because it was way beyond our Neanderthal minds to figure that out. Or how Zangief would spinning power drive you, and I remember we couldn't figure out, DP because it was super strange right at that time. So I completely like understand your stories because and then in school people were like, oh my God, you're the cool guy, you know how to do the Dawson teleport. Like it was like almost like a a badge of honor, right? It was so silly. It was just like it was
Yeah.
just a stupid move, and you could actually hide it. People would even fucking pay you. Like they would give you. Well, at that point in Germany, it was Deutsche Marks, whatever before the euro. But it was no. Trust me, I completely relate to your stories because I had a little bit of, obviously not as old as you guys, but I had a little bit of experience at that, in that era. But yeah,
There was
this
Street
was.
Fighter side and MK side in all the arcades too. By the way, you know that
Yeah,
too.
absolutely. And I remember
Yeah.
like MK1 as well. Like you take out Kano and like you rip somebody hearts out. It was like, what the hell? Like, oh my god, that's in the game. Don't let my parents see. They're not let me play the game anymore. So it was very life before the internet. Like was super interesting, and I think it's hard to describe. I don't think any of our modern audience will understand it unless you live through it. But it was an interesting era. That's for sure. When you didn't have the age of information literally on your fingertips.
I love MK2
Do you
so much.
remember?
I
Do you
remember
remember?
the first
Do you
character I played. I remember the
do you
first.
remember how to reset the cabinet? Do you remember how to reset the cabinet with Dalsim in Street Fighter 2?
Me, hell no, bro. I was playing on this. I was most. It wasn't until like much later that I got a hold of it. I was mostly playing on like the SNES and the Sega Genesis. And I don't know if you guys ever played. Just real quick. Um, it was the Ninja Turtles tournament game on both SNES and Do you know what I'm talking about? The uh,
Yes.
Yeah, it was a tournament edition or whatever. That's actually, I think, maybe the second fighting game that I ever picked up, and it was super fun. Trying to figure out the special moves, and I think they had supers and stuff. And I think the Genesis version was so different from the SNES version; they were essentially like different games. I don't know if you guys remember those.
Jimmy probably does because you know all that stuff. I don't
Yeah.
remember it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I remember them. But they had two things in Street Fighter 2. They had the Guile handcuffs
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
That
Dalsim,
I loved. I loved
and
that.
The Dalsim one was better. It was like teleport forward back at the same time as your yoga flame in the right frame, and it just shut the whole cabinet off. So if you were
Wait,
getting
how did you guys
the
even discover
speed,
this?
But the
you know what?
cuffs
Word of
were
mouth.
the cuffs were they were that didn't freeze the game, right?
But
Just fucking
wait,
froze the
they didn't have
right?
rules at the arcade like to prevent people from doing this. Like they didn't get mad when you guys did it.
What the cuff? If I remember the cuffs, it was you had to do a sonic boom, standing roundhouse into a flash kick like so fast that if he's standing next to you, it just locks up the character next to you. So they said it's handcuffs, but it's not. The character's just stuck near you. You could wait until the very end of the round, and then all you got to do is come in and like do one hit, and you can kill him. And it was, and that was the type of shit where people fought.
Oh yeah, that was bad. You could never do
Embarrassing.
that.
That's
And it was
insane.
embarrassing when you got it done to you because that means the motherfucker that did it with 100% intent. So
Yep.
he looked at you as a sucker.
In our arcade, Gene used to do that to people. Remember? He used to be running out of the arcade afterwards. There's some crazy shit.
There was a lot of shit. There was
Tell them about the hell
the
fatality. We
stories.
figured out that stuff. Remember that? The Scorpion hell
What one?
fatality? The reset, the
Yeah.
Scorpion. Remember when you just said, I'm gonna hold
Oh,
down these two buttons? That was the funniest shit
yeah.
ever. Oh my god, I'll never forget that.
Hold down. Hold
Yeah,
on.
I think what
spot,
happened
right?
was we did the hell fatality and Jimmy held down both the left side and the right side and he held the start buttons down. It reset the fucking cabinet. We had no idea it did that. We started doing that shit to people. We had no clue. This was literally in like just when Ultimate came out. We're just fucking around with stuff. He was totally kidding. He wasn't even. He was just like, I found the glitch, and he actually did that, and it worked. It reset the cabinet. We're like, no way. Nobody knew that stuff back then. It was just they patched it out. I asked Drew, I think, about it, and he's like, yeah, they fixed that. We like
Yeah, it
we
was like
like made
a
that up. Remember?
1 point something. Yeah.
He just like decided to just like push some buttons down when the screen went black, and it just reset the cabinet. Stuff like that was
But like
weird
I want
things.
Dave, like I want you to understand my braggart way. I got more important things in life to brag about than you know, my fucking legacy of Mortal Kombat back in the heyday. But for me, it's over the last couple of years, and you know, and myself and Lex were kind of talking about it. It's become kind of therapeutic. You know, like for example, when I was working at Acclaim, you know, there, and it's funny because Daniel Pacina just put up a video. He must have just came across it of the development, and in the video, you see me and Acclaim in the room working on Mortal Kombat. There was a girl that was an associate producer, and you know, my company, you know how like every once in a while a company like tries to do one of those powwows and get everybody to, you know, play nice, so they'll do like little like trips to get away and shit. Our company decided to play softball. So now the girl, her name's Stacy Hendrickson. She was the associate producer for Mortal Kombat. And she, you know, we're all going to the baseball field. We're all going to play. And, you know, I played baseball at that time. I didn't make it to the minors yet. But I played baseball up to college, and I was pretty good. So she gave me the speech. Well, I pitched in high school. We were playing softball. We're not playing hardball. And we're playing slow pitches. She kept bragging to me. And eventually I said to her, this fucking bitch, what do you think, you're going to strike me out in slow arc pitch softball? So I get up and she pitches to me and I drill a fucking line drive right into her face.
Damn.
Fucking knocked down on the ground, crying like a bitch, fucking nose bleeding. What do you think I did?
Apologize?
No, I ran the bases. Ball was still in play. I ran an in the park home run while everybody else ran up to her like, oh my God, oh my God. I go, ball's in play, motherfucker. That's how competitive I was. So
Jesus.
after I touched home plate, then I walked up to the mound and I'm like, yeah, walk it off. You're all right. So she hated me now. She fucking hated me. So we had this other guy that worked for us. I'll never forget it. The guy's name was Ron Summers. Fucking like a stoner dude, but he wasn't just like a very laid back stoner type dude, but he wasn't a stoner. So, you know, a couple of months go by and my boss tries to do it again. And of course my boss is like, don't go killing nobody. I'm like, all right. But meanwhile, between the softball and now, this girl Stacy's been nothing but a bitch to me, obviously. And I don't blame her. So when we go out, we're going to play two-hand touch football. I said, oh, okay. So I tell the guy, Ron Summers, you know, this is tackle, right?
Oh God.
He goes, what? I said, we're playing tackle. I said, you got Stacy. She's yours. You cover her. They give Stacy the ball. And you ever see the movie Waterboy with Adam Sandler?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I've seen that.
This motherfucker lit her up like Christmas. Hit
Oh my
her
God.
full blown. She went flying like 5 yards down the field.
Yeah.
And everybody's looking at him like, Ron, what the fuck? And what did he say? What? Jimmy told me to cover her.
Oh God.
It was
Damn,
like,
you guys hated Stacy.
I did.
He was, but the thing is, he was so mean back in the day. He was putting his knee through the. What did you do to freaking Frank, dude? What did you do to Frank?
Okay, so
Listen to this.
so
This is
Red
an MK
Saline,
story.
You know, I mean, I get
You know
maybe
what?
both
Dave,
of you.
wait, Dave actually knows who Frank is, but to us, when we knew Frank, we didn't know him as Frank.
Wait, who was
Dave,
it?
he was
That's
Red
Saline.
Saline. That was Frank.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
He was
Oh, my
he
God.
was
On the-
he
on
was
the boards all
Sub-Zero
the time.
wins. By the way, he was Sub-Zero wins on one of those MKDA.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh,
Okay,
and he was
listen
also
to
James MK too, by the way.
Yeah, listen to
So
this story.
I go do the Mortal Kombat 4 book. It's out in Indiana, in Indianapolis, where I do the book. So I come back, I get back off the plane, driving back home. I said, fuck it, let me stop at Nathan's and see who's there. So nobody's there, so I go and I put fucking 50 cents into Mortal Kombat 4. I'm like, I'll play a game. Frank comes walking over. He puts fucking 50 cents in. He beats me and does Quan Chi's leg beat. And he turns around to me and he goes, I don't know why you got to do the book. I just whooped your ass.
Damn.
And I turned around and I said, "You want to know why?" And I took my knee and I kneed the side of the cabinet so hard I put my knee through it. I said, "Because I could do this to your fucking head." And then I never seen Frank again.
Jesus.
You also broke that machine, you bastard. Couldn't play after that.
And then to boot, when I came to find summoning to beat him
Oh,
up
this is great.
in 2011, and AC 1984 come up to me, and I go, "Hey, you know this guy summoning?" He like, "Yeah, my friend. He's a good friend of mine." Yeah, I said, "Good. Go find him and tell him somebody's here to fuck him up." He leaves. 2 seconds later, Arturo Sanchez comes walking up to me and he's like, "Hey, man, what seems to be the problem, man?" I said, "Who the fuck are you?" I got no problem. He leaves. When Nitin comes around the corner, he's on the phone. I don't know who you were talking to, but he's like, "What do you mean somebody's
Oh,
here and wants to fuck me up?"
I was like, oh, of course,
And he
the
turns
loudest mouth. See, Jimmy was the loud. The
around the
thing,
corner, he sees me.
and we had
Go
some
ahead.
beers. This is the truth, guys. Okay, this is the truth. Jimmy was the guy. He was the guy to beat back then. I'm telling you, in the tri-state area, and he wasn't friendly. It was always confrontation. He was always the guy to get. Okay, he was always the guy to beat. And I told the current MK guys, not you, Rio, because I met you a little bit later, like Shock AC, all the like the top players then, like in that middle era there. I said, you guys are not ready for this guy. Like, thank God he's not around, because they were nice to each other and stuff, whatever. Like, this guy, he's my friend, but these are the type of guys that I used to play with back in the day. This is real, like real competitive, crazy, stuff. And then he showed up then and he made like a big scene, and I knew who he was, and we were friends for a long time, but we had a little bit of beef, whatever. But like, it carried over for 10 years or whatever, and when he showed up, it's when I said, see, I told you guys, you're not ready for this, and it's just it was
Shock's
different
like,
era.
"What do you mean?"
Yeah, different era, like totally different era.
I
And
don't know. I would argue we matched that, if not even overcame it with it. The 3D games,
Love with
uh,
love. You're gonna overcome it with love.
not with love, brother, with something else. Uh, um, I'm not like the. I'm not saying
With the
I'm not.
Mo, that was Dave's trump card
Yeah,
when he
like
tried to
dude, not
settle
even.
beef between.
Well, I mean, I,
Or
I,
Dave,
I, I I accidentally did stuff that James did without even knowing what James did, but like the 3D MK era is so toxic. Rio, when we were not even telling the story. We just hinted at the stories. We couldn't even tell them because we would probably get
yeah, don't
banned
sit
from.
on Twitch.
Yeah, we would probably definitely get banned on Twitch. So the stories are so bad because this was at a time, the internet was like it's in its
Internet
infancy, and
wasn't moderated at all, so you could literally say
yeah,
whatever you wanted to.
so it was such a like there was no like etiquette, right? In terms of like how you would conduct yourself online, and you could only imagine how people interacted with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, the toxicity was like so bad that I mean, pretty much all the players, including me back in the day, maybe not so much Rio, would get canceled almost immediately, and that's
Yeah, I'm
how
not gonna
bad it
lie.
was.
I'm glad I didn't meet half of these 3D MK players offline because I would not feel comfortable going to somewhere with what some of these people are saying online.
Well,
Dave,
to
you
be
understand?
fair,
There
though,
would be threads where they would just be saying how they were like going to kill each other and repeatedly, and we're like, "What is this? Like, just
Yeah.
moderators don't care about this. They're just
well,
saying
not even,
here how they're going to
yeah,
kill each other." But
well, not even
for
mention this stuff. Obviously, with one particular individual, what he said and what he said he was gonna do to people, based on this combo videos.
yeah, and like think about it. This is all over a video game. Let that sink in.
I'm not even gonna get into that. So
Pop, pop, pop,
I do
pop, pop,
think you
pop.
guys were extreme back in the day. There's no question about that. The more stories that I hear,
Oh yeah.
but I assure you, the 3D again, not the modern. The modern stuff is pretty benign, right? But like, definitely back in the day, doing the 3D stuff, that thing was honestly, I think it was even worse.
Yeah, because I
Dude,
think if
I
you took these
remember
3D
somebody
MK
hit me.
players, I think if you took these 3D MK players and had them offline and interact like this, I think they wouldn't have said half of the shit they did.
Exactly. Like the difference is like you guys had to at least like act somewhat professional, because you were literally in person, right? These motherfuckers, they're like,
They're like
dude, it's
anonymous too. They
online,
just got to say whatever they wanted.
anonymous. This was before anything, right?
All right.
Probably fucking what even the IP address was, right? Like people just did whatever the fuck they wanted, right? They want to call you all names and do all this stuff, make a thread just literally trash, and you just did it. Nowadays, you would just get banned instantly, right? But it was, yeah. But the point is, that it's not to brag about this. I'm glad the way things are right now
No,
because, yeah, things were really, really bad. Like it
it's
was really, really bad.
it's a look back at it and go, damn, we were fucked up. Summoning. I mean, he's saying bad. I can't. I won't go into total details. I'll say this: during Killer Instinct, there was these two young blonde kids,
Oh God.
and they were beating. They were beating the piss out of me. And when I say young, they were like 13, 14 years old, and they were fucking taunting me when they beat me. And I turned around, and they were there with their father. And I turned around to them and I said, don't make me blank your dad. And it wasn't beat him up.
Damn, what was the
And
blank?
the father just looked.
Wait, is this Twitch safe?
Well, you can figure. No, no, it's not.
All right, yeah, don't say
It's
that.
not. Let's just say, we'll just say, hey kids, and it won't be with lube.
Wow.
So
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to know anymore.
There were two little kids. There were two little kids. Their dad used to bring them around. They used to bring them around to the. They were good at games. They were good at MK. They were good at KI.
yeah, they were
And
absolutely.
and Jimmy got mad one day, and they never came back. And I mean,
What was his dad saying? Like what the hell?
Dad was just supporting his kids.
So James didn't grow to see
But
it
the
after
look
all.
on the dad's face, the look on the dad's face when I said I was going to do it to him, he thought he was in a cell in jail. And he just looked at me like, because he was very preppy, polo shirts and shit. Both the kids, primo, they were probably rich kids on the North Shore for us.
Yeah, the kids
And
were
the
dressed
father just
well. They
looked
came
at
in
me.
very
Yeah,
respectful.
yeah. The father just looked at me, looked down, like it happened to him, like that walk of dejection, and never fucking came back again. I've had a couple of those blow-ups. I can't lie. Some not as severe as that. That was probably, I think that might have been the severest.
L.I. Joe's dad, who
But
I know pretty well, L.I. Joe, you know that L.I. Joe was a UMK3 player, right? You guys know
Yeah,
that, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I know that.
I've known him since, well, he was called Milk Crate Joe. You guys know that, right?
Mm-hmm. He had stories
That
that I
was
used to
that.
bring him, and he would stand on milk crates to play on the arcade.
Yeah, when Joe left Westbury Nathan's, he bumped into me. His father bumped into me, and he's like, "I'm not gonna, Joe. This place is too tough. I'm not gonna bring Joe here." So Joe played in Oceanside, Nathan's, and like Farmingdale.
that wasn't me. Let's stand corrected. That
It
wasn't me.
wasn't
That
Jimmy.
was
It was
RDA.
that's a rough. Yeah, it was a rough. It was a very very rough place to play. It was not not a friendly place because So
Eli Joe came in and he was playing, and what wound up happening was he got like, I don't know, let's say 10, 15 wins in a row. And our boy RDA came in. It was his turn to play. He turned the machine off and then turned it back on. And he's like, hey, don't worry about it. You start from zero with me.
yeah, I remember that.
And turned it back on. And turned it back on.
And we just went to
man.
that guy's 50th birthday the other day, and we asked him if he still keeps in touch with MK, and he's like, "No, man, I don't remember anything." So like it's part of our, I mean, it was rough. It was rough times, but nowadays it has spawned into. Yeah, he was bringing up Sonic. I think in UMK3 in the 2D MKs, UMK3 has a lot of demon spawn. So that's all I'm gonna say. A lot of the people,
Yeah.
they a lot of demon spawn. I don't know what
I
it
mean,
is.
did you guys know Al the God?
Yep, I remember he was from the 3D era, but I didn't know he played
Okay.
during the arcade era. Because
That's the thing.
I remember
Al
him
the
from
came with us. Yeah.
the 3D
He
era.
learned from us. That's the thing.
That's
He's
crazy.
followed us home.
Where's Dave at? Dave, you still here? Because Aldegod was one of the members of Dave's clan, TKO.
Al was one of my best
For-
friends.
Oh,
I
was
hung
he?
out with Al every
Yeah.
day.
Where'd Dave go?
No, I'm here. No, I remember.
You remember Aldegod?
Yeah, he was one of
Yeah.
the TKO.
See, I didn't
You know,
know.
he-
Yeah, I didn't.
he
We
was a
didn't know that
2D
he was
guy.
a 2D MK player before that. We met him because
I
I
haven't
mean,
done
obviously,
TKO.
we were in 3D MK.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell
I
you guys something right now. Al was better than all of us in Ultimate. He was awesome.
Yeah.
We couldn't do anything, but he did learn from us, and he destroyed us. So he was the
See,
best one.
See, Deception was scrubby, but one thing I think Rio will agree with. Yeah, I think Aldegard also used.
He played a lot of Shijinko too. Shijinko was
Yeah,
very
yeah,
good.
exactly.
Very good
Shujinko's actually
Shijinko player.
like Shujinko's actually like a high execution character in the game, maybe one of the only
Yeah,
ones.
I mean, he was broken, but way less brain than some of the other top tiers.
because you have to like put in the
Shijinko had
By the way,
100% combos. He would kill you when he
Yeah,
launched
yeah.
you.
But that's why I don't want to start a topic because I have to run here. But like, that's when like Czech earned my respect as a player because everybody's like doing 50-50s. Everybody's like whatever they pick Boraicho, 50% combos from a throw you can't escape. It's all broken, right? Like, but then you have these Shujinko
I mean,
actually
Shijinko had, but here's the thing: Shijinko would throw you. His throw was a launcher, and he would 100% go off a throw.
No, I know.
either you were getting hit by his overhead, they were gonna get launched and die, or you're gonna get thrown by him, and get launched and die. Either way, you're getting killed.
But it was
But no, but
It was-
I get what you're saying though. You have to at least do the combo, right? The 100% combo.
I know, right? Whereas like all the other combos were like a complete joke, right? So it was just like refreshing to see people level up with that character, and it was honestly maybe the most interesting character to watch at that time in Deception, right? You would agree with that, right? He was definitely, I think, it.
Yeah, Shijinko was scary to play against.
But he's also interesting to watch.
Yeah, well,
like
he
a
was
new-
cool, but I see the reason I never played the character in that game because you had to unlock all of his special moves to even use him.
Yeah, I know.
So at that was kind of crazy though. So you had to play Conquest and unlock all his moves just to be able to play the character properly, which was
But
interesting.
Conquest.
But I didn't like Shijinko, not his playstyle, but in the like as a character, I thought he was one of the whack characters. I wasn't a fan
Yeah,
of him.
let me say this, like, because I've been trashing Deception, dude. MK Conquest in Deception, that mode alone can stand as its own game, and it would have been a very good game.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a shame how they abandoned that. Well, such a cool idea that they could expand it. Imagine now with the graphics today and the size, how huge Conquest could be. Like it would be a
Yeah.
lot of work for them, but it would be worth it because that's
You could literally
cool.
make it. You
Well,
could
it's like-
literally
it's like a whole
you could
different
literally
MK
turn
game.
it into an open world.
yeah.
You could turn it into
Yes.
an open world game, literally.
I agree.
And
It's a
if
shame
I
that
would love-
ideas
I
like
would
that get
get
tossed
play-
and never returned.
It's actually amazing that
I-
you guys know Al. By the way, it's really amazing because
Yeah.
Al actually he trained with us, and you guys didn't even know he was 2D player, which
Yeah.
is even more
Yeah,
fascinating.
Yeah,
never
my
talked to-
first tie into the online MK community was through 3D, so I wasn't around back then for all the 2D stuff. So I had no
Mine too.
clue.
That's just amazing because I hung out with Al.
Even
we hung out
also for
all the
Conquer
time.
and some other players that were played the 2D MKs, I didn't know that either because I didn't play the 2D MKs back then during arcades. So Conquer,
I met
also during the
Conquer and all
3D.
those guys.
Yeah,
through
but I'm
Shock.
saying I met players like him, all that stuff all through 3D MK. I had no clue that they were, also
Wow,
in the 2D
interesting.
MK.
Very interesting. See, that's what I mean. MK
Remember-
community is very small.
Do you remember when?
Red
Do you remember
Celine,
when
too.
Al got
I known Frank as Red Celine 3D MK. I didn't know that he was also there. Like it's kind of crazy when you think about it.
Oh, the Red Celine's as old school as we are. That dude is MK1,
Yeah,
MK2.
I remember he used to hate MKF. He used to hate on him so much. He used to troll. He used to do the Brighton
So back in the day, back in the day, I used to have a website. What we did called Fighter's Edge. It was like one of the
Fighter's
first Mortal
Edge.
Kombat websites. And what wound up happening was, back in the day, to go to E3, you had to get in. You could only get in as a vendor or press.
yeah,
None of the
press,
shit that they had towards the end, where they let you get in just because they have a day for regular people. They didn't have that.
It's a great
So
story.
because I wrote the books, and I had the website, I'm considered press. So I told everybody we're all going to go, and they're like, "What? Yeah, we're all going."
Yeah,
So
that was awesome.
Al, Summoning, and the guy Rich all come with me. I don't know. Did Snapper Mike come with us or no?
No, it was
I don't
just
think
us
he did.
four.
It was just
us four.
yeah, and we go. I get the press passes. I say, Summoning's my sound guy. This guy's my camera guy, and this
That
is
was
my
so fun.
agent or whatever the fuck it is. So we're all hanging out, and then afterwards we're like, "Yo, let's go to the Palladium." So we go to the Palladium. At this time, Al's underage. So in fact, what was fucking crazy about it was, no doubt, which ironically, because I'm not talking about fucking the player,
Yeah,
the actual
band.
band was opening up Biohazard.
No, opening up for Deftones.
Or Deftones,
Yeah,
that's it.
I'll never
So
forget that.
we go to the club. So we go to the club, we get in, and we're all three of us are of age, so we get the wristbands. Fucking Al doesn't have a wristband because he's underage, but they let him in and they said, "Don't fucking drink." And I don't know who gave him a sip of a drink, but
Rich did.
fucking security swarmed Rich did, and they
Yeah.
tossed him out.
Bro, he
And
had
we're
one
all like,
job.
"Yo, not for nothing, motherfucker."
Yep.
I'm like, dude, I'm like, you're out of here. I don't know what to tell you. Go home.
But
Go to the
Al was so
hotel.
much one of us. Al was so much one of us. We took him with us to LA. Like we just took him with us. He
Yeah.
just like because he learned everything from us. It's so cool how you know him. It's
Al and
amazing. Al and
Al
Brian.
and Brian LeBat
We
That's
freaking
now
became
I
like part
wonder-
of our
Now
they
I
followed
wonder-
us home
Yeah,
from
now, sorry, go ahead.
oh sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying now I wonder how many 3D era players that I met and played with around then that were maybe guys that you also knew about before then.
Because
you're going to get
when you
a lot
think
of
about it, there's probably a lot more than I'm mentioning because they have either like you guys are saying them by their names and stuff. I know them by
Yeah,
what their gamer tags were.
I think Tom knows Al because I did hear of a guy playing MK4. This is what I wanted to bring this up today too. We didn't have much time. I did hear in the MK4 days. I did hear of a guy who was pretty good at the game in New Jersey, and I think Al might have been mentioning that it was Bill. I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, this was freaking 20 something years ago already, but
Right.
I started hearing about a good MK4 player in New Jersey, not 1, 2, 3, but 4, and I think that he knew Bill too. So this is what I'm saying. Like we do have some kind of written some kind of legacy in this old stuff, and it's just cool. You guys can link some of this. Like, at least you can link a player to us, which is amazing. That I think was really awesome.
Yeah, that is kind of, and I wonder because the people I played back in
Well, yeah,
Xbox
'cause you
Live,
guys- 'cause you-
MK3, and stuff, you guys.
Mhm.
because you guys are part of that 3D era, which is the bridge between old school and new school.
Well, it's like the bridge between like
So-
offline and online, basically.
Exactly.
So this
You
thing,
know?
we must have told the IRC story, but like we went to an arcade where they put the ultimate chip in the same night. We washed the floor with them. We really did. I'm serious. We beat everybody in the arcade. They didn't know what to do. Then Grinch and Al the God followed us home, and we went to a 24-hour deli in Long Island to play more MK. And they waited till we left. They slept in the car, and they were practicing when we left. And then the next day, we caught them there, and they're like, "All right, we can we hang out with you guys?" And they became part of the team. And this is really it's true. So it's a totally true story. And Brian LeBaron's working at NRS now, whatever it is now, which is that's how the story goes with those guys. So we were pretty we're pretty top players back then, but that was back then, so it's just amazing that you guys know him. That made my night,
Yeah,
actually, because
there's
he was a
probably-
good friend of mine.
There's probably more people that I met during the 3D era or whatever that you guys probably know about because some of these clans were so big. Like TKO wasn't just like 4 or 3 people. There was like a lot of people in there. Some of these clans had like Crazy 88s had like
remember one
100
day-
people in them. Like 100 people in them in the Crazy 88s. Like some of the clans are huge.
Throughout all my hate voice messages, I remember playing MK11 and playing a guy, and we were getting along great. And we were talking, and he turns around after we're done and we're talking. He goes, "You know what?" He goes, "I fucking remember you." And I'm like, "Huh?" He goes, "I used to play you in the 3D era. You used to piss me off. I remember JamesMK. You played fucking
Oh
Bo
my God.
Richo." And I'm like, I never used Bo Richo.
Oh,
What are you
yeah.
talking about? He goes, "Yeah, I remember you." It wound up being Red Saline impersonating.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was funny shit. Oh
That's
god,
insane.
yeah, he was pretty good. I don't know if he
never
was good. At
understood
that
you
game.
guys had this beef. So it was because you did that to Red Saline in person?
No, we had beef with everybody back in the day because Jimmy was the guy to beat.
Red
Every-
Saline and me, yeah. Red
No, but
Saline
I'm
had a.
saying- But Red Saline had this beef when you met him and you need the cabinet, and then he took it out on you in the 3D MKs, I guess. Like, because that That was a
Yeah,
while
that's what he
ago
did.
after
That's
that,
what he
so
did.
it stuck with him for a while then. Because
Oh, trust
MK
me, he
Deception
still
came out
has
in
beef.
2004. That was like years
Frank's
after
still
it.
a Frank's still a hot-headed player. He is.
Yeah.
He is because he loves the new
And
games.
we made peace. We made peace after the VSM thing, and we
Yeah, I
started
remember that.
talking
You
on
guys made
Facebook.
peace.
Shit.
But I remember even
Yeah.
Red Celine was trashing the 3D
Yeah.
MKs. He was like, this game is so shit, like the Infinites and Baratra and this and
But
that.
he loves MK11, MKX, and MK1. I think
Oh, does
he
he? I didn't even know
he
that.
loves them. I don't know if he's any good or not, but he plays a lot.
I think
Last time I
him and Dave need to do a podcast together.
It's been a while since I chatted with Red Celine. It was like back in MK9 or whatever when they would go over sometimes to him and Louis would come over to play at Rob's like MK9 stuff. Me, Tom, we would all play. But ever since then, I do remember in 3D era he did not like Deception stuff. Like he would always be on the forums going like these games are shit. They're so broken, this and that. Which I mean, yeah,
But,
he
you know,
wasn't lying. The games were kind of shit, but
you
but
got
I
to
didn't
take
know that
his word
he
for a
likes
lot of
MK11 and all
stuff.
these new games. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, he's one of the original guys, honestly. So you got to give him give him a lot of credit because
Well,
he
you
has
know, I
been.
may get back into MK11 and MK1 after
Oh,
this
he's
Legacy
playing.
Collection stuff. Maybe I'll run into him ranked.
I'm not saying he's good. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
no,
there's
but
also
you're saying like he enjoys them.
yeah. There's also one more thing.
Yeah.
You guys were bringing up arcade era.
Yeah, what's
Killer
good,
Instinct
Chaotic?
1 was fucking huge. It was way bigger than MK3. It was MK2 and Killer Instinct 1 were the two biggest fighting games besides Street Fighter. We're talking about like the non-Street Fighter stuff. Those two games.
Yeah.
Well, especially what they used to do is they used to put the combo breaker. They used to make it really fucking loud. So you'd go into an arcade, you would hear how loud the Killer Instinct machine was. That
Yeah,
game
I
was.
could imagine.
Combo break.
My God, that
KI's
game
I never got into KI competitively, but it's a very cool cyclic and
it's
fighting
one of
game.
it's one of the best games besides.
They should honestly bring it back and do like a remake or something. I know they did this like
Well,
10 years ago.
They have.
Yeah, I know, but that was like 10 years ago.
It's still people still play it on Xbox, and you can still get matches. It's not hard. It's not easy to get the matches, but the game's it's a phenomenal game. It really is. There's some cheap
Yeah, I
ass shit
remember
in the
I would
game.
watch CD Junior and Rico and stuff play it, but it'd be so cool if they could remake like another KI with the newest graphics. Because
Oh, I wish. I love the new one too, but strictly arcade era, there was a time where MK2 and KI were there. Those were like the times to be in an arcade. It was amazing.
Mhm.
You know, you couldn't get in. The thing is, you also couldn't get a match on those games. So that's why we had to play alternate games. My alternate game was Dragon Slayer 2. I think Jimmy would play. We all had a game that we would play while we were waiting because we couldn't just sit there all night. Sometimes we would sit there for like an hour. Like just to
Sometimes
get
you had 50 quarters stacked up on the machine. You're like, fuck, dude, I lost. I got to come back now.
that is
So
the
you go
honor
and you play
system,
something else.
and you'd be like, "No, that's my
How much
quarter.
was it?
I'm
50
next."
cents per play, or was it a quarter? 25 or 50?
50 cents to start, 25 to continue in some arcades.
Damn, dude, that's a lot of money. Like
Oh,
per
dude.
play. That is a
We
lot.
spent a lot, and we like I said again, we're not like tooting our own horns, but we played we learned every combo from paying.
I'm
So
just
that's
like
why
thinking
we
back
took
of all these Shiva players that were putting in 50 cents to play with that shit. I'm like, you guys are crazy.
Oh,
Yeah.
nobody played back then. Back then, nobody played.
Wait, there was
anybody.
no one that played Shiva? Like put in
Nobody.
Really?
Our friend Rich
No.
thought she was good, so he would just do running
Because of
high
the high
kicks.
kick. Because of the
Bec-
high kick.
Yeah, and
Because you
we
think
didn't
about it,
really-
she looks like a sub boss character. It's like, oh, who's this? Oh, she's like Goro, but playable boss character. You would think people would try to like play her and gravitate towards her.
And somewhat fast.
Yeah.
Remember that she was. She was
so
big,
people
but she
just
was
didn't
still
care.
fast.
Yeah, but I'm saying she was one of the new characters from MK3, so people just didn't care. Like they just thought she was.
Well, actually, you used tier lists a lot. There was no such thing as that back then. We just, we knew that
Yeah, no,
Cabal
but I'm
was
saying,
good.
but they didn't want to pick her, like for whatever reason, like just
I
try
just
her.
nobody. I just don't think anybody knew how to play her. Honestly, I just think that like she looked intimidating, and like
Yeah,
oh,
she
she's
looks
got
like a boss character basically, but playable.
yeah, and it's like back then it was just I guess it was Robot Smoke, Ermac, Human Smoke, and like Cabal, but I don't even think they knew how to play them to the potential. That's another thing. I mean, it's totally different than it is now. Totally different. Combos, flashy
And
combos, stuff like that.
Striker because he was modeled after me. I
No.
forgot who said that to me, and I was like,
Wait,
"Yep."
really? Or
I'm like,
you?
"Yep, that's it."
No, but they always used to
No,
say,
no,
let's
somebody
Wait, you
play,
know
said
let's
what's
it to
play.
me.
weird? The guy that
So
played
he
Striker
said
in
it.
UMK3, you hear everybody else, but there's no interview or anything with that guy. Like, what happened? He just
Oh,
disappeared one day?
there is.
Oh,
No,
there is? Really?
he did a podcast. Yeah, he came out of the woodwork this year.
Oh, really? So it's super
He actually
recent.
just came out of the woodwork. Yeah, he's
Dude,
like a
that's crazy,
surfer
'cause I
dude,
remember-
but he's like a real estate agent.
Yeah, every other character in MK you could find interviews to snap, but then whoever played Striker, no one ever knows what happened. Just like he disappeared.
If you Google search it, and Striker Michael O'Brien interview, I want to say it's fuck. They
So
got
that's from
the guy's
2025
Arabic,
this
I
year.
think.
2025
Yeah.
this year. Wow, that's
Yeah.
crazy recent then.
Yeah, he literally could, and it's funny because in the interview he's like, "I didn't even know motherfuckers were looking for me."
Really? Wow.
He's like, "I had no idea." He goes, "I just needed the extra money."
Mm-hmm.
That's great. Who interviewed
You
So,
him?
know,
but
but yeah, they got him. They got him doing a couple of interviews now.
oh, and you know,
maybe
I did off the subject. I need to change the subject on MK1 real quick before I forget it. I know I told you before that we should start with 2, but Jimmy and I, like older players, we played the older revisions of MK1, which was so fun. Like, you have no idea how much fun this is. You could do like juggles in the corner and just like massive combos. We were playing on those versions. So Jimmy always told me, one was the best game. And there was a time where I would never agree. I would always say 2 is better. But then I started playing guys like Master John and all this stuff on Fightcade. When I first started streaming Combat Network, and like I had this cult MK1 following, and these guys were good. And I actually went up to Jimmy and I said, "Listen, you know what? You've always been telling me since day one that 1's the best game." And I honestly, to this, like, not to this day, because it's, for me, it's been ruined by the jabs. But anyway, like, before these super jabs just came out, these super jabbers just came out
so
like this
was
for
a
last
couple
year.
years ago with MK1.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, I had even more fun playing MK1 than 2. And I would tell Jimmy every day, I'd be like, "You are so right. I'm so stupid not to believe you." Because I was playing this high ass level MK. It was so much fun. I was like, I can't believe where was I during the time that Jimmy was telling me that 1 was the best? And then came guys like Reaper who just did the jabs and it just killed everything.
Yeah, it probably is fun. I never gave MK1 a fair shot either. It's kind of like with MK2 until recently. Like, I always thought MK2 was whatever, and what's the point of playing that when MK3 is better? But
Yeah.
yeah, if I were to try like MK2, I could probably see why some
Yeah.
people find it fun.
But I promise you this: don't go to 1 because you can't do anything.
Well, yeah, Biggs was
It-
telling me it's like really bad. Like a lot of the pokes and stuff, you can't even. You have to
Yeah.
just jab them back and hope you have frame advantage. Otherwise,
if you play matches, like if you see me in summoning on, play us because you're not going to get glitch jab.
yeah,
You
and
know,
gotta
like
have
you got to
fun
know,
playing
like
yeah, no, Biggs was telling me the game like can't handle like people doing glitch jabs. It just like falls apart.
It's just perfectly
Oh, yeah.
made to you can't, because we have another guy. Okay, we have another guy. His name is Snapper Mike. Okay, we have another guy. This guy still
God.
thinks that he's like the best ever MK1 player ever. He was really fucking good back then. He really was. But he's like stuck. He's even worse than us. He was stuck like 30 years ago, still thinking he could beat everybody up.
Yeah,
He
does he play
still
fight
thinks
kid?
we're like, we're trying to explain to him, you're not beating glitch jabs. I got a solution. I'm like, all right, good luck.
Does
Yeah,
he
he's
play
like, I'll
fight
jump
kid?
over the guy. No, that's the thing.
Oh, so he hasn't gotten to like see what
Yeah,
the meta
he
is.
hasn't. I'm telling you, dude hasn't touched the game
Well,
since
maybe you
like.
guys shouldn't tell him to play fight kid because it may ruin the game for him.
Oh, that's the thing. They don't
No,
even
no. I
understand.
want him. I want him to get his stool pushed in a little bit.
Yeah, they
I
don't
want him to
understand.
see it and experience it.
He's one of those guys
I-
who. This is what I mean. He's one of those guys who doesn't even know what we're doing with these games. He only remembers destroying people in MK1. Believe me, MK1.
Yeah.
This guy is 50s our age too, and
Who do you play in
we're
MK1?
I play Raiden and Kano pretty much.
Yeah. Who did this guy play? That you're
He
talking
played
about?
he played Cage.
Scorpion.
Only Cage
Scorpion.
and Scorpion. Yeah,
Scorpion
yeah,
and Cage.
yeah, because he mastered the the spear punish for every single thing you do, which is a pretty great move. But he has no idea that the jabs negate everything. So he has no idea, not even a clue. And he was one of the best players. He really was, and he lives in this legacy
no,
of
I
what he
believe you.
was. And that's the thing. And we just saw him last weekend. We literally saw him the day before we did the stream. We were talking about it. He was like planning of, he's like, oh, I'll just jump over them when they do those baby punches. That's what he used to call them. He's like, what are those
The
stupid
baby
punches they
punches.
do?
Which jabs they called on their baby paddle.
Yeah, he goes, oh, I quit that shit as soon as the baby paddles were announced. I'm like, baby paddles, you're great. The pad, he's like, what the fuck is this shit? You know, like this guy is totally old school. You know, like baby paddles, and he's calling them baby punches. Yeah. I was like, what? Like these is what I mean. These are the guys we were around. Guys like this. They don't know anything else. They just know that there's arcade battles. Let's go. Well, who we playing?
Well, I mean, if you guys want to see a funeral, I guess you guys are gonna have to get him to download Fight Kid.
Oh, he's gonna be. He was gonna make up.
But I mean, is it
excuses
worth
and
it though? Because then he's probably gonna end up not liking the game.
you know what? Who knows?
Oh yeah,
with him?
he won't like it in 10 minutes. He'll be like,
Yeah.
oh, he'll be calling up us going, the fuck is this shit? He said, well, we told you about the baby punches.
Yep, he doesn't
Baby
really get it.
punches.
Yeah, baby punches and the baby paddles. That's
Speaking
what he calls
of
pads.
MK1, what is there any interviews of the Sonya that played in MK1? Like, what happened with that? I feel like that's another
Elizabeth Malecki's part of the touring group that tours around.
Oh, okay. Because I've never
She
seen
is.
interviews
She
with her
is.
that
She's
much.
a nurse. She's a nurse now. Yeah, she don't look like Sonya now. She's got like short gray hair, like cropped, like
Yeah,
a
that
crew
was a
cut
long time
almost.
ago.
But she's a nurse. She's a nurse now. Like I said, I talked to all of them, except Michael O'Brien. I talked to him just the one time. But yeah, he was like, I had no fucking idea people were looking for me all these years. It was just
I
a
remember
job to
everyone
me.
was
He goes,
like,
"To
who
be
the hell
honest with
played
you."
Stryker? What happened to him? It was like this, like, nobody knows.
He said I didn't even know the game that did that well. He says I just got an acting gig and my agent said go here and go act like a fucking cop.
Yep. There's also one more UMK3 story that you guys might like. We all went to go see. All of our crew went to go see the Mortal Kombat movie. Okay.
Which
I'll
one?
never
The
forget
first
this.
one that
The
released?
first one.
Yeah, I actually
The
like that
first one-
movie.
When we didn't go there for the movie, we went there to play people. We were like, who's playing afterwards? That's how psycho we were for
Yeah.
these games. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
Jim, you know this. We all went there.
You got to go to a movie theater that has Mortal Kombat there.
Did you guys end up
Right.
liking the movie or no?
We loved the movie because we just loved it, but we wanted to play afterwards. That's the truth of the matter. We wanted to
Yeah.
play people afterwards, so we would tell them where to go, and we would there was a lot of people who played back then. We were looking for competition everywhere we went, so we were just trying to like, all right, let's go to the movies. We can go to the movies and we can get players. You know, we had to do like all sorts of things to find matches, to find different arcades, to find different stuff. And I think maybe you guys kind of get.
Some of the movies
how
have arcades too. I don't know if the ones you guys went to, but like it's a movie and arcade at the same time.
Where did you actually, I never even asked, where did you grow up? You were a New Yorker too, right?
Yeah, I was
Were
in Floor Park first before my parents moved up to
Oh.
North Shore. Yeah, but I
Okay.
remember there were some theaters I went to. They were like, it was a combination of like a movie theater and arcade in it. If you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the first place
you ever
I
been
ever,
to those?
yes, the first
Yeah, it's
I
like a
remember
movie
the first
theater, but
character.
in it there's also arcade rooms and stuff. So
Yes,
it was like
I
both of them
remember the
together.
first
Yeah, so did you
character
guys-
I ever played in MK2. I remember my first match. Do you remember who your first character was? I played Johnny Cage. Yep.
My first character ever was Scorpion, between him and
Oh,
Sub-Zero.
okay.
But did you guys ever go to those movie theaters where you also had arcades there?
Yes, that they always had
Yeah,
arcades
no.
they always had
When
them.
you saw the
Eleven Town,
MK1 movie,
the one-
was that it, or did you guys have to go to something else? Like it was just a movie theater.
No, we went in and they had the game outside.
Yeah, where
Yeah, see, that-
they had the
I
game.
don't think they had those anymore, but those were sick. When movie
Do you
theaters used to
remember
have that.
we took everyone to Nathan's that night, right? After we went to Nathan's after, right? Because it was open till midnight, or we went to the deli.
After we went to Nathan's, but first we came out and they had the MK2 in there.
Right.
Remember?
Right. So
And that was the first time you played Cage. You're like, what's
Right.
this?
Right, and we were kicking. We were kicking behind the back. People didn't know that either.
like the reverse kicks, whatever. No one knew that too. I remember MK2 days when we played people. You can kick cross up kick, and you couldn't do that in MK1. So we were doing that to people in the beginning because we didn't know how to play either. I remember all this stuff. Like we were doing like cross up kick, shadow kick. That was like big thing back then. Like the first day, because we knew the shadow kick from MK1,
Dude.
so we didn't know anything.
This whole time, I thought the red shadow kick did something different until James told me 2 weeks ago when on stream that it literally does nothing. But
Yeah, it
it's
does
just
nothing.
Just makes the sizzle noise.
That's
You're like,
crazy to me.
whoa.
I mean, there's these are like this is the stories that built these games. Honestly, they just and of course they're probably great players everywhere in the country and stuff, but we didn't really know them. We tried, we did everything we could to find people. We really did, man. IRC, we left.
We traveled. Yeah, we traveled. We traveled. There was no limit to our travel, and there was no, there was no shit talk that didn't get, dealt with on IRC if it was within human distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll
now
go
I'm
up to
curious.
Boston. We'll go out to Jersey.
Yeah, now I'm curious. During the 2D MK, where was the furthest you guys traveled to play?
Okay, we went to LA for E3.
Damn, all the way to LA? Like flying or road trip?
Yeah, and we took
Fine.
Al with us too.
Fine.
We weren't stupid.
Okay.
We took Al with us because we knew Al was better
Yeah.
than us.
Damn, that's
we
crazy.
took Al with us for backup. Yeah, because Al got better than us. So we went to. I went to. Okay, tell them the. Did you tell them the MK4 story? We all sucked at MK4. Honestly.
Chicago.
Yeah. Oh, this was great. So I went to Milwaukee Metal Fest or whatever, and I was like, all right, I'll stop at Diversions. I was like, I'll do it for you guys. And I was pretty okay, but we were bad. Okay, we didn't really know how bad we were.
Wait. Before you continue, let's reiterate. Do not say you did it for us guys because
I
you
did it for you
embarrassed
guys. You guys do. I know I did embarrass you, but you guys did tell me to go there.
us.
I got fucking destroyed. I think I
Wait,
think
so you
I
guys
lost.
traveled all the way to West Coast?
Yeah, we did one
Yeah.
West Coast. Actually, Jimmy, you did like 3, right? I
Was
did
for
one with
MK2
Jimmy.
or which
Yeah, I
one?
did a
Or
couple.
MK3?
Yeah.
This was for Ultimate, I think. This was for Ultimate,
I did
right?
2 and I did 2 and 3. I did
Right, and I think I
2
went
in
with
Ultimate.
you. Yeah, I went with you, Al, and Rich to E3 for Ultimate, right? I think
Yeah,
so.
and then before that, I did. As far as MK1, I went to LA and I went to Vegas because CES was in Vegas. They used to do 2 CESs, one in Chicago in the winter,
Mhm.
and then they did a summer one in Vegas. It was twice a year, so we drove from Vegas 4 hours to LA to go play people.
Oh, you guys
Right,
were
and I-
But this is
dedicated.
without some.
I also wrote down the arcades that we went to. We went to Westbury Nathan's was like our home base. There was Oceanside Nathan's. There was Farmingdale Nathan's. There was this bowling alley in Queens we used to play at. There was I have all this stuff.
Rosedale Bowl.
That's it. Oh man, how do you remember that? So we
I
played.
know, because I fucking remember Wayne fucking bowled there, remember?
That's right. That's right. And then we also played at Spaceplex, which was one of the most fun places. And those are some players. What was the guy's name?
That was
who
in
ran-
Wisconsin.
Well, that's where we met Frank. That's where we met the Killer Instinct players, Dave and Lori and all them. Plumber, remember Plumber? And,
Yeah.
and what about what's the other guy's name? The other dude's name who was he was another spy. He was a spinal player. He was also a good ultimate player. So we met a lot of these. We met a lot of players who would just hang out with us and just like team up, and we'd go out and go to other arcades and stuff. And in Jersey, we didn't go to Bill's arcades. We went to Willowbrook, right, Jimmy? Willowbrook, and what was the other mall?
Bloomfield Arcade.
Yeah, Bloomfield
the
and
first
Willowbrook. Yes, Bloomfield is where we
Then from
met Drew.
Bloomfield, then we went up to Willowbrook. And then
Right.
from Willowbrook, we went to Menlo Park.
Yeah, but you went to Menlo Park, not me. And you met.
I went to
You,
You know
you
what's
met
so
you-
insane? I had no idea. I always thought this whole time Czech was a little bit older than me. I didn't know he was around like Tom's age, Czech.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
James was telling me a
Czech
story that he
was
met Czech during the 2D MK. I had no idea about this during the
I
arcade era.
met Czech before I met Bill.
Yeah, but I'm saying I didn't know that you met him during the 2D MK era. Which game was it?
It must
It
have been
was
Ultimate.
3.
Yeah, it must have been 3 or
Yeah,
Ultimate
Ultimate.
because Jimmy met Bill in '97, right? First time you met
Yeah,
him.
97, 98.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's the thing. Then it was over. After the MK4 Road Show, whatever, it was over. That was it.
Yeah, so that's another player you guys met during 2D era that I met during the 3D MK era because I met Czech during Deception. You guys met him during. Yeah, so it's I didn't know that
So I
about
mean,
Czech.
that's like all the history. There's obviously stuff in between little tournaments and stuff that we would put flyers up and stuff like that. But like, I mean, but we met like all of our really great friends doing this. We really went to work, did our thing, and we'd play on the weekends. There's no internet. There was freaking alpha pagers and stuff. I mean, like
It
all
sounds
we
like a
did
fun
was
time, honestly.
We ran tournaments at strip clubs.
yeah, at strip clubs, Cafe Royale. We would run tournaments at strip clubs. They loved us there, so they would let us do it. They would let us get people in there. It
You
was a
guys
nice
had
place.
like
They would
an
let.
arcade cabinet there, like near it.
Yeah, we had an arcade cabinet. We had an MK. All they had was a UMK3 and a Terminator 2 pinball machine.
That's pretty
And we
sick.
were allowed to run tournaments at the strip bar. It was a strip bar on one side, and it was a pool hall on the other. So it was Cafe Billiards and Cafe Royale. And we used to do tournaments every Saturday at 8 p.m. And one time, some people we beat down in Queens showed up for this tournament they heard of, and they walked in and they left. They knew it was us. They didn't even compete. True
They
story.
just left.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
this is not
They just
96
left.
players or anything like that. We had like 15, 12 players each week. It was fun. Did we, Jimmy? I don't remember. We didn't play for money, did we? We just had a tournament, right? There was no money, right?
Did what?
I don't. And
What's
when we did the
that?
when we did the Cafe Royale tournaments, it wasn't any. We didn't play for money, right? I don't remember. It was just first, second place.
No, yeah, we did. Because remember, that's where because of Rich getting salty, we had buyback-ins.
Oh, buybacks. That's right. So we didn't
You
play
could
for
go
much.
into the
so-
tournament, get buyback
Right.
in.
Right. You're right. Because they let us. They
You know,
actually
so
let us do
you
this.
get to the tournament, put $5 in, but if you get knocked out for $10 more, you could buy another spot.
That's right.
But it's
So
still
we,
single. You're out.
yeah. So we would have those. I mean, so like that's what we remember. And yes, Bill was totally right. They were all local tournaments. These weren't like New York State things like that. It couldn't be back then. We couldn't find more than 12 to 15 players at once. Still pretty fun though. Still, noteworthy stuff. But that was about it. I mean, MK2 was a better arcade scene, but UMK3 was more of a tournament type of let's find some players to play type of things. Because that was where it got like heated up. But two, I had a lot more fun playing 2, honestly. I think Jimmy can agree with that. 2 was awesome.
Yeah.
You guys
You
ever
know,
go
3,
to Chicago?
I don't know, 3. Yes. But, he was telling you about getting his store pushed in. He went to that film fest, the concert, and drove from Michigan
Wait, that was in
down
Chicago or LA?
Yeah, no, I went to Diversions, which was the place to be. That's where Lex and Old M played and like did all their. That was the best arcade for MK period in the US. There was nobody better. Everybody was there. I went
I
there.
actually heard Paulo was like the best MK3 player.
Dude, everybody over there was amazing. So Chicago was the place, and like those players we've heard of in New York. I went there and I got destroyed in Ford, like embarrassed. He beat me. He had 50 cents. He's like, "Oh, it was my last 50 cents." I don't even know who it was, and I lost like 22-0 or something like that. It was on the BB. It was on the news bulletins and stuff too. Oh yeah, it was bad.
So you're
And then
saying
when
like
I
even
came
like the
back,
other people
yeah,
there were super
I
good at the
tried
game.
to
and then they
come.
went into and then they
Look
went
at
into the news groups and ripped them a new
Wait, don't say
asshole.
anything yet. Don't say anything yet. I get back to New York,
And they're like, oh, how'd it go? I'm like, I did okay. It was fine. They're like, yeah, 22-0, you fucking loser. I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. I'm like, how the hell did you guys know? Oh, they let me have it for the next 2 days or 3 days. I'm like, how the fuck did you guys figure it out already? They're like, that shit's already in the news groups, man. I'm like, ah, fuck. It's like, I was
You're like,
terrible at 4.
nice. You're like, way to make a trip from New York to Chicago, loser. 22-0.
Oh God,
Time to go.
luckily it wasn't the reason why I was going. I mean, I did go there. I made my friend bring me there. We drove from, he lived in, I even remember where he lived. He lived in Burr Ridge. And I'm like, can we stop at Divergence before we go to Milwaukee? He's like, sure, man, let's do that. I just got there and I was like, I'm ready.
And before summoning left, he coming up to me like one of my generals. I'm going to represent us in Chicago.
Right.
I got this.
I did say that.
No prisoners. Get their asses. He comes back. I made some friends.
Yeah. I made some
Like
friends
what?
and they killed me on the news group stuff. No, it was really bad. I was really bad at 4. I gotta admit, I was pretty bad at 3 too. Now that I look at the players nowadays, but like 4, that was embarrassing. It was bad. I never seen the shit they did to me. There was no internet back then, so what am I supposed to know? All we had was our group who played 2 and 3. We didn't like 3,
Yeah.
so obviously we'd suck at 4 too. We did.
I could imagine how crazy MK4 was back in Chicago, like with them playing.
They were good, dude. They were doing stuff I'd never seen.
Yeah, I also heard Paula was the best MK4 player. Like he was like winning shit and dominating.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was him who killed me. I don't have no idea. I don't know who beat
Could've
me.
been.
That's the thing. I have no idea who it was. But the game was dead, by the way. That back then it was dead, but they still played
Yeah, I
it
heard
if somebody
like
showed up.
MK4 when it came out, it was already dead on arrival because arcades were already like dying when it came out. Which is
Most of the
kinda sad.
arcades,
Yeah,
most of
it
the
was
arcades didn't have 3.1. We didn't even play 3.1.
Wow, that's crazy.
You got to look at it this way. You got to look at Mortal Kombat 4 this way. They did a fucking road tour. Since when did any arcade game in your lifetime or console game or any game get a fucking road tour?
Yeah, I've
So
never
you know
seen
how
a road
desperate
tour
they
for
were to
any
push
game
it.
but MK4. So they were basically trying to bring it to people's neighborhood to get them to try and play it.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing. The roadshow was the beginning of the end. That was
Yeah,
it.
no, that's
And
kind
you
of
look
that's
at
sad when you think about it.
and you look at the lore of Shinnok. What a panty waste of a character with no
Yeah.
fucking moves. That are like, well, he mimics other people's moves. What?
Plus, honestly, at that time
Really?
with MK4, some of us already like I already had MK4 on PS1 and N64 and shit. So it was kind of like people already had this stuff on console.
Yeah. Came out.
So
MK4
even with
was
the road
MK4
tour, it was like
bad.
okay, but I still have the game on console.
Yeah, it was a bad arcade. It was a bad arcade
Yeah,
scene for that.
I guess
game.
that's when consoles were skyrocketing, and it's like, well, I guess it's over. Like people are just buying the shit to play it at home.
Well, we played. Like I said,
Consoles. Technologically, consoles caught up with the arcades.
Yeah, no, you're right.
for us,
You know,
MK
by that
MK1
time-
MK1 PS. Sorry, what was it? MKT. PS1 was
See,
the
Trilogy
last
was
thing.
my favorite 2D MK. Like I played it over all the Super Nintendo MK1, MK2. That was the
We
one I
never
liked
got to
the
play
most.
it. We never got to play it.
Yeah, because
We couldn't play it.
when I was playing with my friends, we didn't care.
We
about,
literally, we,
We-
we, we literally sat on Steam on this last week, and it's the first time we ever played against each other in MK
Yeah,
Trilogy.
and I feel bad for you guys because you guys are playing the PS1 version of Trilogy, which is, in my opinion, like the terrible one. The N64 one is 100 times more fun.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, if our life depended on it, we do not know how to play on pad. We have no clue.
Yeah, no, it sucked.
We have
See, that's
no
the thing
idea.
I hated about N64. I hated I always liked the PlayStation 1 controller, but I hated how I didn't like the version of Trilogy for that. But then I liked the one for N64, but I hated the N64 controller. So it's like, this is dumb.
No, like we
know?
couldn't play on any pad, dude. Like today too, we can't. We don't know what to
Yeah,
do. We have
I
no-
hear what you're saying because you're playing stick and it's like, what the hell is this? I have to use this
Yeah,
controller.
we just have no idea. No, it's pretty sad for us because we lost out on all the competition and stuff. It's our fault. We suck. We do suck. Okay, if I could play on pad, I swear I would. I can't play on that shit. I don't know what to do. I can't practice. I can't. I don't know what it
in
is.
In MK9, I did evolve to pad, but then I went back to stick because I felt like when I went to pad, my stick game got worse because now I got used to pad. and it took me a while to get reacquainted with a stick. And once that happened and I got back into the stick, I was like, yeah, I'm not going paired again. Not like I gotta lug the stick anywhere anyway.
I was
You
never
know,
able to
and if
do
I
that.
go,
I was never able
you know,
to.
but but for the record, if you ever want to beat me in an MK1 or 2, all you got to do is give me a stick with Street Fighter buttons, and you'll beat me every time. I cannot play Mortal Kombat on any other layout but the 5-button run. You know, that's it. That
Yeah,
layout. It
well,
has to have that.
Street Fighter Stick with MK layout was weird as hell because the buttons are so close to each other.
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
we
I
can't.
just can't. I can't
We
do it.
can't do it. Yeah, we can't do it. I don't know. Maybe it's because we're old and we just can't do it. I don't know what it is. But you younger players, you can adapt
Yeah,
way
I
better.
don't like stick or any of that. I'd rather just play on a controller.
By the way, the stuff you do
too
in a
clunky
controller,
for me.
you are amazing. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
telling
no,
you
I'm
right now,
saying, but
you
like,
are.
I don't using my wrist to move to me. It seems way too clunky. I'd rather just use my thumb.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think is it harder for you? Do you think you'd be able?
Hell
You
yeah,
think
it's
you'd be as
way.
good on a stick?
It seems when I play because I remember stick was. I mean, Phil was trying to get me on stick. He's like, you should play on stick this and that. And I was trying, and I'm like, Phil, this feels terrible. Like, you're telling me I have to move my wrist like this just to take a step back, and then this just feels awful. Which is weird me saying this because it's like this is how the game was made to be played, but it just does not feel as good as it does on a pad. Like a pad, I just have to tap with my thumb to get my character to move, but on stick you have to literally jerk your wrist backwards, and then it was just felt a lot worse in my opinion.
But see, that's where when we walked away, it was because of the pad. But that's where you came into the picture as a pad
Yeah, and you know
player.
what's funny?
So to you, it's natural.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? If I never was so huge on the PS1 and loved the controller, I would have probably had the same opinion as you guys. Like if I started on stick, I'd be like, "What the fuck is this?"
I told Jimmy the other
Yeah.
day, if we were able to play on if we had sticks when the home versions came out, maybe you guys would have heard of us today. I don't know. Maybe we would have played a lot, and you would be like, "Wow, these guys are actually." Because honestly, you may have heard of us, but nobody really knows that we were great. We're just giving you, we're two guys just
Yeah,
telling
well,
you
that's
stories.
why the lore and all this stuff is interesting because it's fun to hear about the stories, even though Dave says like, who cares or whatever. I think it's interesting.
I do
to listen
understand
to.
him though. I do get it. It is based on the new stuff, but like some people do want to hear about the old stuff, and that's what we're here for. And yeah, I was very bitter about the Jabs. It just destroyed everything that I grew up to do. To see them ruined, to see my game ruined by like this shitty fucking tech that's now. Of course, I'm gonna be pissed about it. It's not because I want to win or I could win without it. I just hate to see that it changed to this. Obviously, that's how life is. It evolves. Whatever. I get over it. But I know I just get a little butthurt about this kind of stuff. I do, And it's like if we had sticks when the console came out, maybe we would have still played at a higher level, and maybe we would have been known more today too. So it's the stick that stopped us. We never spoke after that. We didn't speak for a while. We had lives. I was married. I had kids. Things happened. You know what I mean? We
Sure,
didn't
yeah.
we stopped playing about that. I think I got married around that time. I mean, my daughter's 26 now. So so I think it was probably about that time, right? Jimmy was around there, right? Something like that. And we just stopped. We could not compete. We didn't even know if there was. It was bad on the PS1, man. MK2 was bad on that thing. Oh my god, it
Yeah,
was
oh no, I
awful.
hear you. There. Like I said, the one thing I hate about the Xbox 360 version of UMK3 was I did not like the controller at all. Like the D-pad on there was so bad. That made me not like it at all. On top of the port
loading
being bad
time.
with the input delay, like it was
Oh my god,
awful.
yeah.
So
We
when we
really gave
finally
it a
got to
chance.
MAME after that, like a year or two, I was like, I'm never going back to the Xbox version because that version is so terrible.
See, you guys had a lot more
And
patience.
that was
I
me
didn't
going
even
from
know.
pad to a different pad, not like you guys when you went from a stick to like a controller. That would have been if I
Right.
was forced to play on what's it called, a stick, like to play from. I would have probably not played the game. I would have been like, you know what, I'm good on this.
See, I don't even know this because after the PS1, then MAME was introduced
Well, main was
two
around for a
years
while.
later.
It's just a lot of people didn't
But the
start going
MK
for MK
ROMs.
because the Xbox made it popular. MK did. Then all of us were like, yo, we got to find a better way to play this. Like this version is trash. So
I
it's
remember Xbox. I did go. That's okay. This is another story. I don't know if anybody wants to hear or whatever, but this is
Yeah, no,
another
totally.
story. Okay, so I had kids, whatever, and then somebody told me this is a great story. That UMK was on Xbox Live. This was awesome. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna wipe the fucking floor with everybody, right? So I'm like, I didn't know anybody was on. I was like, this is great. So I go to GameStop, and I'm like, I need to buy an Xbox 360. And the guy's like, "Oh, I already put the copy of Gears of War on top." I'm like, "I'm not playing that shit." I'm like, he's like, "What do you mean?" Everybody's playing that game. I'm like, "No, I'm playing Ultimate Mortal Kombat." The guy's like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "It's an Xbox Live. Just give me the console. Just give it to me." So I go home, plug it in, and I'm like, "Oh, fucking pad." I'm like, "Oh, whatever. These guys probably can't play." Of course, I lost every match I ever played. So I went on the Ultimate MK forums, and I'm like, "I need a stick. I'm gonna show these guys what's up." I got a stick because I met Shock over there. That's how first time I talked to him. I met Shock and he's like, contact the Dark Templars guy. He'll make you a stick. Send him the money. Got a stick like a couple weeks later. Plugged it in. I'm like, all right, everyone's going down. Everybody's gonna lose. I didn't win a single match because I was like, oh, I guess I suck at this game. We didn't even know how much things have advanced because we didn't touch the game for 10 years or whatever. What was it, 10 years afterwards that it came out? So that's the thing.
What, for Xbox
This is
Live from
Yeah,
arcade?
it was like 10 years from the
Yeah,
arcade, right? Something like that.
2006 came out 2006, so 10 years after.
So
Well, actually,
imagine
no,
I
it was
didn't.
longer than that because UMK3 was released what 95,
Okay, so let's say
so
I didn't
11 or
touch that
12.
game. Didn't touch that game since then, still thinking that I was good. And I couldn't even figure out that like it had a stick as well, and I was losing also. So that just shows you how much it has evolved since I was doing combos and stuff, but I was like, these guys are just I think they were jabbing too back then. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. It was totally new type of play. And I was like, wow, this is totally maybe something's wrong or whatever. But then I figured out that this is, these guys are better. So that's pretty much how MK went for us. And then there was MAME, and then there was Net Play on there, and then there's Fightcade, and but still it's we've but me. I'm only speaking for me. I've only played MK1, Killer Instinct, MK2, and MK3 and UMK3. That's it. I don't play anything else. I never played anything else. That's all I play. I would love to find a fighting game I could play. That's like my next mission, but I can't do it because probably because I'm bad at them. I don't know, but I would love to play something else. I would,
I mean,
but I can't find anything really.
you'd probably
That's
like some
my
of the Street Fighter games on 5K, like Dirt Strike. I don't know if you ever got into that.
Yeah. I try. I liked Alpha, but it's so fast for me, and it's like I'm bad at that. I would try something. I want to try something on Fightcade that maybe I can get into. But I mean, that's pretty much like all there's also little stories stuck in here and there, but that's pretty much all that we have because we have more stories obviously with other crew members, but we don't associate them anymore because they're done with the game, so we don't even bring them up. Those guys are totally
Yeah.
irrelevant, even though some of them were good. But Al
You
the
mean like
God
they don't like the
was
game, or they just kind of moved on?
no, they actually don't even admit that they played it. It's like they're like
Oh,
embarrassed
okay.
to
They're
say.
in denial. They're in
Yeah,
denial.
it's more than denial. They just don't want to. They don't want to admit it for some reason. They feel bad about it or something because I don't know what it is. MK, like I said, MK was a toxic part of their life too because we were addicted. We were. We really were. We're not
Yeah.
gonna lie to you. We it's all we did. We didn't do anything else.
There wasn't a day that went by we didn't play.
That's the truth.
There wasn't a day.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how it sounds like. Which is, I mean, in a way, it's kind of cool because you got to play the arcade games so much.
Oh, and we had
Like
lives.
a
Believe
lot
me.
of people can't say that they play them as much as you guys did.
That was what you did back then. You would go to your job, you had your girlfriends, you had your wife, whatever, and you'd go out and since there's no internet, you'd go out, you'd meet at an arcade. We would when the arcade closed on like Tuesdays or Wednesdays, we'd go to the 24-hour deli and play. But on weekends we'd go out. We'd go out and party. So I mean we that was kind of the best stuff you could do back then. We did everything we could possibly do, and we met really good friends on the way.
Well, dude, the
And
people working at the arcades probably loved you guys. You're like, oh, we're about to get,
oh, they got rich from us.
They
They
ended up
gave me my own air.
They had to kick you out and shit at the end.
Well,
Or did
no,
they
actually,
not?
once we started knowing them, we they let us stay later. They also gave us free credits like later
Oh,
on
see,
though.
that's
After
sick.
we,
Yeah, that's sick.
yeah, and
That's actually
that was
awesome.
really like a special thing. And then after they had to close, then we would go to the 20. We were lucky; we had a 24-hour deli, literally like 5 miles away. So we would go from Nathan's to the 24-hour deli.
Wait, there was a
and we
24
would-
deli that had the arcade machines?
Yep, and they made a
Yeah.
fortune.
Wow. Okay,
And then
that's
and then
actually
another
crazy.
Right across-
idiotic thing. Should we tell them about the Pete story?
You probably even know it. It's right across the street
Wait,
from Eisenhower
So
Park on
it
Hempstead
was a
Turnpike.
deli, like where you get food, like a deli.
Yeah, it was a
Or was
24-hour.
that the name
deli.
of it? And they had arcade machines there?
No,
So
it was called
random.
Optimo. 2 arcade machines. That's
Yeah.
how they listen. So, like he was just saying about our friend Pete.
Oh,
Our
this is
friend
great
Pete
too.
was an arcade operator. He was like a distributor. So
Mhm.
he would go and get, he'll buy 100, not 100, but 10 Mortal Kombat machines.
Oh, this
And
is
he would come up to you and say, "Oh, hey, hey Rio, you got a deli? Let me put my game in here, and
Oh,
you
I
get
see
to
what
keep
you're saying.
60%, like
Yeah,
40%
so
of the
it was
profit."
like he would place it somewhere and then they would get commission and share it. So it was
Yeah,
like
and
both
guess
sides were
what?
winning.
Exactly.
Guess what? There was 2 idiots, me and Rich, 2 guys. We came from pretty wealthy
Went out
families.
for it.
So we
Went out for it.
wait. Let me tell it because we're the ones who were idiots here. Because so basically, we pumped in probably thousands of dollars into these MK2s and MKU. Not even UMK3. This was MK2. Okay,
Mhm.
and when MK3 came out. Pete comes up to us. He's like, "How would you guys like to put your games in a deli? And you'll make the same money you guys put in there." We're like, "Of course we want to do that." So we bought 2 arcade games. It's true story. Put them in the freaking deli. We made nothing. Zero. Nobody
Why?
played it.
Because
People didn't want
why?
to play them?
Nobody played it.
Because they
Nobody
were
played
going there
it.
to buy sandwiches, right? Like,
Nope. The 3 sucked. They wanted to play 2. Telling you, three
Oh,
three
shit.
did
Okay,
not
that's
have
fine.
3 did not have the arcade presence that 2 did. We thought
see,
we
I
were
had no
cash
idea because
grabbing.
the way everybody talks about UMK3, since I guess Xbox Live days, you would think it's like the better game no matter what. But I had
They
no idea
played.
MK2 was
They
more
never
popular
played
during the
2.
arcade.
They just got on 3 somehow. I maybe because it was Xbox. I don't know what it was. And then there was a PS2 version of MK2, which people love. They love that one too. That was awesome. PS3 version of MK2. Did you ever play that one? The one that's
Yeah, I
extremely
had that
loud.
version. I had that version on my PS3.
People love that one. That one was
It's
great too.
the extreme, the extreme loud bong when you match make.
Oh my
Dong!
god!
You're like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is that?
I remember I would wake the kids up in the house, and my ex-wife would be like, she would be so pissed because I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find a match, like it would fucking be so
That's actually where I
loud.
met. That's where I met Slipkicks. Rest in peace, Slips.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I met Slips through MK2 on there.
Right. So by the way, we were stuck with 2.
This came out before Xbox Live. This was like 2004 or around, or like it came out a little bit earlier.
To finish the story, we were stuck with 2 arcade machines. We had to sell them back to the guy, so he made it way more money than us because we had nothing to do with them. So
Yeah, that sucks.
so
People
that's
didn't
it.
want to play
Yep.
the MK3.
We could. I was
So
even
was
going
it just
into
harder
the.
to find like a MK2 cabinet?
No, just the hype wasn't there for 3. So I would have like my machine was like the right one, and Rich's machine was the left one. I'd go into the deli, and be like, "Play that one's better." Mine.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, we made nothing. I think I went to Pete's house with like quarters from that machine. I'm like, "Bro, can you cash me out and just like take the machine?" He's like, "Sure." You know what I mean? And Rich got mad at me too. He's like, "Oh, you snuck in and got like an extra $1,000 over me." I'm like, "Dude, I'm stuck with a fucking machine that no one's gonna use ever." You know? This is true stories. I think I still have the ketchup and mustard book when in the beginning, like the book that it came with. There was like a manual that showed you the MK3's like board and the chip setup. I think I have that
Board
somewhere.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So we actually had brand new cabinets and nothing.
How
It was a
easy was
shame.
it to switch your machine to free play at the end? Like when you close up the store, was it easy or was it like an annoying process to do that?
No, they unlocked the thing, and you could just push one button, and just like the screen comes up on the MAME stuff, it's the same thing.
Oh wow, so it's that easy. So if you wanted to play free play, like after your work was done to Delhi, you could just start doing that.
Well, they wouldn't free play it; they would just
Yeah,
toggle the coin button
Yeah,
for us.
okay.
They had
Yeah,
a service credit button inside. When you open it up, you just press it.
Okay, yeah, I was always
This way
curious,
it
like how
doesn't go
annoying
to
was
the
it to transfer between free play and having to pay?
They never did
because
free play
when
for us,
you
did
put
they? I don't remember. They just did the credits,
they
right?
did.
Oh, okay.
They never enabled free play. They just did the service credit. The thing about service credit is like, so when you put money in, there's a counter, an old school counter that for every quarter that falls in, it counts it. So with service credit, it bypasses the counter.
Yeah, that's
So
because
it
when they
does,
fixed when they fixed the button, they needed to put a service credit in to test the button so they didn't count the credit against the money that was in there, because they would test that shit every night to see if anybody's stealing, you know. So they would do service credits to check the buttons, or they, because of course the buttons would break, and good arcades would fix the stuff. We've been to many arcades, multiple arcades. They would never even fix a joystick or whatever. It was just fucked, and you'd have to learn how to play on broken shit. That was another thing that sucked, by the way. So. That was, imagine like finding a game and you got a bunch of people to play and shit don't work. Oh, welcome to our life. We had to deal with that all the time. So that sucked too.
Or you play and one side doesn't work because the controller doesn't work, like the buttons.
We would
Messed up.
figure out a way to make it work some way to just play it, and we would take turns on the bad side. It was bad, dude. We had some fucked up times. That was pretty awful.
Yeah, you have to like.
and then
supervise.
remember our ending of Westbury Nathan's. Do you remember what ended it?
I don't actually. What ended it?
When when the Italians from Westbury turned all the change machines.
Oh God, I think I remember that. Yeah, that was
They drove through the front of they drove through the actual glass
and they stole the
of the
machines, right?
doors. They took the actual quarter machines. It was 2 quarter machines, and they took
Right
them.
in the front.
They
Yeah.
got a fucking high-low, put them in the van, and fucking took them.
Yeah, they closed it down after that, right? And then it just
Yeah.
turned it just to the
When
food
did this
place.
happen?
Oh,
Like, when did it happen when this place closed down?
95,
Oh,
6, 7.
Not later than that, closer to the 2000s.
Yeah, you think? I don't remember.
Yeah, because it was open up until it became now it's a Chick-fil-A.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, they turned it to a Chick-fil-A.
No, when I went to your house the other night, we should have went by there. Nostalgia, man. We should have went by there. That way, we spent a lot of years there, dude.
Is there any like video footage of the old Nathan's, like how it looked inside, like the arcade? Before
I'm
it
sure
got
we can
closed
find
down?
that.
I'm sure I could find something.
Yeah, because that'd be cool to
oh,
see. Like, I want to see. What
You
the
want to
place
know
looked like.
something else? The MK machines were they strategically made it so amazing in there. When you walked in, the showcased games would be like in the front, and there would be crowds around them. That's where I met Jimmy, and you're instantly hooked when you just see this. It's just like, holy fuck, what is going on here? Why are all these people watching this? What is happening here? And he's got like 90 wins in a row, and I was like, this is fucking awesome. I was like, I gotta get in on this, you know. They knew how to do it. Two giant ashtrays next to the machine, because Jimmy smokes like a chimney, so he was smoking
fucking
in the damn
funny.
arcade. You know, cigarette burns. You know, a cabinet wasn't a cabinet until it had cigarette burns on the corners of where the quarters went up. I mean, this is how it was back then. It's just, we knew the machine was good, played good. You know, I mean, smoking in the arcade and stuff. It was pretty old school stuff, but amazing times. Really, really great stuff.
And then they passed no smoking in there, except for me.
Oh, I remember that too.
Wait,
Because
really?
they knew. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he got people in there. He got people in there. That's the thing.
Okay,
Sometimes
yeah, so you were good for business because you
Yeah,
know, like, a lot of people wanted to see
absolutely,
you play.
absolutely. Yeah, because he would sit down for a while, let other people play, then he would play those people. He would win a bunch of times again, and then other people would show up. They would try to beat him. I remember everybody was trying to beat Jimmy for a long time. It wasn't like, oh, we're gonna beat him in a day. It took me probably a year, maybe like 6 or 8 months to even get to his level as how good he was back then. And then he actually stopped playing because he was like, I'll play if you guys lose. And he actually gave us the chances to be better, because he's like, you guys play now. I've been doing this shit for a while. And I was like, all right, cool. We got chances to be better, you know? Padawans. That's where the Padawan thing came from. He's
Yeah,
like,
this is some pretty cool lore.
Yeah, it's all true because it all happened because this is what it was. These are what our memories like have, and it's really fun for people who care. I mean, some people may not care, but it was really important times. You know, I mean, what would you do with no internet? Tomorrow you have no internet. What are you gonna do? You know, where are you
Yeah.
going?
I mean, it's not like I have anything to play right now anyway. So
But still, let's just say you couldn't even go on your phone, dude. We didn't have cell phones. We'd go to an arcade or go to a movie. I mean, if you take your girlfriend out to dinner, you'd go to a dinner and a movie. You can go to an arcade or bowling alley. What could you actually do
right, yeah, you
back
can't
then?
just like boot up your console and start playing online because it wasn't a
Yep.
thing.
And let's say me and a bunch of guys, when Jimmy didn't show up, let's say, or me and Jimmy are there, and like four other guys who played with us, they didn't come. They just didn't show up. They showed up like an hour later. They couldn't find us for the rest of the night. We were at the other Nathan's. They couldn't figure that out. So we would meet up always at a specific time, go to this one arcade, and go to the next one then, because we all would follow each other with cars, whatever, so we knew what we were doing. So if you missed out by half an hour, you're beat. It's done. Your night is done.
You
Ain't
don't
gonna
know where
find
we
anything.
are for the rest of the night.
Yep. So
Right.
those things are, I mean, obviously you've heard stories before the internet, like the parents would say, but like we would have to be there at a certain time. If I was late coming home from the city, I'd be like, "Fuck, I'm not gonna meet these guys. It's gonna be 8:30, and they're gonna be
Bro,
gone."
I've heard of so many horror stories before the '90s. Like, have you guys seen the movie Black Phone?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well, basically, when there's no technology and stuff, and it's
Mhm.
hard for people to stay in contact with whatever, it's very easy for people to get away with doing certain things, like,
Yeah.
all the crazy
Yeah.
stuff back then.
Yeah, it's just like what could you possibly do? Obviously, arcades, and they started banning arcades because a lot of kids would just hang there. They don't want groups of people to. They didn't want groups of kids to hang out, so they started closing the arcades. And
Well, there was Miguel. Remember the
yes,
guy Miguel? He was
yes,
taking
I do.
pictures. He was taking pictures of the two young black kids that were there.
That's right.
And the
That's
guys
right.
and their father came in and kicked the piss and shit out of them.
That's right. Oh man, I forgot that. Yeah. Like that's why they started closing arcades though. It's creepy for kids to be and stuff. And
Who's
like,
Miguel?
he was just he was the guy who
Like MK
I
player,
remember.
or
No, I
Oh,
don't think so. He was just
he
the guy
worked
who
there.
hung
He's
out.
the change guy.
Yeah,
He's the guy
yeah,
that gave the
change
change
guy.
out.
That's right. That's right. Well, that's another thing. We also hung out with people who would work at the arcade or just come to the arcade, and that's another thing because like we would know like, oh, these guys are always here. Let's go somewhere with them. We met other friends during that time too. But that's all you could do back then. You couldn't really do anything else. So
What was the owner's name again? John, not John. What the fuck was his name?
you know better than me. All I remember was
I remember I worked there for like 2 days. I went there, I worked there, and then the next day he asked me to stay late, and I said I can't, and he says you gotta, and then I was like, go fuck your mother, I quit,
yeah,
I'm
something
done,
like
you
that.
motherfucker.
goddamn, James.
We were there. We were. No,
So
he was
two
right.
days.
He was really rough over the. He was really rough at those times.
This
He
was the
was just.
owner of the arcade you guys were playing at.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he would.
well,
He
he
was
owned that, and
sometimes.
he owned the Nathans, he owned everything, the whole
All I
little
remember
setup.
is sometimes he'd come up to us. He'd be like, "Here you go, guys. Here's some free games." You know, like he would
Yeah,
do that sometimes. That's all I remember of that about
and
that
then
You
guy.
remember his name?
Pat the enforcer, remember
At the
him?
enforcer. Oh my god. Yeah, but here's another thing. Here's another thing. These stories, to be totally honest with you, these stories of going to these arcades and remembering these little facts, they're actually built. They built what we're doing today. Like when I went to Jim's house the other day, and we tried to put boot Legacy up. Okay, and when we got it actually working, it really reminded us. I was like, we were getting beat by somebody. It was back and forth. We won four, he would win four, and we were actually talking strategy. And I'm like, Jimmy, does this not remind you of when we used to play, when we used to go rounds on people? That's the feeling that I will never ever have again. That's what I thought I would get with Legacy. That's the actual thing that really hurt me about Legacy. I wish it would still get that feeling of random match, playing some random guy, and we got stiffed, man. Like that's the only thing that sucks. And that was our last hurrah. And now it's back to Fightgate. But all we have is our stories. That's all we got left. I mean,
Yeah, no,
it's
it
for me, it's
sucks.
sad. Yep.
I was really hyped for Legacy too, and for it to come out this bad, 100 times worse than anybody thought it was going to be. And
That's it's
and
such a shame.
maybe it's me exuding a little arrogance, but why did you interview people that really had nothing to do with the game itself, that like weren't in the trenches per se? Like, you interview somebody like
wait,
Summoning or
can you
fucking
explain that
Brady,
actually? Like, what do you mean the for Legacy?
the documentaries that are on there.
Wait, so there's people in there that had nothing really to do to MK that were interviewed?
Yeah. I mean, again,
Really?
I'm not trying to crap on people.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to crap on people, but like the dude David that did the book Long Live Mortal Kombat. So, people
I,
like Summoning, Brady, everybody, myself, we gave him the stories about the scene, and he's the one doing interviews as if,
yeah, that's
he went, as if he lived the experience.
yeah. I didn't get to watch the whole the videos in there yet, so I didn't know who was featured in it. But that's kind of crazy. So they have people in it that actually weren't there back then telling the story.
Yeah.
But shouldn't that
Yeah.
be
Well,
you
not
guys
telling
and
our,
other
not
people?
telling our story, not telling our story, but telling their stories.
Yeah.
Like if you were to watch a documentary, would you rather hear a story of me saying I told this fucking kid and his fucking dad, I said I was gonna fuck your dad up, you know? Or would you rather a story, oh my god, I remember when I surfed Scorpion's fatality and I almost peed my pants. Like,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, trying to convey the history and the lore of something, is being told by the people that lived it, not by the people that read about it. Even
Right.
and again, nothing against Mustard and Ketchup, great kids, but you weren't there.
They
You weren't there
they
from day
do
one.
admit that they did know of us. They I've had, since they live on my side of the pond, they have spoken to me like a lot, and they're like, we know you. We're like, we know who you, we've been following you for a long time. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool, that guys, that you do that. They're like, yeah, they always called me the OG Cyrex. They always did that because I mean, I got a lot of respect from those guys because they're really fans. They really are, those
Yeah.
guys. I mean,
Ketchup and mustard are
they
cool people.
yeah, they really are fans. The also, when I told you that when I was telling you that MK was life, I'm telling you, we were addicted to learning the anti-air high punch. That's our entire, every single day, every single match, every single thing we
That
talked about.
that is the core of what Mortal Kombat is the
Yeah,
anti-air punch.
which I'm going really far out saying that we were the first ones to master it, because obviously it's probably not true, but we wherever we did it, nobody knew what the fuck it was for years. We did it one, two, three. I'm not gonna speak for three. I'm gonna say
No,
one, two,
one and
because
two,
three.
one and two.
I don't know about three, because three we were using it anyway, but probably everybody was doing that. But when we brought that tech, when I was doing death punches, when we brought that tech to everywhere, no one ever saw it before. I'm telling you, it wasn't just one place; it was
I can't
many
tell you
places.
how many times I got the what the fuck was that?
Yep,
And it's
and
like, oh, you don't know about that?
yeah, and we
And then
sat there. We
leave that
sat there.
arcade and come back like 2 days later, and the motherfuckers be dumping 50 cents on both sides and just practicing anti-air
Yeah,
punches.
and we also had like names for things, so we would know that if a character short kicked, like just did a quick jump kick in the air with his foot out, we would know that we could punch him out of the air anywhere. We would learn the distance to walk back. I was serious. We had books. Not we had like we would draw like distances. We knew we couldn't do it to Baraka, Shang Tsung. The female ninjas were a little bit harder, but we could sometimes get it through them too. But that's why I love playing Raiden or Kung Lao versus Jax, because Jax is just, you can't, if you jump with Jax, I'm trying to get like death punch combo and trying to get 60% off you. Those are the types of things that we would sit there and strategy about those things back then. Like doing those, the anti-air high punch was what was like the addiction. That was like the drug of the game for us.
Yeah.
That to make that
That must
work.
have been driving people crazy, putting in coins for them to figure out how to do it and stuff. They're like, how the fuck did they do this? I mean,
And
they
it's
just.
so fucking pretty, dude. It's so fucking
I
pretty.
still
What
don't
it was,
understand how to do the death punch in MK2, honestly. You
it's
barely see
really
it.
tricky. It's really tricky. It's there's they were messing with me because I was messing with people about the jabs, and they're like, "Oh, I'm spamming the death punch on demand." You can't do that.
On
Okay.
demand.
They
I'm
were
like,
like,
yeah.
I don't know if they. I think it was Drew who's like, "This is the guy who's saying cheating, and it's coming. He's coming from a guy who death punches on demand." Yeah, okay. If I could, I'd be the best MK2 player ever. But that's not. I can get it more than anybody though. The timing is it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I
I don't
just
understand how it works exactly.
it just everything gets stuck for a second is what I really think, and then you just lose damage. I mean, I've done like 90% Kung Lao combos and like huge Raiden combos with. I probably got a lot of my wins out of that. Is it cheating?
Dude,
I don't know.
when me
I'm
and you
not really.
played the other week, like a quick versus two or whatever, you even hit me with
I,
the Kung Lao. I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
at least two I got you with in the three game
yeah, I'm
set
like,
we
wow.
played.
Because all the people that
Yeah.
played in MK2 so far, I've not played one person that's hit me with that except for you.
Yeah, but then you played Melina. So if you play Melina, I'm waiting till I also practice stupid shit like when you drop from the ceiling.
Uppercut.
I can roundhouse and uppercut that all the time because I practice that. I also practice when the bicycle kick and the flying kick with Liu Kang. I can uppercut you from the other side. I practice stupid shit like that, and I still to this day get wins by doing that. No one knows that shit's coming, and these are the things we learn by paying stuff like this. Like so, you could if you watch my gameplay, I'm always gonna pick Reptile versus Katana or Cage. Always. I'm not saying that that you're never going to win, but it's a matchup that you're not really expecting. And
Right.
I will counter pick you every time if I can. If you pick first, that's what I want you to do, and that's exactly what people are going to do to you too. They're going to wait till you pick first. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that
And
makes
then
sense.
and in the last second, they'll slide it left or right and pick another character. Oh, we do that all the time too. So we both be staying on the select screen. Everything will be flashing, and then right 1 second before we know that we'll just tap up to the character we want. You know what I mean? So there's weird little things but we actually practiced all this stuff. We wrote stuff down about okay, this is what we're gonna do versus this guy. This is what we're gonna do versus that guy. We're gonna practice, and if we knew someone played jacks, then we would go rounds on the guy. I would go once because we would practice the anti-air punch because we didn't have to pay both sides for that. We just pay one side. Somebody else put the money in. So we're like, great. We had 3 rounds of practice on this. Then we would compare notes. How did we do that? What distance did he jump at us at? You know, how did he use did he jump short? Did he jump kick late? Did we move back far enough? And we actually started mastering that. And we really got good at it. And you know, we just brought that to other arcades and it was dominant tech back then. Really great, like amazing stuff. And no books about it, nothing. Just, you know, paying. So really great stuff.
You know,
Yeah,
the
see,
memories of everything, the memories of everything. You know, like I see Dave, you know, and I understand where he's coming from. Like this, you know, this, we're not telling people this, like I said, this false sense of bravado, like, oh, we're the gods of MK. You know, yeah,
yeah,
with it.
I don't know why Dave keeps putting it that way. Like, oh my god, we're the like, that's not really what they're saying. They're just telling you how it was back then. And you know, people were on streaks, people were winning, and it doesn't mean you have to be a god or bow down. Dave sometimes
I
makes it
don't mean
seem
to
so
interrupt
negative.
either one of you guys, but it's a very toxic shit, dude. I'm telling you right now. These games, I don't know. I probably isn't every game, but I'm telling you, since I've been only in MK, there's you can't ever say you're good at these games. Someone's gonna go insane on you.
I
There's
didn't realize it was that bad till recently. Like, damn, we can't even say who is good or bad without people flipping out. I'm like, what the hell? This is not healthy or
is
normal at all
not
whatsoever.
health. No. It's
People are
always
acting
been
like
like this.
someone got murdered or something. And it's like, what happened? This person's trying to say he was better at a video game. It's like, what? Like,
It's really bad. Like, yeah, I'm in the States I'm leaving tomorrow. My flight's at 5. I'm going back home. But I've been in New York for a couple weeks. My brother's been in the car with me because we drive to New Jersey every day. He's listening to 8 hours of this shit. He's like, you guys are fucked up. I'm like, don't worry about it. Just keep driving.
Yeah, like,
you know
bro,
what I mean?
what, you guys are crazy, bro. It sounds like you guys are like talking about some, like non-video game stuff with how serious this is.
He asked me this morning. I'm doing podcast today. He's like, is it still going? I'm like, it's never gonna end. I'm like, it doesn't end. I'm like, we go and we do. You know what I mean? That's just how it's always been.
Again, I don't know if this is like an MK community thing or if like other communities are like a Street Fighter Tekken where they're serious, where it's like, wait, who actually was better? That's like how serious it gets. But yeah,
And I think a lot of the Tekken stuff is more they'll do something similar, but they don't talk about their history. Like nobody dedicates like, hey, let's talk about our history as a community, because again, it's somewhat there already. People know who Slips was. They know their originals. They know Poke Chop was the fucking original. They know the Atlanta scene. They know the Missouri scene. They know the New York scene. They know about what's his name, fucking Fighting GM.
yeah,
And
that's
Law.
I mentioned to Dave, like, it's kind of weird how for MK you don't know this, but for every other scene you do. Isn't that kind of weird? Like, maybe we should,
Well, MK was popular in the arcades, but it was also kind of taboo, and it kind of like it's like the Street Fighter guys would look away. I mean, like when people saw the Baraka Impale fatality, dude, people were like, we gotta play this. This is fucking awesome. So I don't know, maybe because this is what I thought for the longest time. I thought MK was super toxic because it was very bloody and gory. And it's a lot of metal fans, like heavy metal fans. Like I'm into really heavy metal stuff, and like all my friends were like that. Jimmy knows too. These are metalhead guys. They play this game because it's gory and it's over the top. But I just thought that it wasn't maybe taken serious by the Street Fighter or the finesse players. You know what I mean? Street Fighter was always like, oh, I can tell you this too. We had Street Fighter friends. We had top level Street Fighter friends, and they would sit down, and I would cross over. And Jimmy always hated me for this because I would always be friends with the enemy. He would hate it. He'd be like, "What the fuck are you going over there for?" I'd be like, "No, I just want to meet these guys. I want to talk to these guys." And they were explaining to me, "You got to hear this. This is so good." So they would be like, "MK's for losers." Okay, why? They're like, when you kick somebody, they fall down. I'm like, okay. He's like, in Street Fighter, when you kick somebody, the combos, they flow. You could do 3 hits and then they fall down. So they're like coming over and showing me how to do they taught me how to do like the Ryu, a 3-hit Ryu combo. And I'm like, well, okay, actually, that makes sense. They were actually bringing up how like primitive our game is, how if you just kick someone, he falls. And I'm like, okay, fine. So I'm gonna flow into combos with Street Fighter better. They're like, yeah, well, it's more finesse. It's more that's just flesh. So there was versus in the arcades, Street Fighter versus MK. There was different group of people playing. It was really fascinating stuff. And you would never go to the Street Fighter guys. They would never take our game seriously, and you never go there. But I would mosey on over there and start asking questions and stuff. And we got a few Street Fighter guys to come over to MK2. They played Kung Lao. They're like, oh, that's the only Street Fighter type player we'll play, so we'll play a few games. So it was like that back then. Absolutely, like if you went to Chinatown Fair or whatever, they weren't playing MK, man. It was a fucking Street Fighter arcade.
And then Gene came with the shang. The
Gene came over.
throw.
Yep, we had some guys who would play like block throw style, and they would just pick Shang Tsung and high kick you if you jumped. So they would anti-air high punch. They would just do the standing high kick. Shang Tsung had like the best standing high kick in MK2, and they would throw the shit out of you and throw one fireball. That's what the Street Fighter guys would do. They would bring
like one of the things like we were like, I don't know if it's. I guess it's because we were held in a high regard. That again, like the whole throw thing, we didn't do. But it wasn't just that. Like jump kick. If you jump at me and I, roundhouse you out of the air, I can only like in my head I could do it twice. I can't do it like if you keep jumping at me, I can't keep doing it. Like there's this unspoken thing that we would get. Like I don't want to win just by doing that because it's not flashy, it's not showy. I'm not going to do a standing high kick and anti-air you down to the ground every time.
Yeah,
I want to do something that's pretty.
Yes, it was all about the flash. And actually, Jimmy brought up the no throws thing, so we did a little bit of homework. Rio, we did a little bit of homework. So I think Jimmy found a article somewhere this weekend showing that New Jersey didn't throw either. So I always thought it was a New York thing, and Brady said that they threw there in their arcade, but I can't confirm this. This is I don't know because I didn't play much
It
in New
was it
Jersey.
was it was going through old news groups and shit. And back in the day during Flame Wars, when New Jersey versus Chicago was a thing, they would call them the no throw New Jersey guys because they were
Wow.
making fun of them because they didn't throw either. But so obviously some people threw and some people didn't. But basically, it looks like the tri-state area in general was considered the no throw zone.
I will tell you something. We never threw ever. We never threw, and we
Right.
won too. And it was honor system. If someone threw you by accident, you'd let them
Give
throw
it
you
back.
back.
Give it back.
I'm serious. I don't know, and because people were kind of like trolling me or busting on me. They're like, "Oh, it's because you guys suck." I'm like, I didn't invent this. I'm like, it was just a thing. You just didn't do it. I don't
Yeah,
have any
it was
rhyme or
like
reason.
the culture norm when you were playing.
Even though we were brutal people, like Jimmy was a mean guy, we were pretty honorable when it came to MK. We had our thing. We were very very cordial when it came to like the system that we played. We never threw. We didn't corner infinite. We didn't do anything like that. And they also brought up that I have no problems with infinites. You know why? Infinites you need to get hit. If you get hit once and you get infinited, okay, great. Okay, it's a lot different than jabs and stuff.
Yeah,
I have no problems with infinite.
I hate infinites
But
because my
but guess
experience with
what?
them
Don't
in
get hit.
3D MKs yeah, but they were so brain dead summoning. Someone could
Yeah, I know.
walk up to you in a 3D MK and you have to guess overhead or low or throw, all unreactable. If you get hit by one of them, you're getting infinite.
Yeah, that's
So
different. I mean, yes,
I've
these
always
guys
hated
might
infinites
even
because of
think
that. But no, I get like
Our,
in
our
2D MK it's
infinite,
different. It
our
can
infinite
jump
has to
and
be
can
earned.
allow
yeah,
from infinite you, so that makes sense, right? Like it's not that
our
different.
Right.
infinite stemmed from either getting anti-air punched
Yeah, exactly.
or getting hit by a special move like Kung Lao spin.
Yeah.
If
So
if it popped you up high enough, I could do the jump kick, miss, spear kick, punch, jump kick, miss, spear kick, punch, spin, into the
Yep,
corner.
all that stuff. Yeah, and that's in 2, by the way. You could do that in 2 also. And it's like that's I didn't understand that you could do the 50% infinite thing. See, we don't even play games that have 50/50s. We just play the first 3, so I don't even know about so maybe they're comparing. Maybe they're telling me what you just told me that he thinks that infinites are okay. Infinites in 1, 2, and 3 don't get hit. You know what I mean? You can. It's very possible to just turtle and not get hit.
yeah, and honestly, Kung
And
Lao
you're
and Striker need their infinite too. On top of that,
yeah. And I also brought up that WaveNet is the latest revision. And if that game actually worked and stuff, it should be tournament standard. But not the UMK3 guys, they refuse. So that also makes zero sense to me since it's the latest revision. So why wouldn't that be the tournament standard? I've already talked to all the MK guys. They're like, no, it won't be. It won't ever be that. Why?
I guess they don't
That'd be
like the
like me.
changes in the direction it
That'd
went.
be like me saying MK1 5.0. No, we're playing 2.0 where Jimmy could do his unlimited combos.
Yeah. And
I,
that makes no sense to me either because it is the
I mean,
official latest version.
in my
So it should be.
opinion, why not hold both? Like, why not also hold
Yeah, you
WaveNet
can,
instead
but the
of?
one that should count would be WaveNet because it's the latest revision. That's always the way it's been. Why would they do patches? You know what I mean? So why would they just get to this is what I mean by this MK. This is what I mean by this MK toxic shit, man. The UMK3 is poison. Let's just say tomorrow, all the bugs are fixed. WaveNet is the latest version. They will never switch to that. So that's what I mean. But everybody else normally would just switch to it because it's the latest revision. Am I wrong?
No,
I
you're
mean,
right.
if they patched out,
Usually people play the latest
if they
version.
patched out glitch jabs, do you
Oh,
think people would play it?
Probably
Look at
not because it's
look
crazy
at
to say
Drew.
this.
Drew made a version where he fixed the glitch jabs, and everybody's like, "Nah, we don't play that trash." Like, what? He's part of you guys.
I don't think people would play it without glitch apps because then the game is too different, and to them it's not UMK3 anymore.
then the game is how we played it. I think people would have
That's what I was
trouble.
gonna say. You watch me and Summoning play because we play glitch jab free.
If I
We
can
actually
hear
use
my
special
opponent
moves.
whiffing 50 jabs per round, it's not UMK3 with that sound.
I mean,
Yeah, if you can't.
I never saw that before when I played. I played it on 360, whatever. I was like, "What is going on? What is happening?"
Yeah, I remember when I
And
first saw Action Extra Live, I'm like, is this person I'm playing dumb or some shit? I'm over here. Like, who you trying to hit? And then I was like, oh, now I understand what's
yeah,
going on. When I was like, why is this shit so hard to fight?
it is. It is really tough. And like power to everybody who does it. Do what you got to do.
Yeah, it
It's
was
just
kind of hard
really
for me to transition from 3D MKs to the UMK3 because when I played it, I was like, this game, I was like, there's no footsies, no neutral. Like, what is this? You just run and jump. That's how it seemed like to me. Because 3D MK was more about, having to outspace your opponent and read what they're gonna do. But UMK3 is so different from that. You just kind of
Yep.
like enforce shit and just do it.
That's why I really want you to play. I really want you to do like at least once a week of 2 and just really put your mind to it. It's fabulous, man.
Yeah, no, I don't mind playing like the 2D MKs once a week for fun or whatever. It's a shame that because we don't have a ranked and this and that, we're stuck with Fightcade, which sucks for MK. And this was supposed to save us from Fightcade, but it's not.
Yep.
And now because we're not getting a rank that, I mean, sadly, like I'm not going to be playing quick play with 5 days a week when I get home or Fightcade because it's just not that enjoyable. So, guess I'm gonna have to figure out something else to play. Which it
Well, it
sucks,
might
but it is
be
what it is.
if you find some good players close by, you might have a good time playing too. I mean, I play this one guy in Turkey, and we're both C ranked players, and we have the best matches. It's always 9, 8, 9 out of 10 or whatever. It's there, and every single like night we will switch off. I'll win 10, he'll win 10. It's fun. It's just fun. It really is. And we're doing different shit all the time. We're learning different stuff all the time. The game's mad old, and we're still having a lot of fun playing it. So if you found somebody your skill level, I'm telling you, you're gonna have a good time playing that game. It's
Yeah, no,
really
it's,
worth
it's
it.
not just
You gotta
about that.
play
It's
me.
about also. I mean, you saw last time I was trying to stream Fightcade. I was sitting there waiting. I'm like, no one's on MK3. I was getting MK2 matches. Fightcade's
Yeah.
just it's not good for MK. Like if you're looking
It's
for,
not, but maybe it's your guys' time zone too, because I find
no, it's
plenty.
because I came from MK11 where whenever I wanted to pop in MK11 to play
Oh,
or
that's
stream
what you
it,
mean. I
I
understand.
always got
Okay.
to be able to get matches any minute of the week.
I get it.
whenever,
I get it. You're
so going from
spoiled, you
that
young.
luxury, to this, it's
Yeah.
like wow. It's
For us,
terrible.
we wait for a quality match. You could stream, talk, and then play. Like get a match here and there. You get into it because people will enjoy. People will definitely enjoy a good MK2 play. I get a lot of viewers, not nowhere near as you,
Yeah,
but
well, I mean,
they
they're
do.
not going to be getting good MK2 play from me because I don't. I never took
Well,
the
you
time to
could,
learn.
but you could be. You're such a fast learner. You're so good at these things. You could actually be awesome at it. It would be amazing to see you just kick ass in the game. There's some amazing players in MK2. They really are. They come out of the woodworks, but they really are. And if you just give
Yeah,
it
no,
some
there's
time,
some ridiculous. I remember Mortal Jason back
oh,
on
he's so good.
PS3. He
He's
was insanely good, and this was like 10 years ago. So I'm sure he's even
Yep.
better now.
Yep. I mean, I do believe in the ranks in Fightcade, by the way. I definitely am a C player in UMK. I'm sorry, in MK2 and in UMK3 I'm a D. And it's true. That's exactly what I am. And I was like a C in MK1 and I liked those ratings. I think they're pretty accurate and I know you can fake stuff, but I think if you don't cheat on that, I think those ratings or rankings are really what you are. And if I play like an A or a B player, I'm not gonna win. And I like that. I do go for those players to try to get my skill level up. I kind of like Fightgate. I really do. It's good for my game. I only play 2. That's all I play.
I like how the games feel in Fight Kid. I think they do a good job emulating them. It just sucks at how bad the ranked is done, and we can just cherry pick, and then people can put you in the coin diagnostic screen to like
Yeah, I
soft
saw
lock
that
you.
too.
It's like, what is this? This is ranked.
I
Like,
saw
what
it.
the fuck?
He got mad at you with those corner jabs,
Yeah,
though.
and he's
I
like
got.
calling me slurs in Spanish, and I'm like, bro, what the like? Why are you even playing this game? First of all, if you don't like this,
I
second
wish
of
I
all,
could
why
actually
am I
do
getting
that stuff.
punished? I didn't make the game.
I would do that
Third
stuff
of all,
to the
hold
to
up.
the
Third of all,
MP1
you're
player.
playing Ermac. You hit me with that lift that I blocked because you lost. I would have been dead anyway. So what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. They're not used to that stuff. They're not. They. I
They
don't know.
should
Some
be. They
players.
play UMK3. They should be used to getting corner jab infinite.
Maybe those groups of guys don't do that. That's what I mean. There's so much weird like hatred
Bro, then in
and
my
stuff.
opinion, that dude needs to play with his group and not take this anger out on random people online he's playing
That's
with.
true.
Because
I gotta side
to
with
me.
you on that one because
Bro, he did
I don't
the
have a
coin
problem with that.
diagnostics and then left to go do some shit, and I was stuck there forever. So I'm like, let me just give him the rank win.
Yeah, he gets the rank win that way. Yep,
Can't
that's
reason
the
with them,
trick.
man.
Maybe they could. That's
At that
probably
point, he didn't
something
even
that
care about winning.
maybe.
He just wanted to get the rank points.
Yeah, maybe they could. Maybe they could fix that. I don't know.
They're not gonna fix it because they don't care about MK on Fight
Yeah,
Kid.
that's true. That's true. The WaveNet ROM is now out. Also, I told you about that. You can mess with that on MAME now too. So if you ever
Yeah, I
care
mean, if
about
they add it
that,
to Fight Kid, I'll mess around with it, but I'm not expecting
they
much.
probably will. I don't see why they won't.
Can't wait to
That's
play
just a
someone
win
in
for
that
them.
and then get soft locked on the screen again. Because I
Yeah,
did
you were
something
mad
with like
about
Sub
that.
Zero.
Well, I know you were mad about
Well,
that.
I was mad about it
Well,
because that happened to me 4 years ago when I first was playing Fight Kid, and then I come back and I'm like, let's see if they fix this. And I get put into it again. I'm like, no way.
I saw that
It's
stream
been in there
actually.
for years.
So that is our history. That's
Yeah,
what
this
we
was a
got.
very enjoyable podcast. Now, look, I know Dave and them are gonna hate me because this is what I'm thinking about doing. I know it's supposed to be only 2 hours, and this actually went for 6 hours. But I'm thinking about actually uploading this whole thing because you guys talked about a lot in the lore and stuff on when Dave wasn't here. Because I don't know why we were talking about MK1 and MK11 and stuff in the beginning when you guys were here.
No, it's okay. I let
Yeah,
him
but
talk
what I'm
about that
saying is, I
because
think it's better if I upload this whole thing from beginning to now because that way, a lot of the stories you guys just told me won't get missed. Because if I just upload this 2 hours, it feels like we actually didn't talk a lot about Dark. It was too much like MK1 and
well,
stuff.
that'd be awesome. I think it would be really cool of you to upload the whole thing because our
Yeah, I
stories
think I'm gonna do
are
that, and I hope the audience doesn't mind me uploading all this because instead of just 2 hours, because I feel like it's more fair to summoning James because a lot of your stories got left out in the first 2 hours.
yeah.
And
These
I,
stories.
I,
are
I know
just
James is gonna.
kinda
I
helping.
know Dave is gonna be mad at me, going like, "Bro, what is this? 6 hours again?" You know, he's gonna be like, "I thought we
Yeah,
said."
I'm getting on the flight in like 5 hours too. So yeah.
But yeah, because I know
But
he's
I
gonna
would.
see the video and be. This doesn't take a minute to upload too, because I'm so dumb. I actually recorded this in 1080p, 60 frames per second. So this
Oh,
is gonna be like 1,000 gigs, and it's gonna take a while to upload. So it's probably gonna be up tomorrow night.
Usually I just hit upload and then walk away.
Yeah, well, I usually record in 30 FPS, 720, but I accidentally had it to my streaming quality, so I messed up
oh
on the
well.
recording.
Guess what?
But it's fine.
The
I'll just
old
have it
school
upload
stuff.
during the day.
Yeah,
It's gonna take a
the
while
old
to
school
process.
stuff gets an HD ranking. That's great.
But
That's
yeah,
really
I
good.
mean, hopefully Legacy Collection does do something. Maybe last minute they'll be like, you know what, let's try and fix this. But I'm giving them
Yeah.
until January. After it releases room update, if they're done with it, then I'm gonna have to move on. Like, it's not like I didn't try. Like, I've been waiting for them to fix it. But it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Well, I'm flying back tomorrow, and I'm so happy you gave us the time to do this because we really do give a shit about this game. As lame as it sounds,
Yeah,
we really
and I
do
feel bad
care.
for that previous episode where it was all yelling and stuff.
No,
But
no,
at
no,
least
that's
this
okay.
episode
Everybody
went very
squashed
well.
it.
Yeah, no, this
Everybody
episode went.
squashed it.
Yeah,
That's
this
good.
episode went very well, and I think this is probably one of the best episodes we've done. So
I'm very
far.
happy with it too. And I appreciate you guys really giving us the time because it's just really nice of you guys. You guys are top guys now. We're just old dudes, but
Well, I
it's
mean,
really nice
I'm
of
not a
you.
top guy anymore. I haven't, dude. Do you guys know when was the last tournament I went to?
Rio, I played you 4 matches that I won in my lifetime that I know you. I won a set with you in MK2 like last week, and I have never beat you in the last 20 years. You're a top player, dude. Believe me, you are. So I know you're
I
modest,
mean,
but
yeah,
you're
no,
really good.
you could say I was a top player, which is true, but right now, no, I wouldn't call myself top right now.
Well, you'll get there when you find the game because
I
I
mean,
know
if
the
we had a
focus.
ranked mode, I could try to get there, but at this rate, is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, maybe lobbies will help you a little bit. Maybe it'll get you going. Maybe you can play some.
Because lobby's the same thing as Fight Kid. You just choose who you want to play or invite. That's the same.
Or
It's
maybe
not
you
the
can
same
get a
as
bunch of guys together in a lobby that you want to play, and maybe it works better than Fightcade. Maybe.
Yeah, I
That's
mean, ultimately, it's on them to provide a good, how do I call it?
well, some
A
kind
good
of.
environment to practice and people to get good at their own time. Because I don't want to be setting up doctor points for everybody just to play. That's too primitive for me.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I will be flying back tomorrow, but I'll be if you ever need us for any like podcasts or stuff, we'd love to help out. But I know you got tons of stories to go through, tons of stuff. But
thank you for having us. Really.
Yeah,
It's,
no, of course.
this,
I appreciate you guys coming on and giving your time to talk about these, these stories and
this
2DMK
was
and
really
Legacy
good.
Collection. It was a very
Let's-
enjoyable show, and yeah, I mean, I'd like to touch with you guys again, like after, I guess when they cement Legacy Collection's done, getting updated, we could do a touch on that, and
Sure.
I guess
Sure.
talk about what went wrong and for future when they ever come back to this again, the lessons they have to learn to make sure it goes right.
Yep.
They flopped on this hard.
It's sad that this is it for us. This is our last hurrah, man.
What they should have did, and it's very simple, and I explained it to Summoning how the emulation aspect works, and they should have had source code available to them, which they do, because listen, at the end of the day, I have the source code for every Mortal Kombat game except for one.
What is that?
And then the source code is basically the code that
I
Ed
know the source
Boon,
code, but I mean, which source code do you not have?
MK1, the original.
Oh, that's the only one you don't have? Wow.
The only one I don't have. I have 2, 3, UMK. Shit, I got NOC, NBA Jam. I got everything.
Wow.
And they could have, not easily, it would have taken time. They could have taken all the arcade games from the source code, broke the code down, rewrote the code for each system. It definitely would have been time consuming, but it wouldn't have been emulated, which would have made it closer to arcade perfect.
Yeah, and then would have made the games be even better running.
The games would have, and all of these issues would have been avoided.
Yep.
You think it's MK4's problem because of Zeus?
And the Zeus is definitely a harder issue because you can't, to break that code down to convert it to Zeus. Zeus has a lot of tricky instructions that the Zeus and the Texas Instrument processor doesn't exactly work well with. So it's never really got it's only been, I think, emulated.
So you think it's all those games running on different stuff that you just couldn't figure out how to like make it all mesh? Is that what you?
So they're emulating them all at like one shot. Like, so basically, when the emulator starts, I think it pulls all the games, and that's what's causing a slowdown. So like when you switch between 1 and 2, it doesn't do like if you change games in your old system, you can't just take out a game from Sega Genesis, unplug it, and then plug the new one in, and it comes up. You got to turn the system off and on.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
With this, what it does is it tries to trip them all, but at the same time, the instructions back and forth between get convoluted because, again, you're talking about a emulating program asking the hardware, "Hey, I'm going to lie to you and tell you that this game that I'm dealing with is made for you."
Oh, I see.
And you're telling this, and you're telling the game the same thing. "Hey, I know you're an arcade ROM, but I need you to believe that you're actually for the PC."
Right.
And it trips them into talking to each other. And when you do conversion, you're actually taking the whole source code, breaking it down and rewriting it in the language specified for whatever system you're putting it on. So it would actually be Mortal Kombat 1 written for Intel and AMD processors on PC.
Yep.
And it would be legit. It wouldn't be an emulation.
It's got to be like this thing is they should have just used something easy. I don't know why they had to. They could have done this right.
Well, this is their easy. That's the problem.
Freaking Fightcade is better than this shit, man.
Yeah, well,
you know what I mean? Like, come on.
That's the problem. Fightcade is free for us. That's what makes it even more embarrassing.
And it's better too. That's so sad. I mean, I'm crushed.
This is
you know,
a $50
I really am.
product that specializes in Mortal Kombat, yet the free version that doesn't specialize in Mortal Kombat is better.
I tell you guys, I'd spend $100 if it fucking worked. I would. It would be the only game I'd ever play.
Yeah, I would have no complaints if it worked and we had ranked and all that. I would have no the training mode is great. It runs great on PC. It's just everything else is just lacking and
I am crushed because we have nothing else. We don't have anything else as old guys.
Fightcade really, and again, Fightcade doesn't prioritize MK. They don't really care about it. It's just there to be there.
Maybe they update Fightcade one day. They do
occasional blue moon update on the whole thing, and they make a few
Yeah,
they added
if they get rid of the
two
soft
players.
lock-in and Fight Kid ranked, and they add like a matchmaking queue, then that would be good enough for me. I would play a lot of Fight Kid.
Yeah, and they added two players to games we used to play. We play me and Jimmy play tons of retro stuff, and now they added 2-player games to stuff we played, like freaking Robotron, man. The game's
But yeah, like
amazing. You know what I mean?
I don't want to get twisted. I think Fight Kid's amazing, especially for games like Third Strike. It's amazing. It's just for MK specifically, it could have been done better. But you can't blame them for that, right? MK is not their priority. It's just
No,
there 'cause they
yeah.
added it.
MK is no one's priority, man. That's the thing. I
Yeah,
wish it was, but
that's the sad part. But it's true.
and like you guys will have to bring up another podcast one day of what's next for MK because we're done, man. It's over.
Yeah.
There's
I
nothing
have no
left.
clue what they're gonna do next. Honestly, like, are they gonna redo the 3D era? Like, I don't know what they're gonna do. But at this
I
rate,
mean, I listen. If you couldn't get the 2D right, I
yeah, I
certainly
know.
don't
If
think
they,
you
the
get the
3D era is
3D
gonna be
right.
even worse. So
Oh
I don't
man,
know
I
what
don't
they're
even want
gonna
to
do with
think about
that.
that. I don't even think
I
about
can't
that.
wait
All
to
right,
open a
so-
chest in Conquest and then the game glitches and doesn't work and my game gets some kind of
Oh
glitch.
man, I don't. Let's not get more depressed. I'm already depressed. You can hear it. I'm so sad about this.
Yeah,
I
I don't know.
really am.
I think the only saving grace is whatever company buys Mortal Kombat next has to actually give a shit about it and make it good. That's about it. Because Warner Bros is not. It's not doing it any favors.
Yeah, but they'll never make this again. That's the thing. This is the only thing that I've ever wanted.
Yeah, I mean they probably
This.
will 10 years from now. That's the thing. We're gonna have to wait a long time again.
Well, hopefully, I'm still here.
Because it seems like every 10 years they do it.
Oh
Like
man,
every 10 years they're like, you know what? Let's release some of the classic games for some money.
this is worse than Arcade Collection.
Yeah, it
It
is.
is almost. This is so sad to
Arcade
say.
Collection, I bought Arcade Collection for $10, so even though it was shit, I didn't mind it that much. But this was $50. This was like buying 5 Arcade Collections.
Unbelievable. How could it be worse than that? I even said to Jimmy, it can't be worse than that. He's like, just wait and see. Jimmy always fucking proves me wrong. Always.
In
For
Arcade Collection Day
years.
1, you could invite a friend to play with. That's also the crazy
That
part.
is the saddest thing ever, man. Well, you guys are gonna make me too sad now. I'm gonna go. I love this game, man.
Yeah,
You know?
well, man, yes. I want you to have a safe trip, and also, like, who knows?
Yes,
like
thank
I
you.
said, crossing my fingers, they realize, you know what? Let's put out a patch and add some stuff. That's what I want them to do, but we'll see.
We can hope for it. But thank you. This was really, really cool, and I'm just happy that you had us on. It was really good. Thanks so much. And whoever's listening and watching, that's the
Dr. Rio.
lore.
Dr. Rio, the
Rio.
therapy.
Hey, listen, great dude. I'm going to tell you one
Therapy.
thing. You do a fabulous job in everything. I will support you all the time, my brother. You are awesome. So just
Thank
letting
you,
you know
I
that.
appreciate it. I mean, drama aside, like, it's just, I guess it just comes with competitive gaming. Like, there's gonna be.
No, you're very calm and you answer stuff really well and you give everybody the time they deserve. And that's I got your back, dude.
Yeah, and
So-
also, like, I don't want to sound like I'm a saint, also, right? I also engage and become toxic, and yeah, like, I do that sometimes too. So I apologize.
It's okay, but
We're
you
doing some
let
of that.
everyone speak. You let everyone speak, and it's a great thing. So seriously, thanks for having us. And that's the lore. That's the tri-state area New York lore. That's what we got.
Yeah, anytime, man. It was enjoyable
All
to
right.
listen to.
All right. Till the next time. Talk
All right,
to you
guys.
boys later.
You
All
have a
right.
good one, summoning. Peace
Peace.
out, man.
See you later, guys.
Later, guys.
Okay.
So Dave is gonna be. I know Dave's gonna text me and be like, "What is this?" 6
Is he gonna be
hours?
mad? I mean,
No, I mean, he's not gonna
I
be mad. He's gonna
hope
be
he's
like,
not
"Dude, I
gonna
thought
be
you said
mad.
2 hours." He says, "Well, he doesn't because Dave left early." I'm gonna tell
Yeah.
him. Well, we actually ended up talking a lot more about the lore and stuff, so I think it should go up because it's only fair to you guys, you know.
I think like when I've done, I don't know, we don't obviously have as much people as you. We have like, let's say, I don't know, nowadays like 35, 40 people, but they all love the old stories and we have the people on the forums and it's cool. If you guys upload this, it just helps MK. MK doesn't have any help, dude. We're like dead in the water and you know it.
What I mean is, like, if this wasn't about us, you guys touching on the lore more, it was just random topics that we're talking about, like random, like, I don't know, like Soul Calibur stuff, then obviously it wouldn't, right? Because we
Right.
did talk about all this stuff. I'm like, you know what, this kind of goes with the topic anyway, so it should all
It
go
does.
It does. It does. It definitely does.
I just know
Anyway,
Dave's
you,
gonna have a
you
funny reaction when he sees it. And he's like, "What is this? A 6
I
hour
hope he doesn't.
video?"
Yeah, I hope he doesn't get
Yeah,
it. I
but
have a
then
lot of
what? I'm
respect
gonna
for
explain
him,
it to
by
him.
the way.
I'm gonna be like, but we actually talk about more, so he won't mind.
Yep. I have a lot of respect for Dave. I do like the fact, I'm one of the guys who want him around. He's good. He really is. He's got good points and he's a good player and he should be around and he should talk whatever he needs to do. I have no issues with him. He's good. I think he's a good dude.
Yeah, he's been part of the
So,
MK community for a while.
oh, absolutely. I actually, you know what? I didn't know, and that's no offense to him because I don't play 3D. I have no idea about
Yeah, no,
3D at
that's
all.
fair. A lot of people don't
Yeah.
know, but yeah, that's where
Yes.
he originated. He's kind of like I originated also in 3D MK.
Yeah, but I know that you played the old ones. That's why I was like, okay, this is great because you play both, and like it's nice to meet the newer players that I don't know, and I have respect for everybody who cares about
Yeah,
MK,
it's
who put their
interesting because
time.
I feel like I've been part of not like all of the old school stuff, but I've been part of the 3D MK community, some of the
Hmm.
2D MK community, and the NRS community. So I've kind of been like in all three circles to see how
Yeah,
it
no,
is.
that's just really good. I mean, I listen all the time, and it's really good stuff for me. So, all right, I'm getting on a plane soon, so I will talk to you soon.
All right,
Be
man.
back on my side.
Yep.
Thanks for everything,
All right.
brother.
You have a safe trip, man.
Really got your back. If you need, me and Jimmy, we got your back, dude. We don't talk shit. We talk real stuff, man. So if you ever need people, we're there for you. Just let
Yeah.
us know. All
All
right.
right, man. Yep. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Talk to you
Thank you
later.
again
You're
for coming
welcome.
on, man.
Yep. Oh, thank you for having us.
Yep. Anytime.
See you later. Thank you.
Peace out, man. All right, guys. Well, this was I guess, a lot longer than intended podcast. But you know what? I'm going to actually upload all of it because I think it's fair to James in summoning. I know originally it was going to only be the 2 hours like we agreed on, but I didn't think that we were going to stay in chat like this after. I thought everybody was going to go, but since we did that, I think with some of the cool conversations, and even I think Tom hung around for like an extra hour or Dave. So I think it's best if I upload all this. Even though it does make me look like a hypocrite for saying it was only going to be 2 hours. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the conversations and MK talk here. It was probably the best episode we've done so far. And I'm going to end it here, and I'll see you guys in the next episode. Thank you again for watching. Peace out, everybody.